from the night. You know we made it out, we found the light. I fly so high, light up the skyline. Let's do it this time, like it's a whole new vibrant world. Like we're the only ones in this world. Like we're the only ones in this world. Now I see that I got everything I need. It's alright, I'm on fire, I'm alive, 'cause now I fly so high, light up the skyline. Let's do it this time, like it's a whole new colorful world. Like we're the only ones in this world. Like we're the only ones in this world. Never thought we'd get this far, burning like the stars. How we get this far, like we're the only ones in this world. Like we're the only ones in this world. Like we're the only ones in this world. What's a life without its worth? Compromising with what hurts inside. When you let fear decide your fate, you don't choose which path to take in life. I'm finally letting go of everything that still holds me. I'm against all odds, but I won't give up, 'cause it's my time to shine. Standing in the spotlight, can no one let me down. Destiny is calling high. I'm not afraid to fall. strangers to the fallout. It's what got us here. Ever changing, some chameleon. Blood, sweat, and tears. We'll never make it if we fall to everything that brings us down. With a comeback is now. Blood, sweat, and tears. Fight for what we want. Doesn't matter the cost. Every day, put in work. Blood, sweat, and tears. Nothing comes overnight. Strength in numbers start to lie. We don't bow to fear. Blood, sweat, and tears. Blood, sweat, and tears. Fight for what we
Is that really your best? I reserve mercy for what's known as the masses. And as for my wrath, it is reserved for the wicked. Only after enduring all 81 trials did I see how this world's hardships never end. How does your head compare to the serpent sovereign? Yeah! Huh? Divine form renewed! Evil, be gone! All forms fade! Before the Lotus Podium, all suffering ends! Mercy and wrath unite! I return from the West to dive back into this chaotic world. Little ones of Mount Huaguo, do you still remember me? The great sage, heaven's equal? I'll be back in a flash. Don't let any demons sneak in while I'm gone. Time to leave the stone behind and see where fate takes me. This land belongs to Mount Huaguo now.
legendary.
stage. Contestants fight for the honor of their regions while we cheer them on from the stands.
Double kill.
This is a challenge, but it is also an opportunity. The tide is turned.
Astas in front. They're going to use it. Golden Tide slows down Tatsumi.
Victory.
And we pulled it off together. We share the same voice, the same radiance. This moment of brilliance belongs to all of us. Together, we shine.
The new Honor of Kings version is here. Let's take a look at the two major areas of updates: hero control adjustments and battlefield balancing improvements. Basic attack targeting rules have been updated. If a player is crowd controlled for too long while using a basic attack, the attack command will now automatically be cancelled, preventing heroes from continuing to chase enemies after the crowd control ends. The movement wheel's dead zone has also been adjusted. After the improvements, there's no longer a dead zone in the center, helping prevent input interruption issues. After improving basic attack and skill targeting logic, even if base attack target priority is set to lowest absolute health, you still prioritize nearby epic monsters, and targeting will feel more intuitive. Next up is an overview of the battlefield balance updates. In the new version, the true damage value of the Crimson Golem buff has been adjusted, with the minimum value slightly reduced. The tower destruction slow effect has also been improved. When a tower is destroyed, nearby enemies will now be slowed. The teleportation portal cooldown has been reduced from 45 seconds to 30 seconds, allowing for more flexible tactical choices. A new lizard platform return mechanic has also been added. When a lizard leaves the platform's area, it will automatically climb back onto the platform. There are even more battlefield improvements waiting for you to experience in-game. See you in the Gorge.
Azuria, the southern archipelago of Primera. Here, humans and great beasts live in symbiosis. How this came to be traces back to a never-ending catastrophe. 2,000 years ago, Azuria's mightiest great beast, Anita, merged with the power that fell from the Sky Dome. That power amplified Anita's strength, but shattered its sanity. Driven mad, Anita transformed into a massive vortex, the world devouring everything in its path. Where it passed, great beasts were torn apart and islands were destroyed. This was the disaster that would define Azuria's history, the Eternal Calamity. In its wake, Azuria stood on the brink of annihilation. This catastrophe became known as the Great Desolation. In despair, the humans and great beasts, once mortal enemies, became each other's only hope of survival. The great beast Devita and humanity's greatest champion Devara abandoned their conflict and chose to work together. The great beasts sheathed their fangs, and the humans let go of their hatred. All surviving life grasped at one final power, the churning. Deep beneath the sea lay Amrita, a force brimming with boundless vitality. Through the combined efforts of humans and great beasts, it was awakened, restraining the calamity at the center of Azuria and restoring life to the world. But the calamity was not destroyed, merely sealed within Azuria's center. It erupts from time to time, bringing countless disasters to the land. Davara collected his knowledge and power and passed them down through the generations, hoping that one day the calamity could be ended for good. And so, this has continued for 2,000 years.
Chief Elder Davara! The calamity has erupted again!
It seems trouble has returned. The secret to life is to just take every punch and keep going.
Tu contra kita.
Relax, bro.
Phone aku! Jom ke mana?
Mountain View!
Angkatkan pengembaraan! Kau boleh! Kat mana pula ni?
Water Trust!
Kasih boost!
Adventure! Dapat pun! Steady, bro!
Lancarkan kembara gengmu!
It catches three! Can he finish the Johnny? Jumping on the
Welcome to the 2026 Asian Games Esports Qualifiers, Honor of Kings. 20 regions, one stage, and only the strongest 9 teams will earn the right to shine above the rest. Taking place in Malaysia, June 13th to 21st, 2026. Coming to Malaysia. This is the battleground where teams fight for the right to qualify for the Asian Games. 20 teams enter, but only 9 teams will move on. Apart from the 20 regions, there are 3 regions that have direct qualification. Here is the 2026 Asian Games Esports Qualifiers Honor of Kings format. First, the 20 teams will split into 4 groups of 5. In each group, every team faces every other team once in a single round robin, with every match played in a best-of-3 format. That means every match matters. Every game matters. Every single point matters. The point system is simple. Win the match, earn 1 point. Lose the match, earn none. At the end of the group stage, teams are ranked by the total points they've collected. And from there, the road begins to shine. The top 2 teams from each group qualify directly to the Asian Games main event. That gives us 8 teams advancing straight out of groups. But for those not through yet, the light isn't out. The teams that finish 3rd in each group still have 1 more shot. They move into the last chance stage. There, they battle through one final BO3 single elimination bracket until 2 teams remain. The 2 teams will then face off in a BO3 match to claim the one final qualification slot. So in total, 9 teams will make it through, 8 from the group stage and 1 through the last chance stage. That is the rule. Now it is time to see who can rise through it. From across the world, regions gather here in Malaysia. 20 teams, and only 9 will qualify. The path is set. The stakes are clear. Together, we shine. Stay tuned, and we'll see you at the stage.
shall I compare thee to a summer's day?
Slain. Don't engage. Slain. Don't crush us like insects. Slain an enemy. Defend our base. Our high ground tower is under attack. Amazing. Unbelievable.
The fragrance of romance.
Ally has been slain. Rampage. Double kill. Triple kill. Spectacular. Pentakill.
Lady Fortune is on my side.
Itu kontra kita. Relax bro. Phone aku! Jom kembara. Mountain View! Angkatkan pengemaraan! Kau boleh! Kat mana pula ni? Water Trust!
Kasih boost.
Adventure! Dapat pun. Steady bro!
Rancakan kepala gengmu.
You have been slain.
With the new consignment market feature, both new and veteran players can earn consignment items just by staying active. Sell them to earn tokens and purchase the items you've always wanted. Players can head to Dragon's Hoard to get tradable appearances, chests, and more. Players can list tradable items on the consignment market to earn curio tokens. During the initial launch period of this feature, all item listings will have their listing charge waived. Use your curio tokens to trade on the consignment market or purchase skins that were available before June 17th directly from the shop. With the new consignment items, players can complete events to earn tradable chests. Choose to open them yourself or list them on the consignment market for sale. Tradable skins can be obtained by opening tradable chests or by redeeming them in Dragon's Hoard. Tradable spritlings can be obtained by opening tradable chests. Tradable cards can be obtained by opening tradable card chests. If you bought an item but did not use it yet, you can still relist it on the consignment market.
Unstoppable. Ultimate not ready yet. You have slain an enemy.
My magic murmurs in ecstasy.
Amazing.
There is no escape for you.
Killing spree. Double kill. Triple kill. Spectacular kill.
Don't worry. I'll be back for your life soon.
If you've ever wondered how to go from HOK player to HOK top influencer, this one is for you. HOK welcomes all creators. First things first, when you start as a HOK player, your in-game highlight can become your content This is the first step of building your own social media presence. If you keep on creating and reach 100 plus followers, you will be invited to HOK Studio and become a HOK Studio creator, starting to earn various incentives as you grow. You'll get token and cash incentives for your creativity. Stay in the loop with the latest game updates and get exposure on HOK's official media and website. When you keep pushing and reach 10,000 plus followers, you will become a HOK Advanced Creator. Here's what comes with it: fixed quarterly contracts, steady cash coming in. We will also offer you exclusive creative guidance to level up your content, regular traffic.
In this world, only ones in this world, call out my name, cut through the sound of the rain. No matter how I feed the flame, you know I feel the darkness and the pain. All of the ways we tried to break free from the night. You know we made it out, we found the light. I fly so high, light up the skyline. Let's do it this time, like it's a whole new vibrant world. Like we're the only ones in this world. Like we're the only ones in this world. Now I see that I got everything I need. It's alright, I'm on fire, I'm alive, 'cause now I fly so high, light up the skyline. Let's do it this time, like it's a whole new colorful world. Like we're the only ones in this world. Like we're the only ones in this world. Never thought we'd get this far, burning like the stars. How we get this far, like we're the only ones in this world. Like we're the only ones in this world. Like we're the only ones in this world. What's a life without its worth? Compromising with what hurts inside. When you let fear decide your fate, you don't choose which path to take in life. In life, I'm finally letting go of everything that still holds me. I'm against all odds, but I won't give up, 'cause it's my time to shine. Steady in the storm, I can no one let me down. Destiny is calling high. And I
The road to the Asian Games has officially begun. As the first team stepped onto the stage, every match carried the opportunity to make an early statement in the race for qualification. Vietnam were first to do just that, securing a clean victory over India to open their campaign on a strong note. Nepal stood their ground, turning defense into opportunity before launching a decisive counterattack to secure a clean sweep. Syria also secured a hard-fought victory over Sri Lanka in one of the day's most competitive matchups. Indonesia showcased the coordination and discipline needed to secure a strong victory. Closing out the day, the Philippines delivered a disciplined performance against Pakistan, controlling the tempo throughout the game. 5 matches, 5 winners, 5 statements made. Day 1 has shown that every team has arrived with the same goal, earning the right to represent their nation on the Asian Games stage.
It's a thrilling day ahead of us, and we're in for an absolute showdown. Once every 4 years, Asia's finest compete for a spot at the biggest stage in sports. And today, we get the front row seats to all of it. Welcome to the 2026 Asian Games Esports Qualifiers for Honor of Kings. Yesterday, we got a glimpse of what's to come. 5 sweeps in all 5 series, with Indonesia delivering the fastest game in this tournament at 7 minutes and 19 seconds. And well, for some of the teams, this is deeply personal, with that record just sitting there, waiting to be broken. For some, this is their first time on the international stage, their first time carrying the colors of the region in the world in front of everybody. And it's a chance to show why they belong here. And for the others, expectations are already high, and they know it. But regardless of where they come from or what they carry with them, they have their eyes set on one destination: the 2026 Asian Games. So the question is, will we see another record-breaking performance? Or will another nation carry themselves and rise to represent the region on this very stage? And now it's time to find out. This is what makes it more crucial, as the top 2 from each group advance. The third placer gets another chance, and the rest, their dream slips from their hands. It's time to start the day 2 of the 2026 Asian Games Esports Qualifiers Honor of Kings. Casters, lead the gorge.
Lovely opening as always, coming in from Mara Aquino herself. My name is Sagi here, your desk host for today. This is the 2026 Asian Games Esports Qualifiers for Honor of Kings, and we are in day 2. With me is all casters of the Gorge, Holler, and also Adam. Welcome back to the English broadcast.
Thank you so much for having us back. And again, day 2, super excited. Some of these games are looking to be very competitive here.
Exactly, and we also have the Mongolian teams going against Philippines again today. So we do know that they really have to go through hard games as the first 2 matches.
Well, we are talking about something that we're having in the future. That's going to be a very far away game, maybe like match 3, match 4.
Yeah.
But this upcoming game that we have on our hand, this is definitely going to be the highlight of the day. Personally, for me, it's definitely going to be Republic of Korea going up against Singapore. 2 powerhouses going head-on in the opening match of day 2.
I think that this is probably going to be one of the more competitive games of the day, and we're starting off with that bit of a banger here. I mean, there's a lot of history. There's, both of these guys have squads from pro teams in the Honor of Kings scene, so this is going to be a fireworks of a game.
And are we expecting more Tyrant for today? More Tempest, because yesterday we actually saw the Syrian and the Sri Lankan team actually went through a Tempest game, and can we expect from the same from Korea and Singapore?
I think Syria had they were losing in the first few moments in the game 1, and then Abdulaziz came in on the Angel Lock with the clutch Tempest steal plus a Quadra Strike to make a great comeback and bring the momentum for Syria into that 2-0 clean sweep. So I think definitely making these important big plays brings a lot of momentum coming in, especially you are representing a region this first time.
Yeah, and actually for like day one, Abdulaziz being able to steal that Tempest Dragon, get the quadra kill to secure the win, but through that entire time though, he had been waiting in the wings for that moment. And this is why this Asian Games qualifier is so amazing, because you have that time. Are you going to be able to stand up and hit that moment when you need to?
Exactly. You'll never know what's going to happen with these teams, especially with our first match today. Although we do have the standing coming up, Sagi.
Yeah, we do have to check out what exactly went down after day one. Who and what teams coming in from respective regions are sitting currently in their respective groups. As we can see in Group A, Indonesia and Philippines are sitting comfortably with a tight score both for first place, and Mongolia and Pakistan still looking for their first win to equalize out their score. Group B, Nepal is sitting at first place with Jordan, Myanmar, UAE still haven't yet played their first game, and Kyrgyzstan, they will have to find a comeback way to potentially find for that first win coming in for Group B. And Group C, we only had one series yesterday between Vietnam and also India. It was a fantastic match, and Vietnam definitely showcased that they are one of the strongest group contenders coming in from Group C. And finally in Group D, that's where Abdulaziz came in yesterday and stole the Tempest on the Angela, which sent Seria all the way to the top of the group.
Yeah, I mean, if we're looking at Group A there, Indonesia and Philippines, they were playing games like they had dinner plans. Like they were running things out, and they wanted to close out the series as quickly as possible. But again, you're kind of seeing a little bit of a discrepancy in some of the teams. But again, we have a lot of unknown teams here.
Exactly, I agree. And we do know that the rest of the teams don't really have their data up online because they don't have their own leagues in their respective regions. So I do believe that it's going to be very interesting to see all of these secret metas that might come out.
Yeah, and these will be the three matches coming in for day 2 of our 2026 Asian Games Esports Qualifiers here. Starting matches, like I told you guys, Korea versus Singapore. This is definitely going to be the hottest match of today, which will start in a few more minutes here. And coming in for the second match, UAE takes on Myanmar. Coming in for another Group A match, Philippines will take on Mongolia. Coming in, India, Kazakhstan, and finally, Indonesia taking on Uzbekistan here. So as you can see, there's going to be a lot of Group A matches today, especially for Philippines, Mongolia, Indonesia, and Uzbekistan.
A lot of good games ahead of us. I think that a lot of eyes going into this is going to be back on India. How do they bounce back after that loss against Vietnam? This is still a team that we think that has a lot of potential in Group C. So we're going to see exactly if they're able to, again, bounce back here.
I agree, because I actually went through a couple of ranked matches and I actually went against one of the Indian streamers. So they were so good that we almost lost our game, but it just shows how fast they adapt to the gameplay. It's so quick, and I think we're going to see the same in their gameplay.
The adaptability is definitely something to be prized about, but after viewing through so many of the matches coming in for today, right, there seems to be a lot of Group A games, and with more Group A games coming up for their respective regions and everyone else, it means that the more games you play, the faster you will know who will be sitting comfortably first and second place going into the main event, and who will be fighting for that third spot going into the LCQ.
Yeah, and so basically we have about 8 days to do this single round robin to kind of find out who's going to be the top of your squad, or in terms of that group. Getting into that one is obviously key. You want to be top 2. So anytime you're like on the losing end, you got to start putting that pressure on now.
Yeah, definitely. And I do believe that they really have to give their best, especially early on this stage. But we do have a new Baichi skin participating in the event, Sagi.
Oh yeah, it's definitely going to be the Playground Hunter. It's already live in the official server of HOK. If you were to like finish up the events, you can get a free Baichi skin in the event shop.
For free?
Yeah, for free. You just have to do missions here. Just play some games and it's all yours.
Yeah, you perked my interest when I heard the word free. I was like, okay, where do I need to sign up? I just need to play the game? Okay, all right, easy.
That's on the game on right now,
yeah. Right? So yeah, I'm actually very super excited to get this skin. Being a new Clash laner myself, I'm kind of evolving and I need all the skins here.
Oh, you're joining the Clash laning role now. Oh boy, I do have a competition. Oh, you're changed man. What were you previously?
I was previously a roam.
A roam, okay. So you were competing with Cloud. So you decided, you know what? Cloud has his own roles. You're gonna. I see that. Now I see why. I see. I mean, Clash is a very fun lane because you do have a lot of 1v1s early on, and then you have to try to expand that into a fast rotation for your team. So
hey, save that for your rank games here. Right here for the 2026 Asian Games Esports Qualifiers here, and for the first upcoming series, we have Republic of Korea and Singapore, and they will be taking up the stage with this upcoming teaser video. So let's get to the teaser video.
Forged through years of competitive excellence, every movement is calculated, every decision is deliberate. One of the tournament's strongest contenders has arrived. Please welcome Republic of Korea!
They may be the rising challengers, but they fear no opponents. With a roster built on teamwork, adaptation, and the courage to create their own legacy, the underdogs are here to shake the battlefield. Please welcome Singapore!
I'm actually super excited for this upcoming match because I do feel that we're gonna definitely have a pretty 50-50 matchup between these two squads coming in from the respective regions here. Singapore, we know a few familiar places here. Those players, they have been in the esports scene for quite a while now, and for Republic of Korea, they are no strangers if you are following HOK Esports Global.
And this is the lineup for Republic of Korea, coming in with Yuno, Jihoon, Sungbin, Hunmin, and Sungun.
And this is a squad that's mainly residing from, obviously Republic of Korea, but it's going to be the Nongshim Red Force squad. A lot of familiarity with this team, and going into this, they've been playing well with one another. This has been the new roster, and I think that, seeing as they qualified for the EWC later in this year, this is definitely a roster that you need to fear here.
Oh yeah, so much competitive experience this year. Every time you count them out, they somehow find a way to make it back into the main event and almost defeat everybody. And their recent performance, I think they were second place in the previous tournament here, so they're definitely one of the hot ones coming in from the respective groups.
Definitely a lot of consistency, right? And I think that there's gonna be a lot of history between this team and at least one player on this one, and I'll point that one out. But it's gonna be Yenji, Yuming, Yuha, Kaiyang, as well as Weecat. And Kaiyang is Raven. He previously from Visaka, who had previously beaten Nongshim Red Force at KC 2025. So there's a little bit of a history, and I'm sure that there's a revenge story somewhere in here.
Yeah, and I do believe that they have a lot of competitive experience in the background. The team actually shows potential through coordination and adaptability. We do know that a Singaporean team is not going to go down easy, and I'm not surprised if we actually see 3 Tempers in the first game. Sagi, are you excited about that?
3 Tempers is a long way to go. We only had one yesterday, but judging from two teams' respective playstyle, that may be a possible outcome, judging from the fact that Republic of Korea, their playstyle really resembles slow and steady winning the race, pacing towards those power spikes, wanting to fight those big objective fights. So maybe, Adam, maybe we might see those Tempest Dragons that you're referring to.
Delicious.
I don't know if you're going to will it to get the Tempest Dragon. Obviously, we want to see a lot of drama. I think that it could definitely be there. But, I mean, look, if we're going to look at the side of the Republic of Korea, Sungup is definitely one of the guys that they want to kind of look into. Previously known, I mean, his alias IGN is going to be Haku. So he has a lot of history of being aggressive. He wants to take over the game. So, again, eyes on this guy in terms of just how he performs and takes over the map.
Now, I have a different perspective on this. I think it's more on the farm laners here. Kaiyang and also with the farm laner coming in from Korea, both of them have a very similar playstyle where if you give them their favorable picks, they can definitely scale up and put the weight on their shoulders to carry the team towards victory.
And the Korean teams, right, we do know that they have been playing together for quite a while, and the cohesion between the teams, the team bonding, well, they go eat together, they go to the cinemas together all this while, so we do know that it's going to be helping them quite a bit in terms of chemistry amongst the players. Compared to the Singaporean players, I am not sure that they have this bond as strong as Korea. I'm pretty sure they need to adapt quick for this.
Is that why I'm losing my ranked games with my stack, because I'm not going to the cinemas with them? Is that what you're trying to say?
Yeah, probably. You have to, you know what I mean? You have to spend time with your players outside the game to have this unspoken chemistry. You don't need to call out your shots in the game before you do something.
Yeah, it's like something like what we saw from Team Philippines yesterday, that everything was so well coordinated here. But the first thing that we have to coordinate is the draft coming in for Game 1 between Singapore and Republic of Korea in this BO3.
And it looks like they're going to go with a Yukio to kind of start things off. Singapore will just kind of ensure that they lock this one in. And this is funny because this is kind of carrying over from day one, right? Where the Yukio had been picked quite a bit. It seems like they're trying to look more for like a counter pick. It's a very an all-rounder, I would say.
And it's a very smart choice coming in from the Republic of Korea on their drafting phase here. You can see yesterday we had more on the bans coming in from Maestro Nui, Dolia coming in from the red side, but this time around, Korea knows for the fact that, okay, Singapore, you have a hyper carry farm lane player, and what's the meta revolving around this entire Asian Games version? Channel Arlie, both removed from the pool.
Yeah, they really do focus on his hero pools, and at the same time, we do know that Dolia is still open. I'm not sure if anyone's going to pick it up, but I do feel that this is going to be a very different playstyle. If they do pick Dolia from any side of the team, they really have to find another hero to go with the Celestial Melody to make it useful. And this will be the third hero pick from Korea. I am assuming they're going to take something for their jungle.
I like the fact that most of the teams have kind of honed in on the Ata pick. I mean, Korea is going to go with the Angela, just locking down that mid lane. I mean, it does quite a bit in terms of the stun. Yes, it's a little immobile, but I think Sungbin in that mid lane will be fine. But Ata, man, the ghost ships have been amazing thus far.
Amazing, I would say, especially when you get an Aaron of all heroes that doesn't have a solid dash that can cross walls. Once the Aaron loses the flash, and then she gets locked up by the ghost ship, it's done for here. So I can definitely see the idea coming in from Team Singapore in trying to use the Ata to mitigate the laning phase against the Byron while also amping up Yu Ming on that Ukyo Tachibana to go for those early aggressions here.
Still with the Dolia being out in the open, and I do agree with the Singaporean teams actually bringing out or taking out Guan Yu and Mai Sharnoi from this game, because it has been such a big problem for anyone who's able to play these heroes very well. And Liang has also been taken out by Korea, probably because they want to play something like an assassin at the jungle.
Yeah, and you want to kind of target Sungbin in that mid lane. I mean, that's kind of why they banned the Mai to begin with. That's one of his signature heroes. On the other end, you kind of don't want to... I mean, I'm thinking that for Hyunmin, they're looking... Or sorry, for the Haku, they're looking for some sort of high-flying jungler to kind of lock him down, and banning the Liang is just kind of taking that away.
High-flying jungler?
High-flying jungle?
Actually flies.
Karuru here. He flies on a little bird that actually drops down on towards you. Coming from Team Singapore here, are they going for a much more traditional route on the Zhangfei Lapu Lapu? Are we going to see something like a Ming to amp up further on Kaiyang's damage here? I think that's definitely a possible approach that they want to visit to.
Protect the president
sir.
style. I think that would be a good one.
There we go, Lapu Lapu.
Lapu Lapu is there, and also we do need some magical damage coming from them, and the mid lane should be something bursty. Probably gonna be I don't know what we're gonna go with.
I think figuring out whether something like Ladyism will be pretty comfortable, especially when you have a Byron coming in towards your face and leaving towards Korea side. There's not a lot of Romans left available. Potentially the Zhangfei is their only option here to finalize it. But oh my god, this is something that we call a Nongshin Red Force Special, which is Team Korea's official team, their club. It's a Quay. We're seeing another Quay today.
When in doubt, go with the Quay, right? I mean, it's all about those hooks, all about that control. Plus, when you have that ghost ship there, you can potentially pull somebody back into you. So it kind of plays around it. So I really like this in terms of the draft.
This is very smart coming from them. It all depends on the execution in the end, on how the Quay is going to try to grab someone towards his teammates and make sure it goes down. But again, we have to remember the hook hitbox is actually quite small.
It's coming down to precision here, coming in from the Republic of Korea. So Holler, talk to me. Who do you give the edge to in this game one?
I mean, it really comes back to the Quay, right? How many hooks is he going to hit? Is he going to hit like everything? Then they're going to pretty much win every single team fight, right? Because they're going to isolate somebody, get that man advantage and take over. But if he's not able to hit it, so Songun, if he's, again, just not able to kind of, connect with them, they're going to have a rough one in this one.
Yep, and they will try their best to clear as fast as they can early on in this game. It all depends on how fast they rotate to help the teammates on the side lanes. Having Wikiat opening up the vision up front is going to be very good for the Singaporean team, and we do know that Songkyun hasn't been too aggressive yet as of now. He's not going to be hoking the buffs away from Yu Ming, but he's going to be helping his farm lane.
Yeah, and actually one thing to take note of, just fun fact, Singapore, Lady Jean and the Lady Sun, both of them ladies, right? This is the lady draft that they were looking to go in. A lot of flexibility, plus the Lady Sun, you're going to do some serious damage come mid to late game.
And we do have the Ata still up top without too much of a problem going up against Yuno. And Yanji having these skill sets such as the passive that he has, he's going to be able to do a lot of health recovery. As long as no one in Korea does Blazing Cape too early, he's going to be fine.
Yeah. I mean, until that moment, right?
Yeah.
But on the Korea side, it looks like they're doing the whole gold sharing. And at the same time, Singapore rotating. They want to kind of lock down that bottom lane. Make sure that Hyunmin has a little bit of a rougher time being isolated by himself.
Yeah, the gold sharing thing, right, Holler, I think is very important for everyone to really understand this. Even though it seems like, hey, you're taking away gold from your teammates. But actually, in total, you're actually getting more than you should, right?
Yeah, and that's the key, right? It's a game mechanic where when you're doing it, it seems like, oh, why are they doing this? Like, why are they sticking together? Why are they wasting time? But actually, overall net worth grows, and that's what you need to do. Any sort of edge you can get, especially early game, is going to definitely help you out.
Songgon and Songbin still in the middle. Is he going to try to steal someone over to their side so that they can burst one down? Still not yet. He's still keeping his hooks. I think it's much more dangerous for a Kui player to keep their hooks because it keeps presence. It keeps the zone available for them.
Oh, he goes for the flash hook. He gets him right there, and he's going to do a little bit of damage, but he's going to flash away. And that was the first attempt on the Wicket.
It all depends on Songbin. If Songbin is able to do some huge burst damage up early on, but we still have to remember they don't have their itemization just yet. And it seems like Angela's gonna go with Scepter of Reverberation first as the first item. And nothing fancy so far. Still waiting for everyone to get their itemization done as soon as possible. But Singaporean team seems like they're trying to do the gold sharing technique right now.
It doesn't seem like it's a lot, but look at the net worth. They're already up 1K. It's 3 minutes in. The amount of value that you're going is Songgun going into the void, pulling him back. The Blazing Brilliance doing a little bit of work on the Weecat, and he has no flash. He's going to go down and give it up first strike to Jihoon.
Very unfortunate, Yu Ming did not manage to get sucked into the void. We do know that they did rotate it so quickly towards the mid lane, trying to help their teammates, but still managed to get Weecat. A good start for Korean team. Almost 1,000 plus gold for them. I think this is going to give them a bit of an edge. Kai Yang still alone!
Another hook hung up with yet another Kai Yang. Trying to flash away. He rolls on a out, but Hyunmin trying to go in. He gets the outplay and he limps away.
Wow, what a hook. This is...
another hook. Songgun setting it up. Would you say that Songgun is a good hooker?
He is. He is. In this context. And yeah, I do believe that he's been doing it very well. Flashing twice and both actually hits. Who can expect that? He's too quick, Holler.
Yeah, actually just the way he does it from the bushes, right? And able to kind of ensure that he gets the surprise factor. I mean, every single time you have to be kind of scared. It's one thing for him to be there, but then that hook, it repositions, it changes the dynamic of the fight.
Yeah, I do believe that Yihui has to be quite careful here. Lady Jen is quite vulnerable to the hooks as well. Songgon might be waiting for his flash to come back from cooling down. And I do feel that he's going to get...
He's like 100% with that Blazing Brilliance. Weecat is just like, oh, and he's going to get sucked into the void as he gets picked off. Songgun taking that one down.
Disgusting gameplay. This is working for them too well. And it's quite surprising. 3,000 gold in front, but the skills has been missing for Songbin. He's trying to run away from Lady Jen.
Oh, they take the bottom T1. Now they're going to look to turn another hook yet again by Songgun. And he has to use the passive just to stay alive, but he's in a bad spot. Yuhei is going to go down, and Songbin taking him down. But Hyunmin on the other side of the ghost ship, dancing around, somehow still alive. And Yunho coming from downtown all the way in. Jihoon is going to show up as well, and they've got Nyanzu.
Oh my lord, he hasn't missed any hook so far. Having that in mind, that's gonna be very scary. The zone control with just his presence is gonna be so strong at this point.
Yeah, how many hooks are you gonna hit, Songgun? Yes. I mean, he's taken everything. I think that he's been flawless. I mean, this is a very different game. He's looking to set up yet another one. He walks around. Oh, that's the first one he missed, but I blame you because I think you jinxed him, and now he's gonna go down.
I'm sorry.
Adam, how dare you?
I didn't mean to. But that seems like he's very, used to this hooking thing. And he does know how to predict their movements from to make sure that everything hits. And with the flash, he's just so scary. I'm not surprised if he's the MVP, even though this is a bit too early for us to talk about.
But the tempo, all of the value that he's getting,
Right?
he's had such an impact. I mean, it's only 6 minutes. We don't want to declare an MVP already, but it's looking that way because of how much of the tempo and now Singapore on the defensive side, everything is going their way because of those hooks.
And remember on how Hanmin actually managed to survive from the bottom lane? It seems like they're going to try to hook one here.
Now, he gets yet another hook into the void. He goes for the two-man stop, the Ocean of Tears, breaking that up. Weecat is going to be fine, but he's going to get Stormstruck for that. The Ghost Ship, and it looks like Yunho's on the wrong side of this, but here comes Jihoon. He's looking for the revenge. Yunho getting a little bit low. He doesn't have enough for the shield. He will fall.
A very quick help coming from Jihoon, but it's not enough to save Yunho. He did try his best, but Yuming is going to try to take Jihoon, but Jihoon manages to survive the fight.
He's just doing just enough, but Songbin, I feel like he's just on the edge. He hasn't been able to get the true Chaos Cinder, Blazing Brilliance, the full burn experience, if you will.
Who wants a full burn experience? Is he gonna hook? No, he's not. He's still keeping his skill sets. We do know that Hamin's still gonna try to get as much itemization as possible before joining the next wall.
And now he's just like on the prowl. Like they know he's nearby. This is scary, right? Because you know that at any moment you might get hooked. You gotta be super careful and playing a little more timidly than you normally might.
And Kayang also trying to get as much itemization as he can. And we do know that the Korean team is grouping up. They're trying to get a lot of the objectives up here and make sure all the resources is stolen from their side.
Yeah, and now the fight for the Azure Golem. It looks like the smite is going to be used. Jihoon taking that one away. Sunggun needs to be a little bit careful. He uses Into the Void. They've got him locked down, and Weecat is going to be down.
He doesn't care if you're a tank or not. He will just pull you away, make sure that you go down as soon as possible in a distance where no one can put us.
Oh, get another hook. Kayang flashing away. He's going to rolling right back to safety, but it's basically anywhere you go, you are not safe. Yunho is going to just limp away from that one, but they didn't get any pick off there.
What are we witnessing, Holler? The amount of sharp hooks that actually hits, it all connects. That is just so scary. If some fine day we could have a stat popping up showing how much hook that is hitting on, it will be very great.
Yeah, we need like a counter.
Yeah,
yeah, like how many times he's hit versus the miss.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think that his hit rate is definitely much higher in this one.
80% for sure.
Yeah, for sure at this point. He's done so much, and now again, we're just waiting. Goes for the hook, gets the Crimson. That's going to be great for them because they're going to take that one away. And now they have almost all of the buffs on their side.
Cheeky, very cheeky. 5,000 gold in front for the Korean team, and they will try to suppress at the bottom area. We still have our eyes on Sunggun where he is, and he's going to pull everyone towards him, and maybe they're going to burst down anyone. Anyone that he gets, even if you are a tank, you are going to be melted with the presence of Songbin, with the Angela.
I mean, it's the backup, right? I mean, it's about that repositioning, pulling him away, and then you have the rest of the team. This is the easiest thing for Songbin, using that Angela, because you can just literally burn everybody down. It just makes things so much easier when you have the guy right in front of you locked down.
I feel so bad for Yuming right now. It hurts as a jungler when you're not getting your buffs, you're not getting your resources. You know that's your only source of food to be economically okay to get your itemization. And he's not getting that right now.
Yeah, actually, the way you said it, with no food, that just sounds very depressing. Right? I think
I need a new term.
You could have gone with many different analogies, but you went with a food one, and that one hits home, man.
Well, we do see that he's struggling right now. Okay, good idea from him. He's actually trying to cut the bottom lane, make sure that the team has a breathing space at the base, because now Korean have to send someone to defend their bottom lane.
Yeah, but they sent Jihoon. It's probably going to be a worst case scenario for Yuming, is he's trying to get away in the dash across. The Eagles are being thrown, and Yuming is going to be down for the count yet again.
Yes, he tried to pull the tank, but he does know that his teammate is not nearby, so he pulls it off and cancel it out. But the Tyrant is still being focused by Jihoon. It seems like it's going to be easy double objectives from them. This is very greedy, but this is what they need, and they can do it.
Yeah, I mean, this is as greedy as it gets, taking them both down, and they have enough damage to deal with this and to just survive this. This is the 10-minute mark, and you are so far ahead that you're able to take both of the big neutrals. That is a giant play for both, and now they've got the pullback into the void. You can't get away from Sunggun.
You cannot get away, especially he just finished his frigid charge. This is going to be a bad dream for the entire team of Singapore, but...
All the flash forward, the Storm Strike is going to be on point. He dives the tower. He doesn't care. Kayang is going to be down. They found Yue as well. Weekek, all he can do is watch. And on the bottom side, Jihoon was doing some work as well. This game has been nothing but Korea.
This is the chemistry that I was talking about, right? Going to cinema really helps.
It depends on also what movie they were watching.
Okay.
Right? Like, is it a horror movie? Is it what? But it looks like this is going to be a horror movie as they take down Weekend, and it looks like Korea are going to take game number 1 off of the ace.
A good game coming from Korea. Congratulations to them winning the first round. And I'm pretty sure they're going to be continuing this momentum.
That was a very, very scary way coming in from Seonggun. A lot of the hooks, a lot of the plays, the early game leads were generated by this Quay pick coming in from Korea. And I have to say, that was some pretty insane accuracy.
Right? He doesn't miss.
He doesn't miss. I think that, I'm just going to predict it now. The highlights are going to just literally become Gun just hooking everybody, right? It doesn't even matter about the kills after because he was just setting it up for all of the team fight action, right? This game was all Republic of Korea.
And we've actually only witnessed one miss, and that's all. And I have to highlight that because it's the only thing that stands out about him, because he missed that one time.
So missing stands out because he's doing too good of a job in the game.
Exactly.
Yeah, that makes sense.
I mean, not to go Asian dad here, but
and you are a dad, though.
like, son, how
It
are you
is
gonna...
Asian Games Qualifier.
Yeah, I mean, how dare you? You got it on tape. You missed once. Oh my God, Sunggun.
That's going on his resume, right? But definitely, though, that game 1 coming in from Republic of Korea was really, really amazing. Aside from only dominating in the game with their planning coming in from Seonggun's Quay's hooks, you can see from the pick and ban phase, they have already strategized how they want to counteract against the farm lane-centric team Singapore here.
Yeah.
First bans coming in, the first 2 strong picks coming in from the Asian Games farm lane pool. Chano, Arlie, gone.
Yeah, taking that away, right? You also made it very difficult for Kayang to really get going. He is probably the star on Singapore. And anytime you're putting pressure on and he's not comfortable, doesn't have that space, and constantly getting hooked left and right, you're going to have a rough time.
And I was actually expecting for the Quay to focus down on Kayang because they are the backlines, they're the one who deals damage. But in the end, he was just hooking the tanks in front, the ones closest to him. It's the most convenient, and I thought that will be a problem for them to take them down because of the burst damage might not be enough and early on the game. But it works out, and they managed to steamroll from hooking tanks.
That's where the Angela comes in, right? Once you get the hook in, that Blazing Billows drops on towards the side of Weeket's Lapu Lapu, and he gets disintegrated, burns down. So I do think that in terms of planning, of understanding the Asian Games version, so far Team Korea, they have shown a very high level of mastery.
Yeah, definitely of mastery on that one. It also comes back, you're like, maybe it's like a draft issue and all that stuff. But when Songgun is literally hitting every single hook, it doesn't matter what your draft was at the end of the day.
It was really some really high-end gameplay coming in from Team Korea, but let's check out some of the item builds, KDAs in this post-game stats. So far, Korea is leading the series with a 1-0 score, and we do see that Seonggun 2-1-8 contributing to 10 kill participation here, the highest in this team. Every hook that he hits has led to almost a successful play.
I agree, and we do know that he creates a lot of space for the team every time he hooks someone or every time he keeps his hook because of the accuracy itself. Everyone is also aware, so aware that he's present, he's still keeping his hook, it's not cooled down yet, so they cannot move forward. They cannot go out from their base.
And you were talking about in the beginning of the game, you're like, oh yeah, he's just not hooking, but the potential is there, and it's actually changing the dynamic. And ever since you said that, Sunggun was like, no, I'm just going to constantly hook. I am not going to hold it back. Every time it's off cooldown, I'm going to use it.
So after observing this Quay performance, right, would you give it over to Charles from Philippines yesterday or Korea's Seonggun?
To me, the one miss sticks out, right? So I think, no, I'm just kidding. I think that Sunggun had an amazing game.
Are you still in this Asian dad mode?
I am.
Calm down.
I'm gonna talk to him later. How dare you miss one on stream?
Yeah, aside from Quay as well, right? We've been seeing a lot of Angela actually in the Asian Games version. I think this is like our fourth or fifth Angela pick so far in the second day so far.
And actually, that was, in terms of performance, it actually wasn't even the best one, right? Because in terms of damage, Abdulaziz yesterday, monster game with the Angela, but this one, very different because he didn't really need to. Like, the rest of the squad were doing enough damage for him.
To be honest, this is what probably I would call selective damage, when he just chooses the most important targets at the right time. So it doesn't really matter if it's translated into these stats or not. You can see Sungbin's damage is just about 3,000. It's not too much, but it's the most important moment, and it works out.
Yeah, I think that's a very good statement, right? Because every time we see Seonggun land a hook on the Quay, Seongbin is always there, ready to follow up on as the main damage dealer to burst down the tank that you talk about here. So I think it's like what you say, selective damage, so proper follow-up. It's probably those cinema visits that you talk about.
I'm very proud of that. Very proud of that. I know that the cinema thing is very helping out with them. I'm pretty sure they did it. And I want to know what are their routines other than cinemas.
Yeah, but I want to know more specifically in the cinema. Like, what are they watching, right? Like, again, it's like, give me a movie name, because then I'm like, okay, all right, we got to go for, like, is it like a romantic comedy? Like, kind of, get this awkward vibe with the team? Or is it like, tell me, brother.
Which genre helps the most, right?
I mean, it's probably going to be horror, right? Like, everybody's trying to see, like, who is the most scared in this specific part. But you can see, like, in the 11-minute game, Korea had to pull in a 9.6 thousand goal, which is amazing here. And these are the starting few moments that Seonggun was landing most of his hooks, which caused Weekend to be out of position, giving the first strike over to the side of Ji Hoon. And this is an insane one. He mind gamed Kayang into walking into the hook direction, and then even if Kayang were to burn the flash, Hyunmin was really fast in following up with the play to capture off for that solo kill on towards the farm lane 1v1. And this is also another one. Like you say, highlight reels? No, this is the Seonggun reel.
Yeah, he needs to put this on his LinkedIn, right? I think that just how much impact he had. Like every single, like he's walking in, he's in the center stage. Like you dare go near him, he's got a potential another hook. There we go. Just every single highlight is based around Seonggun.
It's sharp. It's definitely sharp, and we know he's not gonna miss. I'm not surprised if Singaporean team actually bans Kui after this. I know it makes no sense, but it's too scary at this point. This momentum might scare them up all the way to the next game, but every hook matters, and it's so good that they managed to steamroll non-stop.
Every single highlight reel is crowd control into a hook, or hook into a crowd control. Very beautiful, I would say, teamwork coming in from the Korea squad, which really allows them to make such great plays in pulling the goal gap into almost 10,000 at a bare 11 minutes.
Yeah, just the last highlight was one where Seonggun just missed the hook.
Hey,
I think everybody needs to kind of point that one out, because everything else was great, but that one miss. But Seonggun is going to be your clear MVP here.
We got to remove this Asian dad from this seat right now.
Get him off the casting table.
218 and 13% damage. For the Kui, 13% is actually quite a lot, to be honest. Even though he's been hooking tanks, but he's doing a lot of work, definitely. And damage taken is also 22.7%. Seonggun, he deserves this one.
Definitely deserving, right? So much presence in the game. From start to finish, he was making plays after plays after plays, building leads, shattering the hopes of the Singaporean squad in trying to make a potential comeback, in trying to drag the game into potentially like Tempest Dragon that you mentioned just now. So well played thus far in Game 1 coming in from Team Korea. What can Team Singapore do to actually make a 1-1 coming in for the remainder of the series?
I mean, Banquet is definitely something that they need. They might consider. That's how dire things are right now, because I think it just has so much impact. Plus, we're not playing global ban, so it's always going to be available. And when you have a performance like that, you're kind of thinking like, what can we do? What are our options? How do we avoid this altogether?
In terms of picking maybe different heroes to deal with Kui, that might work. Maybe heroes with more mobility, hero with a lot of dashes. But Sagi, I do think that banning Kui might be the right decision. There's no shame in this, okay?
Well,
there's no shame in this.
There's definitely no shame in banning a hero that you actually cannot handle here, but it's a very small sample size so far coming in for Team Singapore to actually execute on the ban. For me, if you're banning Kui, you're essentially losing out another ban slot here. Are you trying to remove the Guan Yu? Are you trying to remove the Mai Shiranui? All these are still top tier picks thus far in this Asian Games version tournament. So for them to actually ban Kui in the first round, it's going to be very inconsistent going into the second game.
I don't think you ban it. And the reason, because I think that there are definitely other meta heroes that have more of an impact. You kind of probably want to just play around that, and you just kind of think he's going to miss at some point, right? He's hitting all his shots now, but that hot streak will eventually go away, hopefully.
Okay,
hopefully.
The Asian dad mode is gone now. But we do know that Quiz isn't going to be a big of a problem, but I agree with Holler. There might be other heroes that's going to be a lot more problem, giving a lot more problems to the Singaporean team.
Yeah, I do have to agree here. But Adam, I just got to ask you, right? Where are we actually playing, and where are the players staying in this event?
We are actually playing at Petaling Jaya Marriott Hotel official venue. and the hotel partner of 2026 Asian Games Esports Qualifiers for Honor of Kings. This is such a good venue, and everyone is loving it. Everyone is going to breakfast together in the morning, eating all the national dishes, such as this morning we have ayam rendang. We have ayam rendang. Yeah, and I met Iqbal because we Malaysians and Indonesians have this who owns the rendang thing.
Who owns rendang?
Yeah, but he was trying the Malaysian rendang, which is different from Indonesian ones.
Yeah, we definitely have to interview him here to say whose rendang is better.
Don't do that. Don't do that.
I kind of want to see. I kind of want to know. I feel like, which one is better. I want to see the contest here.
You don't want to see anything. You just want to see heat. That's all you want.
I just want to see you guys at each other.
Can I get out of this room? I'm very scared right now.
Not be scared, because the only one being scared right now is Team Singapore if they can find the equalizer here in this series itself. Korea will be defaulting towards the blue side as Singapore chooses the red side here. So red side has a bit of consideration here. What do you actually ban out to allow Kayang, your core carry, to pick up the heroes that he wants, because you are on the second pick, which doesn't really allow you much room to think.
I think right now you're looking for something just early game. Create a little bit of space. We didn't really get to see exactly just how much, like the spacing from Yuming to be able to push them back to kind of create space for Kayang to get that farm. He was under pressure from the beginning, and if this team wants to succeed, again, everything kind of on the shoulders of Kayang.
I agree. I think they need to focus more on taking care of Kayang, and we do know that Kayang has a lot of potential. That doesn't mean that you can leave him alone at the bottom lane trying to deal with 3 heroes. Having Koi in that mix-up, I think they might have to really babysit Kayang, not because he needs to be babysitted, but because the team needs to win.
I think this responsibility falls heavily on towards Yi Hui and also Wee Kiat in trying to win out the mid lane 2v2, in providing more room of that 1v1 focus for the side of Singapore's Kayang here. As you can see, the same strategy still stands. Korea bans away the Arlie and Chano, some of the top tier picks thus far for the farm lane pool, resulting in Singapore defaulting into the Eren here. But here's the problem here. That's a first pick Guan Yu, and so far there seems to be no crowd control being drafted by Team Singapore in stopping this horse.
Starting off with a bit of a banger here. I mean, this is another one. Very similar to the Quay in the sense that you're looking to reposition, change the dynamic of the team fight. On the other side, Singapore going with the Aaron and the Dune. Some way you need that frontliner. The Dune is going to be great for that. Aaron, again, what you saw, how Korea play that one, very strong as well. So again, it's a bit of a chess match at this stage.
I agree with Sagi.
But not me.
I agree with you as well. But coming back to Sagi's point, where he said that they're lacking crowd control. And I think they need, what do you call a pinpoint crowd control? Something that stuns directly, like an idea.
An idea spell to
stop the Guan Yu?
Yeah, to stop the Guan Yu's charge bro. I like the Ata pickup here because Ata can actually break and also counter out Guan Yu in the laning phase. So that's going to be a pretty decent pick. But coming into the second phase, more of these roamers, more of these enablers coming in from both teams will be lock away coming in for the second phase of the draft.
They're going right back to the Angela, right? If it ain't broke, why fix it? I think that they're going to kind of let Sungbin do his thing in that mid lane and ensure that, you just have that old tried and true damage, which is kind of lacking from some of the mid laners that are, in this version of the patch.
I love this pick from Korea, which they took DRNG. DRNG is the best hero to deal with HP-based heroes such as Atta and Dune. We know that he's going to be melting Atta and Dune very, very soon. As soon as he gets Doomsday and Sparkforge Dagger. Great job coming from the coach of Korean team. I feel that they are not going to have a problem with these tanks.
I think so as well, especially when DRNG, when you land the ultimate, the golden token, you do remove almost 50% of the magical and physical defense, which makes the enemy tanks take more damage. So the accuracy coming in from Hyunin is going to be really important for Team Korea to actually tear down big tanks like the Ata, big tanks like the Dun. That's probably going to go into the hands of Yuming.
Just a lot of damage on the Korea side. You have pretty much a very well-balanced first 3 picks here. And kind of, again, going back to the Yuming Ata, like the Ghost Ship has had quite an impact. But is it the right play when when you see the Guan Yu charging the Razor Cavalry from the back? Maybe you lock him down with that Ghost Ship. I mean, that's kind of the thought process, but is that enough?
Well, for me, it's still okay, but the duty falls heavily on towards Yanzi, right? If he misses one flank coming in from the side of, on that Guan Yu, things are going to be really, really difficult coming in for the player itself.
And to me, I feel like the Ghost Ship is might backfire the team if he position it in the wrong way.
That could be
Guan Yu might make good use of the wall and just smash them against the wall, which is gonna be a big problem. But Dahlia has been picked, I think.
That's our first
for
one.
the first time. Yeah, I think it's gonna work very well with Dun, resetting the Unruly Blade a lot of times and hopefully being able to stop the Guan Yu.
Yeah, the Dahlia Dune combination, just these double.
Unruly Blade?
Yeah. The combination that you have, very strong, really setting it up. And I mean, this is something that we were kind of alluding to yesterday when we're talking about how the Dahlia would always be a power pick, right? It just adds so much impact. Plus, there's a lot of great ults that you can refresh. This is a good lineup thus far.
Hang on a moment here. That Guan Yu seems to be going into the jungle coming in from Team Korea. That's a Byron Clash lane.
Huh? Wait.
That seems to be a jungle Guan Yu coming in on the hands of Ji-hoon that will be played in this exact version. And then, yes, in some versions of this game, especially regions coming in like Vietnam, they do play the Guan Yu in the jungle here. So I'm interested to see how they actually pull this off. Instead, it's going to be a Byron jungle coming in from Ji-hoon.
Yeah, I think Byron would make more sense because Guan Yu is a hero that really needs to run around and charge up before he can attack.
That seems to be the case here, but this will be Game 2 coming in from Team Singapore and also Team Korea. We have a niche pick so far coming in as Byron jungle on the hands of Ji-hoon. So Holler, how do you think this will unfold?
I think it's gonna unfold. I mean, hopefully, it really comes back to, Sungyup in terms of the jungler, this Guan Yu, just how much impact he has. If he's able to, again, reposition everybody, they win all the team fights, like kind of what you saw in the last game. So it really comes back to him.
Yep, and it seems like the Singaporean is going to try to do a better rotation this time. We're going to try to catch Hunmin early on and really try to help Kayang. The stun really connects towards Yihui, and it seems like Yihui is going to do okay so far. They don't have enough heroes to help them out to get the Firehawk, but they managed to try to defend at least.
Smart, right? Singapore, you got to if you know who the all-star is on your team, Kayang is the guy. Not to say that the other guys aren't, but I think that he's kind of the man, right? He needs his space, he needs his farm, and especially, any sort of support you can give to him, you're doing a good thing.
Yep, he's actually outside the brush. I'm not sure if he realizes this.
Yeah,
probably he knows.
He's trying to freeze the lane here. Okay. So he's going to take a little bit of damage because he's just going to wait it out. I mean, and it's outside of the tower range, so it's going to be perfectly placed so that, now it's way more difficult for Yan to kind of to get those last hits because it's so close to that tower.
I see. Very smart from him. A lane manipulation 101. 300 or 500 gold in front for now for Singaporean team. Seems like they're doing well in terms of the economy. We do know that Yu Ming is ready for war at this point. Is he gonna jump in as soon as he sees the Angela?
So, while he's technically ready, I think that you still kind of want to wait. You got to pick your moments. Kayang here taking a little bit of damage there. Weecat was there on the side, but Korea looking to, again, pressure Kayang. He's the guy. Make sure that he has a rough game.
Ji-hoon is still trying to defend mid lane as fast as he can. Songbin is on the way. The gold sharing will be done soon, and we do know that Hamin is trying his best to farm as much as he can. It seems like this time there's not going to be too much aggressive gameplay early on, but we do know that Korean is usually starting to come online around 4 minutes and above.
Yeah, they'll be ready. I think that they kind of set themselves up. In terms of the lane, right now they're doing a lot of gold sharing, making sure that Ji-hoon's got that farm for that 4-minute mark, which is, of course, a key milestone in this one.
Yeah, and we know that Yihui is using Garuda. Garuda is going to be a big problem for them as well because the Wings of Judgment is going to be so painful for anyone in front of him. I think in terms of scaling, maybe Singapore might have the edge.
A little bit of an edge. I mean, if anything, this draft is a little better because Yuhei, the wave clear is real. They want space, right? Yeah. The last game, pretty much Korea got those pickoffs, and then they had no answer to deal with the constant wave pressure because they were down a man. This is a little bit more stock sturdy because you have the tanky frontliners as well.
Yeah, and are we saying that it's better off if they pick Kui again this time? They should have picked Kui. Are you saying that, Holler?
No, I mean, I think they could have gone back to that but this is also good. Sungun is also a sniper with these cannon blasts on the moats. He's definitely going to have an impact in almost the same way.
Yeah.
But One thing I've noticed about Korea when they were playing with, Nongshim Red Force, the KML, they have a really deep hero pool. They are not scared, to kind of, see what else is out there because, again, they're able to play everything.
Oh, Wings of Judgment, they're really trying to find the damage, but Angela is protected from the hits because of the minions in front of her.
Yeah, no real chance there. And plus the Blazing Brilliance, the Peacebringer just knocking 3 members back. He's going to do a little bit of work, and he gets a little bit low, but Ewing Unruly Blades on out.
Kayang is meeting up with Hunmin at the bottom lane, but he will be safe. They're gonna get a tighter without any problem whatsoever. Yuno's gonna rotate back towards mid lane once more. It's quite scary seeing Guan Yu and Byron in the same team.
Actually, I mean, they're very tanky frontliners, plus they're able to reposition you.
Right.
I mean, Jihoon is going to be a problem. He's always great with, he's so good with all of the different junglers, but on the Byron, this is an interesting wrinkle in the lineup from Korea here.
The amount of crowd control coming from them is a lot, because we have Guan Yu, we have Byron, we have Angela, a lot of crowd control coming up from Korea, and it's going to make it a lot easier for Hunmin. I think that's the whole point of this, Holler. Just to create space for Hunmin to be able to do a lot of basic attacks at the end of the game.
Yeah, Korea rides on Hyunmin's play. Like, I think that once he gets going, he is that finisher. The Storm Strike is going to be real. Kayak taking a decent amount. He's got the homing missiles, but he's not doing enough. And now with that think inside the box, they got him in the wrong side. The Unruly Blade, Yuming, he's going to get on back. Wind Slash just to ensure that he gets that space and he gets on out.
I'm quite surprised that Songgon actually missed his Cannon Blast. I was, hoping for him to channel his inner Kui into this Moza. But maybe it's a bit too early. Maybe a bit too early. He's going to, be angry if he hears what I said.
If there's anything that I've learned, it's okay to let them miss once in a while.
Oh, okay.
I know it's a little weird, and he should be hitting all of his hooks, but, the Cannon Blast, we'll let him go a little bit.
Yeah, but we can see that they're really trying to focus down on the tower, and is he gonna commit? No, he's not. Just to make space for the tower to go down.
I mean, they saw them coming in the way that they were just able to kind of dive in. They were just running on out of there, but they lost the bottom T2 because of all of the space that was created.
Yuming is still up front, opening up vision for his entire teammate. He is committing into this without the help of his teammates. They has just arrived, and they're gonna do it now.
Yeah, now with that Wings of Judgment, but how much damage can they do? Jihoon, look at the fight, 1 versus 5. He gets Wind Slash, but he's continuing on. He needs to be a little bit careful. Sungbin is going to be down as well as Jihoon, and it looks like Hyunmin, he tried to go in, get it onto on top of Weecap, but that might not have been the right play. Double strike going the way of Kayang before he gets taken out.
A very good fight. Yuno has just arrived from the top lane. He wasn't inside the team fight just now. I think that they're going to try to play around him next time. They really need his presence because he just used his ultimate down at the bottom lane, tier 3. And I think that Singaporean team actually chose a very perfect timing for this war to happen. No wonder Yuming actually committed all the way down into the backline because the lack of CC coming from Yuno.
So this is something that, Nongshim Red Force Korea tends to do, right? Yeah. They will look to take fights. If you're looking at what just happened, even in the last one, Yeonho was nowhere there, but they were willing to take the fight 4 versus 5, and you can kind of bait out Jihoon at moments. He tends to be a little bloodthirsty at moments.
And I guess he's supposed to buy some space and time for his team, but apparently it's not enough, and his teammate actually lost a lot of space and heroes at the back. But we do know that they need Yuno in the next team fight. They need Yuno no matter what, and Yuno really needs to be at least nearby.
Okay, you just said like many a time, so I'm like, no, he needs that to be, needs to be there. Got it, I'm on play. Okay, all right. It took a little tracking, my bad. It's still a little early in the morning.
Stop the Asian diet thing, please.
But here we go, the Blazing Brilliance, he's been stuck on the wall. Sungbin, he's just trying to just stay alive, but he gets picked off. Yinuo making him pay for sticking around. The Wind Slash is going to be on point. They find Hyunmin as well. The Cannon Blast slowing him down, but I think Singapore are going to be very happy as Jihoon goes in with a force field suppression. He wants at least Weecat. He tries to go for that Storm Strike, but he's in a bad spot. He too will fall. A hot streak going the way of UA.
He actually tried to chase Dolia. I thought that he was going for different targets, but actually going for the Roma is a very interesting choice coming from Jihoon. But it seems like Singapore is going to try to get the tier 1 tower in the mid lane without any problem whatsoever. Still having Songun, and is he going to force it out? He is! He's trying to push everyone into the tower, but he's being punished with the Wing of Judgment coming from Yui.
Oh, a little bit of a bait there. Yunho trying to make that Soaring Green Dragon, the Razor Cavalry onto the minions, but he gets caught out. The Ghost Ship was perfect by Yansa, and they're going to set things up. And if you wanted to see Singapore start rolling, now has been the moment. It seems like they figured out Korea, at least in this early game.
And Tyrant's gonna be theirs right now. It's gonna be going into 9 minutes. It's gonna give them a little bit more movement speed. They're gonna really try the tier 1 tower, but the entire team from Korea is here, ready to defend the most important tower in the entire match.
Yeah, Korea though, with enough wave clear to kind of limit at least some of that damage. Yes, they're behind, but they still have that opportunity. They still have that outside. Again, you're talking about the importance of that mid T1. Still alive. They still have a chance in this one.
And having Guan Yu in this game, Holger, I was expecting Guan Yu to do a lot more plays with his teammates. But as of now, we still haven't seen any of that. And it seems like he's going to get caught way up in front because he's not using Kui.
Yeah, Songun all by himself, kind of, I mean, he got a decent cannon blast, but he was completely isolated. The rest of the team were not there. It seemed like he didn't get that invite to that movie.
Go on, go on. I think that he needs to be closer to his teammates. He was trying to use his cannon blast while his teammate was so far away. I'm not sure where he's getting at just now, but seems like Singapore is going to try to force this one more time with the Wings of Judgment.
Yeah, and this is going to be a much better push. But again, they can't really get too close. Sungbin with just enough with like that Blazing Brilliance, it just clears the wave so quickly. But Hyunmin was trying to be a little bit sneaky and taking the Tyrant here. They need to be a little bit careful with how they proceed because it looks like Yansu and the rest of the squad are there. They've got the Wind Slash. The Tyrant is actually going to be leashed. Soaring Green Dragon coming from the side. Yunho, he's getting pulled around, but he dashes away. They find Weak Cat, and it looks like Yansu is getting very low himself. Sungun with the Cannon Blast, and do they have enough? And yes, they do. The Heroic Strike is going to be enough, but Yunho sacrificing his life because he wants to go for the team kill on this one. Yehu running as well. Is he able to flash away? And he does, but 4 members down from Singapore.
A very good kiting fight coming from Korea. They really forced out Singapore to actually be a little bit overextended just now, but the force coming from Yuno was so good that he actually managed to force them to go down one after one. And this is what happened just now. They're trying to get the Tyrant, but look at him. Yuno was so ready at the back. He actually went in, knocked them out, and he keeps on pressing in, even though his HP was actually quite low.
This is where they need to stick to. Like, this is the composition. It revolves around the Guan Yu. It was the first pick for them, right?
Yeah.
He needs to set things up. Every team fight thus far that they lost was because he was never there. So now that they know the play, hey, we got to stick together. We need to ensure that Yuno is being the initiator.
Yeah, this is going to be very interesting to see how Singapore is going to start to deal with this problem. Are they going to start to use the Ghost Shape? But look at how Yuming got melted so quickly under his own tower. They're going to try to dive into the tier 2 tower hauler.
Yeah, Jihoon not scared whatsoever. They're going for the side. Yunho just trying to push him back. They find Yue, and it looks like Yansu just trying to run away. But again, just set up properly. Jihoon is an absolute monster on this Byron here.
He quickly rotated to the bottom lane. He's going to be pushing that lane, and he's going to try to pressure them into the tier 3 tower at the bottom lane. 2,000 gold in front. It's not too much, but it's enough for them to start pressing in.
2 members down. No way to defend on this one, right? Yuming will be up. Yue in just about a couple more seconds after him. But this is a tough situation. Korea now looking to flank, taking the mid T3. Jihoon needs to get on back. He's a little bit low on the side, able to get away. And now the Blazing Brilliance says, hey, you want to come for my buddy? Come through this first.
A very good zone control usage of that ultimate from the Songbin. They're going to start to pull back just a little bit. 2,000 gold in front. And it seems like Singapore is trying to press them away because they know Jihoon has no HP. So they are lacking tankiness. And Yuno is not really okay with his HP as well.
Oh, the Blazing Brilliance. They find Yuming and he's in a bad spot. He gets completely decimated. Yunho is on the side. He's just trying to bait them off, but the Razor Cavalry is going to be used with that heroic charge. They're pushing him back. Yuhei, he's getting knocked around like a pinball, and he gets taken down as well. Weekend is getting a little bit low himself. Hyunmin finding him out. Yunho does fall in the end, but I think he did his damage as 4 members down yet again for Singapore.
Hyunmin actually managed to flank the entire team from the back using a DRNG, which is very, very crazy because of the help of his teammates. Look at how they're diving into the tier 3 tower. They know it's only 1 hit left, and they're going to try to end this right now.
Yeah, the Blazing Brilliant Jansu is just going all in. Think inside the box is going to be on the side, and it looks like Korea are opening it up. They take the ace. Yuming just trying to hold it down, but the Crystal in half, and he too will fall, and Korea will take the series and the sweep.
Another amazing win coming from Korea. 2-0. Is that convincing, Sagi?
I would say it's very, very convincing here coming in from Team of Korea. This is exactly what we expected coming in from start of the day here. But Game 2, Singapore actually fought back really well up until the 10th minute mark. But Yuno coming in with the Razor Cavalry on that Guan Yu, found the first attempt, soak up all damage, kited away to the right side, and then found the finishing blow on towards the backline. That's what exactly set up the pace for Team Korea to find that comeback in the mid-game.
It seemed like Yunho was the guy, the reason why they were losing, and then also the reason why they won. Because once he started getting in those team fights, the dynamic of the entire game shifted.
I agree, and I was expecting them to do the same from the beginning of the game, to use Guan Yu to actually try to flank everyone from the back early on, but apparently probably he was trying to get his itemization first, trying to get all the minions, trying to get all the golds ready for him to do enough damage, but yeah, he actually managed to pull it off 10 minutes forward.
I think the early game was very well played by Singapore, especially you see that Yanzi on the Ata was like successfully blocking the flanks, marking down the Guan Yu's attempts, which we saw in the mid lane before 10 minutes. Yuno was actually having a really difficult time in accessing those teamfight angles that we talk about. But coming into the late game, where objective is like your main approach in the Shadow Tyrant, it starts to see that the focus coming from Team Singapore started to waver. They didn't really put a mark on towards Yuno's Guan Yu, which allowed him to go in, disrupt the battlefield, escape for a while, and find another flank angle, which successfully brought Team Korea back from the brink of a comeback.
Yeah, this is a game where if you're Singapore, you're not so discouraged. You definitely had that chance. You had a great opportunity at the start of the game, as you rightly pointed out, Sagi. And going into this one, I think they need to continue that momentum. It was the mid-game where Yunho started to get online and they weren't able to tag him. And then that was kind of when he was able to kind of turn this game on its head.
I think the biggest problem for them is to continue that momentum, trying to find how do we maintain this consistency, this pressure. I feel that the answer has been cut off just because the Guan Yu has started to come online and he's going so aggressive throughout the entire map.
And aside from praising Yuno on his Guan Yu on how much flanks that he actually did, I want to put our focus to Seongbin on that Angela here, because in the later stages of those fights, he was successfully taken down Yu Ming, who has been having a fantastic early game with the double of Lily Blade Dolia doing combo. But this Angela successfully found those opportunities when Yu Ming was starting the objective, when he was crossing a river and taking down the primary front line, which is that Dun.
And actually, it's funny that you point out Yumi, because you would see him and he would just constantly get burned down, right? And he was not really tanky enough, and this net worth speaks volumes here. Well, he was 4th place in terms of his own team's net worth. There's a reason why he, again, was not tanky enough to survive as that frontliner.
But to be honest, early on, he actually managed to get like a couple of kills alone at the back because his team was so busy handling Jihoon in the mid lane. But afterwards, he couldn't continue that momentum again because of the lack of damage coming from the entire team, and he cannot find that chance.
I think it was more of an opportunity that Seongbin actually found out, that they bursted down Yu Ming in removing a 5v5 in up front. And afterwards, you can see the damage coming in from Korea. It's coming mainly from Seongbin and Hyunmin. And it goes back to what you said during the pick and bans. If Hyunmin gets to land the golden token, it allows Seongbin to simultaneously burst down the tank even quicker than expected here. That's why we see Yu Ming. Although he got taken down a few times, you can see a very high damage taken percentage of both the Singapore's Clash lane and also the jungle.
Actually, I'm not aware that the golden token actually reduces magic as well.
It's okay, now you know.
I thought it's just physical, just for the DRNG, but apparently it helps Seongbin too, so that's very interesting.
And looking at these stats, I mean, like Yunho, 50% of the team fight rate, right? Again, they were losing because he was not there.
Yeah.
And then once he started showing up, the other 50%, and then that's when they started to win. So stats speak volumes about how a team fight or a team game actually went, and just being able to show up at the right time, it's got to be key as the class laner.
And honestly, I thought that Songgun's Moza was okay, but definitely not as angry, not as furious as the Kui just now. Because he was sometimes off position in the mid lane. He went in alone. He'll never do that with Kui, right? Probably because Kui needs to stay away from the enemy so that he can pull them further away.
I think it's also because that in this game itself, we do see Singapore finding more opportunities to fight back, which really decimated Seonggun's occasional bad positioning, which we saw that there's like a difference between there. But you also can see like Seonggun, he tagged 70,000 and he also did 69,000 here. So he was actually doing a lot on this Mozi compared to what he did on a Kui. Kui, yes, he did land all those amazing hooks, but on this game itself, he's also a pseudo damage dealer on that roam pick.
Yeah, and also because, the Moat has the Peacebringer, so he has a little bit of more mobility. He would probably, just be a little bit further ahead as opposed to the Kui, who's a little bit more static, where when you're going for the hit, you need somebody to back you up. So I'm sure that they were on the same page a little bit more with that role in mind. But again, the Moat is a little bit different here.
I agree, and this graph really aligns with what both the three of us have expected to happen, which is a very close fight between the two teams. And Singapore actually shows that they are able to take down Korea, but they did not manage to continue the momentum. The graph really shows that a roller coaster. Once it goes to Korea, goes to Singapore, and all the way back to Korea.
Yeah, it's about consistency in team fights and their decisions at those big few moments, right? You can see this graph early to mid game before the 10th minute mark. It's really back and forth, almost a 1,000 to 2,000 goal lead between the two teams. And afterwards, at the 10th minute mark, is where we saw Yuno and Seonggun start to find those amazing crowd control in the team fights, which led to the demise of Team Singapore in this game too.
Yeah, and you're watching this one, you're thinking, Korea just completely blew them out. It's like, no, actually not so much. It was very competitive. It took the last minute, as you see in this gold graph, for Korea to really kind of get to that moment. I would say like the 10-minute mark is when they started to just get that ultra rise and they were able to close it out. But this is a much closer, it's a much closer game than the 2-0 score will show.
Yeah, that's when Yuno comes in probably. But I want to ask both of you, do you both agree that it's gonna be Yuno that's gonna get the MVP?
Ooh, I think Seongbin or Hyunmin actually played really well too.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah, I don't think Yeonho will. Because again, it's the first 50%. Like it's
because he's late.
It's the entire average, right, of how you played in the game. If you just show up for the fourth quarter, it's a very different ball game in that sense. But I think that going in, it's going to be a much tougher decision to see who's going to be the actual MVP from production. Good help.
I think we'll find it out later real soon. And as of now, you can see in these highlights here, the first 10 minutes actually went super duper well coming in from Team Singapore, isolating their targets here, picking off those key moments, building that goal lead into a steady even here. But take a look at this upcoming 10-minute fight here. This is where we saw the 50% that Holland mentioned here. Jumps in, Bridget charge pops it, everybody takes the crowd control coming from Ji-hoon, and then re-enters the team fight to capitalize on the escaping Yan Ziyang. As of this point, Kaiyang is already too far forward, gets caught by the golden token flash coming from Hyunmin's Yoonjae, and that's all it wrote. And these are the moments. Yumin getting knocked up by the Overlord, getting chunked down by Seongbae's Angela, and then it's a 4v5, and it leads to the destruction of Team Singapore in this game too.
And this is where Hanmin actually comes from the back.
Exactly.
Which is not expected, by the way. He actually rotated so far trying to catch them. And such a nice game being played by both sides of the region.
Yeah. And we want to see a little bit more, but we're going to find out who the MVP is actually going to be in this one. I think it's going to be a close one, but it looks like Sungbin from the mid lane off of the Angela. Your thoughts on that one?
I called it. Definitely. This is a very good performance coming in from Seongbin. He was really connecting the damage, the crowd control well, and this is back-to-back Angela game. And so far in this tournament, in the Asian Games qualifier, Angela seems to be a pretty popular pick.
Yeah, I agree. I was just about to say that because even Abdulaziz managed to get the MVP yesterday. So we do know that it's really working well for most of the teams, and I thought it's gonna be only working and effective only for the teams that don't have their own leagues. But apparently even Korea are showing up with a very good Angela gameplay and managed to get the MVP.
I think it just adds a lot. I mean, it has a stun, it has a lot of damage, it's sustaining, right? And if you want to just stand and fight, where a lot of the other side, if we're looking at junglers, they tend to be tanky, right?
Yeah.
So the Angela just burns through it, right? So it's like the perfect counter, and so it's just playing into the meta more than anything else.
And then in the early game as well, Angela is one of the rare mid laners in this Asian Games version that allows you to clear the wave fast with like 2 spell ones. 2 spell ones, wave is done, and then you immediately rotate to the side lane to assist your teammates here. So definitely well done coming in from Republic of Korea, getting a clean 2-0 to start their journey here in Group D. One of the most difficult groups that we actually have in the Asian Games qualifiers here.
The most important thing to me is hands down the best Kui gameplay today. And or not just today, for the entire qualifiers for now. Or are we gonna see a lot more Kui gameplay like this afterwards? We don't know, but hopefully there is, because he has been proven on how Kui can be so effective today. And hopefully there's more Kui, because I love Kuis.
Yeah,
I love it.
But I also think that there's only Sungun is one-on-one, right?
Yeah.
Let's be very honest. I think that
Charles
the way he was
today?
He was all right.
I'm gonna tell Charles after this.
Yeah, please.
Oh,
Tell
okay,
him
okay.
that Mobile Blam was telling him that.
Yeah, it is definitely a very good gameplay from everyone today, and we want to see what's coming up next. But after this, I do believe that we're gonna have a bit of an interview.
Oh yeah, we're gonna be having Mara.
Interesting.
Lovely Mara that's gonna be interviewing one of the representatives coming in from Team Korea to find out how they feel after that match. It's their first match in the Asian Games qualifiers here, so it's definitely always good to start on a right step coming in for Team of Korea. So without further ado, let's pass it over to the Mara so she can actually check out the interview and review with them what exactly happened. So take it away, Mara.
Team Korea opens the day with a 2-0 sweep. Congratulations, MVP in game number 1 with Kui. In fact, that Kui Angela combo was so effective, with Angela finding ways to initiate and Kui with that crucial follow-up. How did you manage, and what makes this both pairing, what makes it so powerful, the Kui-Angela combo?
우선 너무 축하드립니다. 그래서 오늘 첫 승에 엔젤라랑 쿠이 이 조합이 선택한 이유 굉장한 좋은 조합이라고 생각하는데요. 그래서 이 조합을 선택한 이유이 무엇인지 말씀해 주세요.
지금 메타에서 안젤라가 미드 중에 굉장히 영향력이 큰 미드 캐릭 중에 하나이고, 안젤라를 썼을 때 또 종규와의 조합이 생각보다 괜찮다고 생각해서 안젤라랑 종규를 같이 픽하게 됐습니다.
So I think that this is I'm so happy that this combination worked out, and then because after we have used this combination of Angela and Kui before, and then due to the experience, and then we choose this combination again for this first win.
And well done, MVP in game number 1. And what we also notice is that your team has an answer to your opponent's every single move. Your placement was great, and you seem to predict what's going to happen next. So how has Team Korea developed this coordination and this map awareness? How was the communication like with your team earlier?
오늘 상대팀 싱가포르 팀을 만났는데요. 그래서 완전 완벽한 조직력을 보여주셨는데요. 그래서 어떤 비결인지 말씀해 주세요.
연습 때 이제 다른 팀들 그리고 싱가포르 팀들도 그렇고 되게 강팀이라고 생각을 해서 연습 과정에서 굉장히 준비를 단단히 하고 왔고, 그 연습의 결과라고 생각합니다.
So we know that Singapore is a very strong opponent to us. So during practice and training, we've been very focused and do a lot of practice against this team. So I think that's the effect from our training.
And that's such great respect to your opponent. And for sure, they're respecting Team Korea after what you've shown today. The world is watching, and so is Korea. What would you like to say to everybody?
그래서 우리 지금 대한민국 팬분들도 전 세계는 보고 있는데요. 그래서 대한민국 우리 팬분들께 한 말씀.
저희 대한민국 아너 오브 킹즈 팀 응원해 주셔서 감사하고 앞으로도 더 좋은 경기 많이 해서 꼭 메달 딸 수 있게 잘 준비해 보겠습니다.
So thank you for supporting us, and then I hope that we can secure a medal. And thank you.
Once again, congratulations. Strong performance. And we're looking forward to the next. You heard it from Team Korea. And now we're going to be talking about that a little bit more with the casters. Lead the Gorge.
Like I say, every time that we have a representation coming in from different regions, one thing that is in common, they're always super proud and happy to represent their own region in the Asian Games Esports Qualifiers here. So I'm very happy with their performance, especially from Republic of Korea, because that was a showcase of what they can actually do, and they are aiming for the main event.
Yeah, there's a reason why I'm not on a pro team, because come winner's interview, I would be like trash talking. I would just be bad mouthing. I would be probably a bad influence. And probably there's a reason why I'm not on the winner interview.
A very good thing that you're with us at this desk then. But we have to be talking about our next game after this. It's gonna be United Arab Emirates against Myanmar.
I think it's just like I would say, opening match coming in for both regions, because they have yet to play in a official match so far in the Asian Games Esports Qualifiers here. But if I were to put my focus, I think Myanmar definitely has a higher shot, because they do have competitive experience thus far. So for UAE, they're more like a challenger coming in to prove themselves that they can actually take this one.
I think Myanmar is a very good region as well, because I've went up against them. I've seen their plays as well, and their picks are more leaning towards support play, a lot of crowd controls, a lot of annoying heroes that they pick out, and that's just how they are. Again, I think it's also related to cultural thinking. Maybe with a lot more crowd control is gonna deal a lot more problems to the enemy.
Like a Quay.
Like a Quay.
Right, okay.
What's
I mean, I mean, just set it up. I think it makes a lot of sense, right? Anytime you can win games off of your roam, I think that you're doing a phenomenal job, right? I think that going in, it's also interesting to see exactly where UAE want to go, because of the fact that, again, we don't have as much data. We don't really know what sort of heroes they like. They too might be, great players themselves, huh?
And I think to be a better Quay player,
okay,
I think what do we need? It's gonna be a proper device. The best device for being a good Quay player, like all the pro players on the stage. What would it be, Sagi?
So if you're interested in the device that we are using currently in the 2026 Asian Games Esports Qualifiers for Honor of Kings, is gonna be iQOO 15R. 120 FPS. Ultra graphics, high quality, good cooling, because if you play out in the sun or when you're out with your friends, if the phone overheats, it's not gonna be a fun time, because it throttles, like it goes black. So iQOO helps you with that. Get an iQOO if you want better gaming experience.
Is this why I'm missing all my hooks? Because I don't have an iQOO phone.
Exactly.
No, that's a skill.
Are you gonna do that thing again? Are you gonna do that thing again to call you?
Yeah.
Hello, iQOO?
Yeah, no, iQOO, let me know. You can just, I think you need to snail mail me. I don't know how they would respond, because I don't have a phone, right? So I need to figure out a way to get access to an iQOO phone. I would say phone lines are open, but that's a lie, right? Because again,
you have a pen over there and I have paper here.
Yeah, I do.
The old
write it down.
Style, write a letter.
I'm going to draw an iQOO phone.
I'm
going to draw an iQOO phone, and this is what it's going to look like. So I have to just manifest it, I would say.
Yeah, but you don't manifest it, just like what Mara always says, right? You manifest it until you actually get it here. But the main idea coming in from the next game here, UAE, the unknown, fighting Myanmar for a shot in their group. Everybody wants to go to the main event, so it's definitely going to be a very important one, because it's still the first game coming in for respective regions. So, well, that will eventually happen after this short break, because we are currently needing of one after so many of the Quay games here. So do bear with us. We will head to a short break before we come back for more HOK action.
stage. Contestants fight for the honor of their regions while we cheer them on from the stands.
Double kill.
This is a challenge, but it is also an opportunity. The tide is turned.
Fastness in front. They're going to use it. Golden tight zones. Tatsumi.
Victory.
And we pulled it off together. We share the same voice, the same radiance. This moment of brilliance belongs to all of us. Together, we shine.
Welcome to the 2026 Asian Games Esports Qualifiers, Honor of Kings. 20 regions, one stage, and only the strongest 9 teams will earn the right to shine above the rest. Taking place in Malaysia, June 13th to 21st, 2026. Coming to Malaysia, this is the battleground where teams fight for the right to qualify for the Asian Games. 20 teams enter, but only 9 teams will move on. Apart from the 20 regions, there are 3 regions that have direct qualification. Here is the 2026 Asian Games Esports Qualifiers Honor of Kings format. First, the 20 teams will split into 4 groups of 5. In each group, every team faces every other team once in a single round robin, with every match played in a best-of-3 format. That means every match matters. Every game matters. Every single point matters. The point system is simple. Win the match, earn 1 point. Lose the match, earn none. At the end of the group stage, teams are ranked by the total points they've collected. And from there, the road begins to shine. The top 2 teams from each group qualify directly to the Asian Games main event. That gives us 8 teams advancing straight out of groups. But for those not through yet, the light isn't out. The teams that finish 3rd in each group still have 1 more shot. They move into the last chance stage. There, they battle through one final BO3 single elimination bracket until 2 teams remain. The 2 teams will then face off in a BO3 match to claim the one final qualification slot. So in total, 9 teams will make it through, 8 from the group stage and 1 through the last chance stage. That is the rule. Now it is time to see who can rise through it. From across the world, regions gather here in Malaysia. 20 teams, and only 9 will qualify. The path is set. The stakes are clear. Together, we shine. Stay tuned, and we'll see you at the stage.
Ultimate not ready yet. You have slain an enemy.
My magic murmurs in ecstasy.
Amazing!
I'll be back for your life soon.
Shall I compare thee to a summer's day?
Don't engage. Don't crush us like insects. Defend our base. Our high ground tower under attack. Amazing! Unbelievable!
Ah, the fragrance of romance.
Ally has been slain. Rampage. Double kill. Triple kill. Spectacular. Pentakill.
Lady Fortune is on my side.
Itu bukan track kita.
Relax, bro.
Phone aku! Jom kemana? Mountain View! Angkatkan pengemaraan! Kau boleh!
Kat mana pula ni?
Water truck!
Kasih boost.
Adventure! Dapat pun! Steady, bro!
Lancarkan kepala gengmu.
They tried.
The new Spriteling skill, Dig It, is a passive skill which will automatically trigger at fixed times each match, up to a maximum of 10 times. The skill grants guaranteed standard rewards like gold, XP, shield, health recovery, and more. There's also a small chance to uncover mysterious grand prize effects during the match. Dig It may also produce tradable high-value treasures. Detailed information about acquired treasures will be shown after the match ends. Each treasure has its own rarity and storage size, and obtained treasures will be automatically stored in your warehouse. If you want more high-quality treasures, make good use of the Treasure Fusion feature. You can also copy and share your code so friends can help speed things up. Treasures in your warehouse can be sold for event currency, which can be used to redeem skins, items, and other rewards on the event page. You'll even have a chance to win physical prizes like smartphones and cash. You can also spend event currency to bid on high-value rewards. The auction uses a hidden bidding system, where you can submit 2 bids for the same reward. The highest bidder wins, giving you even more ways to obtain rewards.
If you've ever wondered how to go from HOK player to HOK top influencer, this one is for you. HOK welcomes all creators. First things first, when you start as a HOK player, your in-game highlight can become your content. This is the first step of building your own social media presence. If you keep on creating and reach 100 plus followers, you will be invited to HOK Studio and become a HOK Studio creator, starting to earn various incentives as you grow. You'll get token and cash incentives for your creativity. Stay in the
sound of the rain. the skyline. Let's do it this time, like it's a whole new vibrant world. Like we're the only ones in this world. Like we're the only ones in this world. Now I see that I got everything I need. It's alright, I'm on fire, I'm alive, 'cause now I fly so high, so high, light up the skyline. Let's do it this time, like it's a whole new colorful world. Like we're the only ones in this world. Like we're the only ones in this world. Never thought we'd get this far, burning like the stars. How we get this far? Like we're the only ones in this world. Like we're the only ones in this world. Like we're the only ones in this world. What's a life without its worth? Compromising with what hurts inside. When you let fear decide your fate, you don't choose which path to take in life. I'm finally letting go of everything that still holds me. I'm against all odds, but I won't give up, 'cause it's my time to shine. Standing in the spotlight, can no one back me down. Destiny is calling high. I'm not afraid to fight for everything I love. Victory's on my side. The more we lose, the more we gain. The more that nothing stays the same in time. Can't love ever, can't forget. What you see is what you get sometimes. Gonna show the world tonight the light that shines inside us. We're against all odds, but we won't give up, 'cause it's our time to shine.
Welcome back to the 2026 Asian Games Esports Qualifiers for Honor of Kings. This is day 2, and we have witnessed just now Republic of Korea taking down Team Singapore in a quick 2-0 fashion here. So Holler and Adam, what do we have for this upcoming series?
I think we're going to see a lot of drama, right? UAE and Myanmar, you can hear some of the players in the background, right? They are ready to go, and I think that they're fired up because, again, this is the first time they've been on stage at the Asian Games Qualifier today.
This is going to be very interesting because Myanmar has a lot of experience in this as well, and you know, they often use these unorthodox heroes that we rarely see being used in our league sometimes. And I think it's going to be very interesting for us too because it's going to be very refreshing for sure.
I do have to agree with you, especially if you were following the previous editions of the KML region or the WKS region. Myanmar has always been a strong force to be reckoned with, and right now representing their region as the regional team, I do think that Myanmar might have what it takes to actually be one of the group leaders coming in towards their group.
Definitely one of the favorites.
Correct.
I mean, it's just that more that we've seen them on the international stage. I think UAE on the other side, you're kind of like, oh, how good are they? It was like well, we haven't really seen too many games, so we can't really judge in that sense. But I think that it's still, to their favor, right? They could be a dark horse. They could pop out some picks that we haven't seen thus far. It could be very interesting as we move forward.
I agree. United Arab Emirates with their picks is going to be fun for us to watch. And will they use Kui again? I don't know. It's going to be a lot of Kuis today maybe, because we love seeing that hooks. When it connects, when it never misses like just now, it's going to be the hottest topic today.
Adam, that's just because you like a good hooker, right?
Yes, I do.
In this context,
Yeah, of course. What would you think? Anyways, yeah, I do think that it's very important for them, but they're kind of, it's all about the latest patch that will be coming out on June 17th. It's going to be called the Grand Venture. This is a huge update that will be on across all of the global platform. This is going to be an interesting one here.
It's the biggest one that's going to be coming this year. 4 new heroes, many new modes, Super Brawl Full Spriteling modes, and then you can also get treasures with your Spriteling taking it. So definitely, if you're interested in the upcoming new heroes, new updates, make sure to check out June 17th update here. But let's go back to our discussion there just now on UAE and also Myanmar. Like you mentioned here, there's very little information on the UAE squad, so maybe they're like this dark horse or like this underdog here that can actually make it happen in their group. Because if we revisit back to the format of this tournament, first place, second place, directly qualifying to the main event. But if you're 4th and 5th, you're out of contention. But 3rd place, you still have a shot to actually go into the last chance qualifiers. Exactly, yeah.
Yeah, I think it's going to be fun for us to see, because we don't want that number 3 slot, because you're going to have to play a lot more games than you're supposed to, because you could have rested so way earlier if you get number 1 and number 2.
That's correct here, but let's put our focus back into this exact matchup here between United Arab Emirates and also Team Myanmar. So let's start with a teaser video.
A force wrapped in mystery, stepping onto the field with no expectations to hold them back. Unpredictable and fearless, their greatest strength may lie in the unknown. A new challenger has arrived. Please welcome United Arab Emirates!
Carrying the pride of their region, they enter the arena with confidence and a style built around taking the initiative. With sharp coordination and the hunger to challenge every opponent, they are ready to prove their strength on this stage. Raise your voices for Myanmar!
The Battle of Group B. Currently in Group B, with the information that we have, Nepal is sitting comfortably with a 2-0 lead with 1 series win against Kyrgyzstan. So whoever wins this one, they'll put themselves higher in the rankings of Group B, and whoever loses this one will be at the bottom with Kyrgyzstan.
This will be the lineup for United Arab Emirates. We are starting off with Abdelaziz, Ahmed, Muhammad, Rashid, and Abdullah. They seem to be mysterious also because there's a lacking of data from online tournaments for them also. This is going to be their surprise, right? The surprise factor is going to come from them, and they have this sort of like an edge to surprise anyone who's fighting against them.
Yeah, and it's also kind of like no expectations, right? I think a lot of the teams that have, are deemed the favorite or whatever, they have a lot more pressure. They need to kind of perform. But for them, hey, this is like free money for them in the sense of just being able to play out on the stage, and they're probably going to be able to surprise people here.
And to talk about surprises, we do have to check out Team Myanmar on their available roster in this tournament.
And they're going to be made up of Min, In, Sai, Jin, and of course Zai here. And this is a squad that, again, we were talking about pressure. There's a little bit of pressure on Myanmar, and they definitely need to perform because, again, all eyes on them right now.
Yeah, I'm expecting them to be able to play this much more easily compared to United Arab Emirates, and we do know that they have a lot of experience in their hands and they should be able to do well, knowing that the hero pools from Myanmar is a lot bigger.
Yeah, I think that's the fun part about HOK, right? Like hero pools, like your depth of the knowledge of the game that pushes you further and further into the mastery of this game. But for the side of Myanmar here, rather than pressure, it's about them representing their regions, just like what UAE is doing here. If you can win, that's the best part about this game.
I mean, if everyone can win. I think that, you know, nobody wants to come in here being like, hey, you know what? I just want some lessons. I just want to, you know, learn from... No, everybody's looking for that win, right? Everybody wants to kind of move on to the main event. Obviously, only 9 teams can out of the 20. So I think that going in, yes, of course, you want to win, but you got to do it. And this game is not easy for some of these teams to kind of overcome some of the obstacles that they might have.
Yeah, knowing United Arab Emirates, we do know they are going to be very mysterious, that we want to see a lot of hero picks coming from them that's maybe unorthodox. That's something that we're not used to seeing all this while. We have a lot of heroes still untouched comparing to what we've seen yesterday. We've been rotating around more or less the same heroes because we're not using global bans.
Exactly, right? Like, we're not using global bans, so whatever that you find being useful or worked out for you in Game 1 or Game 2, you can always repeat the usage of that specific hero compared to our usual HOK Esports global tournaments.
And there's kind of a little bit more expectations in terms of the draft as well, because this is where you've got a set template, right? You pick your best 5 and go. Yeah, some of them might be banned or whatever, but at least you have an idea. I think that, you know, it's kind of a faster pace because in terms of the draft pool, you don't need as many heroes readily available.
I agree, and it looks like Myanmar decided to take out Guan Yu and Dolia, while UAE decided to take Arlie and Mai Sharnui. Both are very annoying heroes. And starting off with Ukyo Tachibana, you cannot go wrong with this hero. It's versatile, it has sustainability from his ultimate.
And he's also really aggressive in the early game here. Give him a minch and he will take a mile towards you and take all your camps if you do falter here. A very strong snowball hero that has been picked up as the first pick coming in from Team Myanmar. And for UAE, a classic mid-roam duo here. Xiao Qiao and also the Lian Po has been locked in.
Just a lot of control, at least from the side of UAE, right? The Xiao and the Lian Po really setting it up. The Zhang Fei in return, very similar to the Lian Po in that sense of just having that big ult at the right moment. Plus now you're rounding it out with the Fatih. Myanmar's lineup, at least to me, looks a little bit more balanced in this first phase.
And to be fair, both sides of the team does have a very tanky hero, such as Lian Po and Zhang Fei, so we can expect that both teams will not be taking a lot more tanky heroes after this, unless if they want more team fights. So UAE does have the choice to take Atta if they want, because they do have the Renji in their hands, assuming that Myanmar will not have any heroes that's going to be using Doomsday, but they already have Fateh to deal with any heroes which is HP based.
It's a really good late game pick, right, Fatih? One of his strong clash lane picks here that is really good in excelling in those mid to late game team fights here. As you can see, coming into the second phase is about banning what's not been picked by both teams here. For Myanmar, they have yet to pick a mage here. That's why you can see UAE, they're putting a lot of focus on towards the side of Sai, especially in the mid lane pool.
You want to target him as much as possible. I mean, you got the Zachao. You're looking for more of just like the wave clear, then to go and rotate to the other lanes, potentially getting a pick off. But the D-Renje for me is one that you kind of need to look into. I think that it's the all tried and true. It's a very balanced hero.
True.
It's not the flashiest, but it will get the job done for you.
The damage is a lot, especially if he already has his Sparkforge Dagger and Doomsday. That's gonna be melting any tanks in front of him. But I think, Saki, the downside of Sparkforge and Doomsday is that it's not built to fight against fragile heroes, squishy heroes. It's built for tankiness.
Yeah, I think it's more on doing mixed damage so that the tanks cannot really itemize against you. Percentage health damage from Doomsday, which does physical damage, and then Sparkforge, which does magical damage here. So it's more difficult for a tank to actually deal against like mixed damage output here. But fortunately, coming in for the side of UAE, they do have the Atta, as you mentioned, locked in in here. This Ata is a very smart pick. It can either go Clash or jungle depending on the situation that arises.
I think meta-wise, the Ata has been like 100%, like almost in every single series. It has just so much impact, a lot of the flexibility that you're talking about, even in terms of role. It just provides so much, and it can be very disruptive. But the UAE side, yes, they have a lot of crowd control, they have a lot of, you know, stuns and all that, but it seems like they really need a little bit more damage for me to be really comfortable with this lineup.
I agree. They do need a lot more damage than this right now. I'm still waiting for what their jungler is gonna pick. But for Myanmar, they chose to go with Zia and Chano. Zia's gonna be very interesting because it's a long-range mid laner and he can sanctify anyone to give extra EXP and levels.
Oh yeah, you can break the level 15 cap for both Zia and also the target that he looks to put his sanctification on. I like the balance coming in from Myanmar, right? You have strong laners coming in from both Fatih and also the Channel, and then Ukyo Tachibana facilitates that early game. But when late game hits, that's where both the side lane plus the mid lane starts coming online. For UAE, we're waiting for the last pick here. It will be a lane. I think this is the first lane that we have in this tournament.
Haven't seen it. Yeah, I think that this is going to be the first time. Has that potential. It definitely jumps to the back line, makes it very easy, so the Chano needs to be a little bit careful in terms of his positioning. The Zia also potentially get jumped on, so that's the thought process, at least for that one.
Ooh, this is a very aggressive pick from UAE for sure. It's going to be a very early game meta for them. The fact that Atas has been picked, and he is going to be playing jungle with Ata. So I do believe that there's going to be a slight bit of advantage right there for early game especially, but they have to end game early, Saki.
Well, it's for them to actually perform in the game because this is the second match of day 2 in the Asian Games qualifiers here. Blue team, we have Myanmar, and red team, we have United Arab Emirates duking it out for a spot in Group B.
Thank you so much, Sagi, as we go into this one. Second series of the day, game number 1. And I think that Myanmar, and it looks like both of them are like, hey, we're going to just kind of, you know, prioritize the mid lane as much as possible. Let's put the pressure on and just kind of rotate around, use the gold sharing to our advantage. But again, we want to be aggressive, especially early.
Yeah, the rotations are very important from early game to make sure that they have an advantage before the war at the Tyrant, because the team fight is going to be happening at the Tyrant. Is so important for them to get the advantage for movement speed, for the extra damage. Usually that's what most teams are going to be doing. And we do know that having Ata in their hands, they have to finish the game early. They cannot prolong for too long because having Chano in Myanmar, they're going to be focusing on late game.
Yeah, Xin is definitely the guy that they need to kind of focus on. Maybe limit as much as possible. Plus, Min, he can be a late game monster as well. So they have their plethora of options. Plus, you have Sai that can kind of help accelerate those guys as much as possible. So again, you were talking about early game. Yes, I 100% agree with you from UAE. But who from that side really needs to step up to just make sure that they carry this game from UAE?
I think it's supposed to be Abdullah and Abdel Aziz. Both of them have to initiate fights, dive into towers non-stop. But it seems like Abdel Aziz is going to go down first, but he managed to run away just in the nick of time.
Yeah, just a sliver of life. That's all you need, right? I mean, it was very close, right? But you were calling him out. You're like, he's got to have a great game, and then he just gets gone on. So, okay, yeah, like hold it on him. Like let the guys play him out, right? It's not even 2 minutes in.
Well, yeah, he needs his death from above. His level 4 is still not there yet because of the pressure coming in from the jungler of Myanmar. It seems like Rashid and Abdullah is going to be sticking together for a while, and seems like Abdullah is not going to be rotating with his mid lane, so he's going to be missing out a little bit on the gold sharing thing.
Yeah, and now the mid lane, this is kind of be the priority from Myanmar, right? I think that this is a smart play. Let Sai and, just kind of rotate around, ensuring that they do, I mean, they're going to do a universal law, potentially stealing. Any sort of steal that you can get is going to be gravy.
Yeah, he managed to steal it quite easily, I might add. 900 gold in front of UAE is going to be a little bit of a problem for UAE. They really need to stick more and try to clear the jungle together and then be ready for the next team fight that might happen down here. Knowing that Sai already have his ultimate, Umbrella Up is going to be a big problem for them.
Yeah, Abdullah taking a decent amount of damage. Did not expect Ian to kind of make that rotation. So they're going to be taking a decent amount. In Myanmar right now, I like the way that they're playing. They're playing aggressively, putting the pressure on, and they've got a 1K lead because of that.
And it seems like Abdelaziz is going to be focusing on his laning phase first. He's not going to be rotating too early. But look at this. This is very helpful for Aeon because Min is going to be start to reduce the HP of the jungle and then let Aeon just come by and just smite it.
Yeah, Min doing a great job. I mean, he's got the level advantage over Abdelaziz. He's been helping Int as well as just farming. So just a lot of value. It's the little things in the early game of ensuring that you're coming out slightly ahead.
Yeah, it's going to be benefiting them in the long run. So all these small little things really matters a lot. And UAE is going to start to group up around the top area. Are they going to be able to maybe get some eliminations before they rotate down to the Tyrant? Seems like they're going to be playing much more safer for Myanmar because they're going to be focusing on the objective.
You don't need to play super aggressive as Myanmar. I mean, as long as the lanes are being pushed out, you've gotten tremendous value. You're up about 2k at this point. The Tyrant is going to be the first target. They smite that one out. They get that for essentially for free. Yeah. And they're going to look to contest. Abdullah just trying to deal with that spike tail, but he just dodges it. He barely stays alive. The Tremor Smash is not going to really hit anything but those wolves. So not a lot of value as Abdullah is getting targeted here. Needs to be dodging the Universal Law as well.
Yeah, but they're still trying to steal this Azure Golem as fast as they can, but it seems like Min is a little bit overextended. He managed to use Flash to run away, and we do know that the 2,000 gold lead is going to be helping them a lot in the long run. As long as they don't overextend too much, they will be doing fine. But the existence of Sai itself in the game playing Zia is just so annoying. Abdullah has been having a lot of problems trying to run away from him.
Yeah, the Zia, for me, I mean, it's a hero where when you're, ahead, it's great, right? But when you're behind, that's kind of when you see the weaknesses of the hero. It doesn't have as much value, but this burst ramp doing a decent amount. Mid is going to be on the tower, the Death at Sunset, everything in the kitchen sink being thrown at him, and he just eventually falls, but it looks like it's going to be first strike. But at what cost? They've lost 2 members as well. The Revenge Tour was making their way to the top lane.
The punishment trying to help him out really benefits Myanmar right now. Ahmed and Abdullah is going to go down, but it seems like they're going to get one more. I thought that team fight was over, but they managed to just get one more elimination.
Yeah, they actually had to hunt him down. Abdelaziz thought he was safe as well, but under the tower, Ian with a double strike, taking him down. And this is why Myanmar are so scary.
What damage was that? That was insane. That was a lot of damage, and he actually managed to sustain his HP quite a bit. We're still waiting for Sai to collect his madness to get this Unbridled Outburst very soon before maybe they could try to get the Overlord after this.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's definitely on the target list, but they've already got the mid-T1, everything going the way of Myanmar. They've just been very aggressive. The way that they've been able to kind of, again, punish the top lane is like, yeah, you gave up first strike, but we'll take the next 4 kills.
Seems like they're going to try to focus down on Sai for the moment, but the Unbridled Outburst is still being kept by him. Is he going to try to force a fight here? That's what we want to see. Also, the Scepter Reverberation has been done by Xiao Chao. It's going to be a bit of a problem for Myanmar because the damage is going to be very, very high from Xiao Chao, especially when Abdullah is tanking the damage up front, and he's going to be free hitting from far.
Yeah, and I like it how Min is just split pushing. He doesn't need to be in the team fights at all time. He needs his own farm, so any sort of space that he's getting is going to be great. And now UAE, all of them are grouping. This means it's less value across the map. You're not able to secure as much, and now they're on the run because they're getting a little bit outnumbered on this one. But the value that Myanmar are getting, because they're okay, now they get the burst off, Abdullah down.
Wow, what a damage coming from Ukyo. Ian is very comfortable right now, but they're still going to try to dive into the tower. A very great Unbridled Outburst.
Yeah, Min just going on the side. That Sunset, maybe he stays alive. Rashid, he's going to be picked off as well, but now with the knock-up on that meteor kill, but not enough. Abdelaziz will survive, but 3 members down from UAE.
Ian's going to be focusing down on the T2 mid lane, and he's going to be rotating towards the top. Ahmed has still not been able to find a space for him to farm, and they're all going to go down on him to make sure that there's no more jungler in the UAE.
So he got the buff, and then he just gave up the buff because he just got picked off. I mean, he got hit by that punishment from Sai-P, ensuring that he doesn't get away. I mean, nothing is for free at this point. Myanmar, with this map control, this aggression, this game 1 has been definitely in their favor.
I think Ian's going to be diving into the tower and get a free distraction towards the tower for free. 7,000 gold in front for Myanmar is a big number within 7 minutes, right? This is going to be helping them a lot to push and what might potentially be the final team fight after this. It all depends on Sai if he's ready to use his Unbridled Outburst or not to open out the team fight.
Yeah, and now he's thinking about it, but Rashid gets bursted on the side, a little out of position. The Umbrella Outburst is going to be flawless as they go in. The Tremor Smash is doing a little bit of work, but he's going to fall. The Death and Sunset, they want to go with a Meteor kill. He's not going to be enough, and Abdelaziz gets picked off. 3 members down. Myanmar looking to just take this game 1.
5 of them is still up, but double strike has been given to Ian. There's still Ahmed in the base trying to defend, but can he pull it off with just him alone? There's only 2 minions up top, maybe a couple in the middle, but I don't think it's enough.
Yeah, no ult as well. Ahmed, he's just going to be knocked around. He's going to be picked off. Rashid is just respawned, but it's not going to be enough, and it looks like game 1 going to Myanmar.
Congratulations, Myanmar, for being able to get this first game with such ease.
And that was a dominant performance thus far coming in from Myanmar's player and on that Ukyo Tachibana. Very demanding early game, utilizing the full extent of the Ukyo Tachibana burst in capturing a lot of single eliminations on his own self.
Well, there you go. I mean, we were kind of like, had eyes on Myanmar. We're like, okay, how good are they going to be? What level are they going to bring? Well, you see exactly what's going on. They are ready to play as they came out firing in game 1.
But there's still a lot of proactiveness coming in from the UAE squad. We did see a very strong dive potential coming in from Abdelaziz and then the Elaine. Everyone just piling on towards the Myanmar for that one solo elimination. But it comes down to how you play the later stages of the game. The tower pushes, the objective starts here. I do think that Myanmar definitely had more of an advanced approach coming in towards this segment.
Yeah,
I agree. I think Myanmar has been doing great and they are quite confident, comfortable with the rotations. I feel that Ukyo has been doing very great. Usually Ukyo really have to be safe, right? Because he's an assassin, his HP can really go down quite quick. But it seems like he's extremely comfortable using his Sabertooth, making sure that all of the sustainability skill sets has been maxed out.
Yeah, and that's kind of what, I mean, they first picked it, right? So they had to have been comfortable. They wanted this because they were going to set the tone. I think that that's the biggest thing. Whenever you pick first, that is the #1 hero. He's going to have the most impact. That's why they wanted it.
Exactly, right? That's why, like, Ukyo Tachibana in this Asian Games version has so much priority in the sense. It's not only about damage, it's also about how strong his mobility is, how fast he can clear the jungle camps, how he can take away from the enemy. That's why it makes it such a good pick, especially on the blue side.
I was actually hoping for Atta to be much more aggressive early on because Atta is one of the few heroes that doesn't have any mana. He doesn't really use mana and it all depends on the cooldown. So if the skill set hits, he will do a lot of sustainability. Any sort of damage from basic attack, ultimate, first skill, second skill will replenish his HP.
Yeah, if you're looking at the draft, you're thinking, oh, they've got a lot of good ults, but it's kind of like they were staggered a bit, like they weren't really kind of helping one another. And so that's kind of where they kind of struggled because, again, they weren't able to kind of have that wombo combo to really isolate anybody.
Yeah, they just didn't really have the chance to pull off a great team fight coming in from the UAE side because Myanmar was just finding so much opportunities in those river fights, in those solo pickoffs, in allowing the strength of Ant on that Ukyo Tachibana to fully bloom into fruition here. I gotta say, 704 on that Ukyo Tachibana, almost 8.45k gold in a sub-10 minute game is actually a really fantastic performance coming in from the Myanmar jungle.
That's a lot, actually. And also, when we were talking about early game composition from UAE and then late game composition from Myanmar, apparently Myanmar really compensated that lack of early game capability by utilizing Zia at max. He was chasing everyone down from the beginning, chasing Lianpo. Whoever is in front of him will be hit a lot.
Yeah, and also Ian, I mean, look at his net worth, 8,500. Like double, literally almost everybody on the UAE side. I think he had a great game, plus a 704. He's got to be the clear MVP in this one.
Yeah, fantastic performance coming in from Myanmar in game 1 itself. And I like how you brought up the fact of the Zia because looking at the fact that UAE had like 2.5 tanks, including the Elaine, Zia, when you land the burn effect on the enemy, you also reduce your armor and magic resist.
Take away everything, right? I think that he was able to kind of set things up. I mean, he had like second highest damage. Yeah, he didn't have the kills, but he definitely softened it up, made it so much easier for Ian to kind of just clean up when he needed to. Because again, once they're lower and you know the Ukyo is going in, he's gonna just basically just like decimate everybody.
Yeah, the first case of Zia is going to be slowing everyone down, and it really works well for them. We were expecting also that having Alain and Atta and also Xiao Chao is going to be helping a lot towards the early game, but apparently maybe the rotation has to be a lot more close formation rather than spread out throughout the entire map too far away. The fact that Min is always on the side lanes, and most of the time Myanmar has been doing team fights with just 4 of their heroes, and they're still winning those team fights.
Oh yeah, it really comes down to the early game power spike coming in from Ant on the Ukyo Tachibana and how the team is able to move around his playstyle here. Mainly talking about Sai P and also Sai H, which has been setting up most of these team fights really well coming in for Myanmar.
Yeah, also, I don't want to arrow him, but Rashid just got picked off early. They couldn't really fight. That draft revolves around his damage just being there so that he's able to sustain and able to take people out. Once he goes down, all of the crowd control in the world it's not going to save you. You need the guy, the farm laner, to really win these team fights. Not able to do it, as you see it in this gold graph here.
It's a give and take thing, right? You need crowd control, control the team fight, but you also need the DPS to be ready and available to dish out the sufficient damage on towards the enemy team. So for this exact moment, as a team per se, Myanmar is definitely miles ahead of UAE, at the very least in this game 1, because we see in this gold graph, that's a 8-minute 45 seconds game with an 11,000 lead towards the Myanmar side.
Definitely more mature in terms of gameplay, in terms of how they position themselves and how Zia is consistently in front of them, poking everyone, making sure that the farm lane can have a lot of space to farm freely and hitting all those last hits to make sure that he's maximizing all the gold available to him.
I mean, 8 minutes and 45 seconds. It really did seem like UAE were able to really get settled into this game. This was the first good attempt. They tried to dive under the tower a little too deep, right? Yeah, they got first strike, but then here come the cavalry. Literally everybody and their moms are there in the top lane, just taking everybody out. You really had no chance, and they made them pay there.
It's like a kindergarten visit, you know? It's like time to pick up your kids. I think you definitely know more than me regarding that. So for me, this is definitely how we factor in the entire map movement. One guy getting caught out coming in from Myanmar, and the other 4 members, they immediately come to the aid here. And these are the moments where Sai H and Sai P were so good in setting up those team fights for Ant, Xin, and Min to actually pick up those easy, quick eliminations.
Oh, Sai H, with all of these amazing ultimates coming from him, all of the jump phase that we've seen in the Asian Games qualifiers has been performing very, very well. And it's one of the best performing roaming hero that we've seen so far.
Totally agree.
With probably the highest percentage of win rate, I might add.
It has so much value, right? It just provides so much. The team fight, the ultimate, you know, the Umbrella Upper is just so good, right? It just sets everything up. Plus, it almost baits people out. Everybody goes on him, and it just makes it easy because it sets it up for that perfect ult.
Yeah, the perfect ult, right? Because that play right now that you just mentioned here, everything is set up by the team, but who kickstarted it is Ant. Definitely this guy, 7-0-4, 26% damage dealt on the Ukyo Tachibana here, while also holding 26.3% of the total gold from the team. Not only is he scavenging for takedowns, he's also gathering all the resources here from the hands of the UAE jungle.
He's so fast. He's so annoying. It's very hard to catch him. I can see that the UAE was struggling to touch him even. The fact that he can just go in and delete someone and make sure that he can get out without being touched, that is something that you really need to learn how to do.
Yeah, and actually something that I've just learned is that, hey, if you want to be MVP, you need to pose and strike a #1. Because for myself, all my poses, I do 5. And so I usually end up in 5th place or last place, depending on where in the game. But I think that, yeah, I got to start doing the #1 in my own pick.
I think that's fact. That's a fact with evidence here, because I do remember Chami Nazaria from yesterday. He was also pointing a 1.
Okay.
So that actually makes sense coming in from Holler.
Yeah.
Everybody knows, right?
Called manifesting?
Yeah. This is, yeah. They know. They got to be the #1. I think that this is the biggest piece, right? It sets it up. I've been doing my profile picks wrong this entire time.
All this while you've been raising all 5 fingers.
Yeah. I was like,
that's why I'm #5.
Oh, wait.
But definitely one of the great plays coming from Myanmar. I feel that I think that Ukyo has been a good pick. It shows how confident they are with that hero.
And it's on standard ban pick, right? You can still revisit back to the pick itself if you want to. And for those who are wondering, where are we holding this exact event for the 2026 Asian Games Esports Qualifiers for Honor of Kings? It's definitely at the Marriott Pataling Jaya here. It's our official venue sponsor and also hotel partner here. So players, talents, and all the coaching staff from across the globe all stay here for the Asian Games qualifiers. So we bid our thank you once again to our official hotel sponsors.
Yeah, just a big shout out to them. I mean, they've been very hospitable as
Very
well
nice,
as everybody
very nice.
here. So the food has been great as well. So being a foodie myself, I've enjoyed it here. So yeah, they have the #1 food. I think that's
there we
that's
go.
something that they need to-
#1 on food. I think. Very smart, very smart.
Now, that's like everything that we saw in Game 1, right? For UAE and also Myanmar, there seems to be a large skill discrepancy between the two teams. It's the cruel thing about esports, right? It's always about skill, always about mastery towards the game. So for UAE, what's your expectation for them in Game 2?
I think that's a little bit of shell-shocked game, right? I think that they were like, okay, now we're on the stage. Whoa, like Myanmar came at them. They seemed angry almost. UAE, now they need to just calm down. They need to play their game. I think that come draft, they got to give a little bit more support. Like they need a little bit more in terms of the damage dealing and less, I would say, in terms of the crowd control. Because again, they were really lacking that in Game 1.
I think the most important thing for UAE right now is to also rotate better. They need to group up better, move together as a team. And there's no harm done if you actually rotate with your jungler, clear the jungles together with the mid lane, with the roamer, trying to maximize the gold train technique as much as possible. Also, being forever ready for what's coming up, because there might be team fights anywhere. Someone might be hiding in a brush and whatnot, but that also translates in a very good rotation if they can do it very quickly.
It's a two-way thing, right? You need the teammates to respect the jungle camps available. Let the jungle full clear first, and then let him pick up the minion for the gold sharing that you mentioned, and then you look for plays on towards the crossback. When the minions meet, then maybe you look for a side lane play. Something like that. It's what we call priority. You shove first, then look for a play elsewhere.
Funneling.
So for UAE, they did pretty well in Game 1. They found the first blood, first strike coming in from Clash lane, but it took them too long and too many spells far deep into the tower range.
Yeah, and also going into this one, it seemed like when you're looking at that gold graph, what is that point when they were like, I think it was they were up like 1K at like the 4-minute mark or something? That is really rough. You're really behind in the early game. It's going to make your mid game much tougher to get into, right? So you got to get yourself a little bit more of a chance. How you react, again, I think it comes back to the draft. You need early game heroes to fight so that you have a fighting chance, especially early.
And I think they were on the right track. They actually went with early game heroes early on, and I think they could do the same thing here. Just maybe change the way they execute things might be a good thing too. Having Princess Frost as their first pick is also good. The fact that they can do a lot more crowd control and zoning the area.
I think it's okay, but it still doesn't solve the idea that they need early game heroes, potentially like the Byron, Ata, to actually suppress against Ant's performance on the Ukyu Tachibana. And we saw what a Guan Yu can actually do in just now's game when Yuno was playing the Guan Yu, or yesterday when we had Iqbal playing the Guan Yu. This is a very destructive pick, and we do have the Princess Frost and Liang. For me, that's a very difficult combo to actually execute. And you're against a Guan Yu, one of the premier counters of this combo.
Yeah, and actually you walk right into the trap, I would say. I mean, if anyone gets locked in, the Razor Cavalry is coming, just going to disrupt all of that. Yes, you have that Winter is here, that zoning, if you will, but this is something, even with the Lapu Lapu, the Raging Sea, it locks down, or it completely blocks us out. And plus, when Liang isn't able to get going, he falls off completely in the mid to late game.
I have faith. I think UAE might be able to pull it off, because it seems to me like maybe Liang is the only answer to fight against Guan Yu, or maybe even the Ukyu, because he can capture and can be frozen by the frigid prison that coming from Princess Frost also. I think it's gonna be good.
Yeah, but with the Liang's control, who are you gonna lock down, right? Everybody's somewhat tanky. Nobody's like that squishy that is really easy to burst, so it makes it even tougher. And this is why Myanmar's draft is looking to just counterpick everything properly here.
Which is the benefit of the red side, right? Yeah. You do see the Princess Frost, you're expecting a Liang coming out from UAE, and then here's the thing that we can simulate right now. You see the Liang ulting either of the front lines or anyone. The moment that they ult the Lapu Lapu, the Guan Yu come charging from the back line. The moment they ult the Guan Yu, the Lapu Lapu uses a long-range engage to disengage for the team. So it's I would say, draft difference as of this point, at the very least for the first 3 picks.
True, and everything goes down to execution. Having Heino in their team, trying to make sure that he can poke everyone from far if he maintains in the range mode, is going to be helping them to deal a lot of damage coming from the Myanmar. But how is UAE going to respond to this? All 4 heroes has been shown. They have to pick the last 2 heroes. I think they need someone tanky in front. It has to be a tanky jungle.
Whenever drafts happen, you're always looking for a bit of an edge. Usually it's like a 55-45%, you know, like a slight edge. It's not that much. But from what I've seen this far, with the Heino as well, I mean, you fate rewind everything. They don't have enough burst. This UAE lineup is incredibly, like, deficient in moments, and the Myanmar counters it quite a bit.
Uh-oh. That's a game way.
Yeah.
That's, I think, one of our first few DMways that we have on the stage right now, and
True.
UAE has been bringing it up. It's one of those good heroes if you want to use it to cleanse of crowd control, and Myanmar finalizing their draft with a Marco Polo. So far, if we do view through the draft coming in from both teams, I would definitely favor Myanmar's draft more. More flexibility, more creativity on the engages here, but are we counting out UAE? No. If they can actually build that momentum with that Liang pick in the early game, find those catches after level 4 and onwards, then maybe UAE can push it to a game 3.
It all goes down to execution and having Jadway in their team. For those who don't know, this is a hero that can actually cleanse himself from any crowd control with any skills that he's going to be using. So it might be the best going up against Guan Yu.
A decent amount of control from the side of Myanmar. I think that going into this one, I mean, I like what I see from this lineup. They have a lot of control, many different ways and avenues, and mobility to kind of get outside of the Princess Frost Winter is here. You have a lot of options, which makes it much tougher for UAE. If they want to win this game, it's right when Abdullah hits level 4 and they start ganking right away.
I agree. They need to somehow pump Abdullah to get the level as much as he can. And Abdulaziz is going to be facing against Min. It's not the best hero to go up against Guan Yu, but he can try his very best. Although looking at the bottom lane, Abdullah is going to be helping Rashid going up against Zin in the Marco Polo, which is going to be quite annoying because Marco Polo has a lot of mobility himself.
Okay, so one thing that UAE did well was they shored up some of their weakness. They didn't go all in on this early game Liang Princess Frost type of combo. They have the Lady Soon, the Dian Wei also can be monstrous heroes come late game, right?
Yeah.
So I think that they just need to kind of weather the storm. Maybe they get a bit of an advantage, start things off, get some pickoffs, give themselves a chance. And then Myanmar also, like, you know, if they kind of falter in that sense, then Rashid and Ahmed will be able to clean house.
I agree, and what's very important is for Rashid to get all of his itemizations because Lady Sun is considered as one of the latest heroes in late game, I mean, where he can get all of his critical damage in, and it's gonna be really problematic for Sai, for Min. No one can touch Lady Sun if he gets his itemization. It all depends on what you're gonna be doing during the early game.
Yeah, and I mean, they have the Guan Yu, the Lapu Lapu on the side of Myanmar, right? So they have a decent amount, but Ahmed is in a bad spot. It's not going to be able to survive, and he is one of the win conditions. Him going down first right there, absolute travesty to start this one.
I agree. Abdullah haven't have his ultimate yet, so he's going to try pushing Muhammad towards the team, and it seems like he's going to go down just like that.
Yeah, no chance. These heroic charges. Look at Min. The Fever Barrage is going to be used as well. Abdullah running for his life. He's going to run back to the library. He's got glasses and he's reading a book. Okay, anyway.
I get it. You don't have to explain.
You know, because it seemed like there was an awkward pause, like ha ha ha, pity laugh.
How am I gonna go through the entire day with you, Hunter?
It's gonna be a long day.
It's gonna be a long day. It's very fun, very fun. 1,000 goal in front from Myanmar already. With just 2 minutes and 35 seconds in, trying to steal with the Tachibana again. Azure Golem is going to be his.
Yeah, and a two-man stun right there. Just kind of going with the Raging Sea, just like a going away presence. And it looks like they didn't really take anything at this point. Myanmar exerting their dominance, dare I say, in this game early.
And Rashid is doing the right thing. He's going to be rotating with the Frost and also the Liang. I think it's going to be much more safer for him. And now they're going to go and clear up the minion and bottom lane together. I think this is smart because they do know that they're lacking behind in terms of gold and they cannot go in alone anywhere else anymore.
Okay, well, I do agree with you. Yes, they should be going to ganks. Abdullah just hit level 4, has that control, right? This is the opportunity, but they just walked into the minion wave in the bottom. Like, they showed themselves and they realized that, hey, there are 3 of them. So what does Myanmar do? They rotate outside. You know, Zin is going to play even safer. He understands that Liang might be there. So they're going to basically avert that crisis.
I agree. Showing their faces in the bottom lanes might cause Abdulaziz to be the collateral in this situation, but it seems like both sides of the team is trying to peek and see where everyone is.
Yeah, I mean, they kind of knew Abdullah is going to show himself. He goes right for the control, but the burst ram and the Razor Cavalry on top of that, and just like that, everything negated. But it looks like Min went a little too far. They're too low, but the Fever Barrage on the side! Oh, he's doing it, and it looks like they're going to tear it up as they take 4 members down from UAE.
Tremendous amount of damage coming from the Myanmar is so ready to respond to any movement that has been made by UAE. Actually, they started very well from Min, pushing them one after the other, but they did manage to get Min down. Look at this. Trying to stack them up all into one place, helping outside to just keep on throwing his spears, but this help coming from Zin from far using the favorite barrage is so effective.
That was like straight out of a movie. Like the 3 criminals are running away,
Slow
quote unquote,
motion.
and then they're going, and then Zin coming out of the side like a superhero he is, ensuring that he clears them up, right? Just what a great play by Zin.
I think that's the movie that they watch from the Korean team. Oh, that makes sense. They learn from Myanmar. Oh, I see. Sorry.
It's a foreign film, it wasn't.
Zin is still up there alone. He's going to be pushing the tower with no problems whatsoever. But the UAE actually managed to secure the Tyrant, which is quite important. But it seems like Min is really trying to capture someone. He is zoning that area very well.
Actually, UAE did a great job. I mean, they snuck it under. I mean, they were behind, but they were willing to risk it, get themselves a bit of an opportunity here. And taking that Tyrant away, actually pretty key for UAE as they were starting to fall really behind.
Spears has been thrown by Sai. It's very painful if it hits the stacks, but look at the damage coming from Rashid. It seems like he's getting a little bit more confident now, trying to deal at least some damage towards the roam from the Myanmar side. But it seems like the tier 2 tower is going to be a bit of a problem for them to defend.
Yeah, Abdullah down. I mean, you're down a member at this point. And we were talking about how the Liang really falls off in the mid to late game. We're still in the early game, and he's kind of, not done a whole lot. And now Rashid, the Raging Sea, everybody coming in, and he ain't there to clean house. Rashid down for the count.
Yeah, I have not much to say. It's going to be a big problem for him to run away from them. We know that these heroes are very controlling the area. Having one Guan Yu is already a big problem. Now having Lapu Lapu at the back with the Raging Sea, there's not much anyone can do. 6,000 gold in front for Myanmar within 6 minutes. This is a huge amount of gold economy for them.
Absolutely huge at this point. Ahmed, Rashid, those are the win conditions. They've died twice already apiece. It's only 6 minutes in. They need to be farming, right? They want to be left untouched and just constantly just getting themselves a chance. But Myanmar has not given any space. Look at Min with his massive damage at the top of the list.
This is actually very rare to see a Clash Lane hero having the most damage out of everyone because he actually managed to use his ultimate towards everyone and all of his skills and basic attack enhance actually worked.
Yeah, and now the Fever Barrage right on top of this. Rashid is already going to be down, and it looks like they've gotten 3 members. Myanmar surgically taking them down. You step out. Oh, Muhammad with the flash. That was a bit of a misclick there. The double strike going the way of Int, and it seemed like this is going to be the end as Myanmar take the mid T3. The Death and Sunset for one last time. Is he able to survive? Maybe he gets a pick off, but no. Unfortunately for him, that's going to be an ace, and Myanmar in a hurry are going to take game 2 in the series.
Congratulations, Myanmar, managing to get 2 points within 7 minutes for game 2.
That was the second fastest game that we had so far in the Asian Games qualifiers. Yesterday, it was 7 minutes, 15 seconds coming in from Team Indonesia, and today it's even faster, almost even faster coming in from Myanmar.
Wow, this is such a fast game. There's nothing much to say. Their gameplay is very mature.
Yeah, very mature, very experienced, I say, with the way that they're able to move. Everything was done with purpose, right? When they going for the gank attempt, they ensure that they get it. The conversion rate, very high by Myanmar. Really well played series.
Smiles on the faces here coming in from both teams here. UAE coming in as the underdogs, coming in as a new region in the HOK Esports global scene. They're definitely learning a lot from Myanmar, which is such a experienced region coming in towards this tournament.
Yes, and I think it's going to be very helpful for them going down into more of these group games, because each game they're going to be learning, and for sure they'll be watching the rest of the matches that's going to be happening throughout the day, throughout the rest of the week.
I mean, look at them. They're so jubilant right there with their win. Clearly well-deserved. Understanding what the assignment and what they needed to do. They closed this one out in a hurry. Second fastest game. Props to this team. They were really well prepared.
I might have to check back my facts here. Was it 7 minutes and 19 seconds for Indonesia? Because for Myanmar, that was 7 minutes 16 seconds here.
Oh.
It's either my memory. Yes, might be fastest here. So I have to fact check myself real quick later on.
But it's very interesting, right? How do they play this now? The way they rotate together, the way they make sure all the crowd control really hits. It's really hard to react from what has been doing by Myanmar.
Yeah, just really well played. I was kind of, I mean, when you're in a bit of a hurry, apparently you want to go to lunch or whatever it is, you just got to get your job done and just kind of move on.
It's like what you say. They probably have some lunch plans that they have to rushing towards to, and they definitely showed a dominating performance against UAE to back the 2-0 win. And right now, if I'm not mistaken here, they are currently in the grouping alongside with, hang on a moment, Group B. So with a 2-0, they're tied currently first place with Nepal. Myanmar and Nepal tied first place.
Yeah, it's going to be hard to pick between Nepal and Myanmar. Both teams are showing very good performance. And I think that there's a lot to be learned from these two teams.
Yeah. I think that one is going to be a very competitive series. I think that both of those squads are going to be up to the task. But as we go into the post game here, I mean, Myanmar right now, there's a lot of, I mean, a single death from Min. How dare you, right? In a flawless game, how dare you, you get eliminated, Min.
I guess the Asian dad is back. we can see definitely an amazing gameplay coming from Min. Min shows up. Everyone goes to chaos from the side of UAE. There's something that they can do, even though probably we were expecting for the power word to be used by Liang towards Guan Yu, but it did not happen that way.
You can see the priority coming in from Myanmar's first phase draft. You have the Guan Yu, you have the Lapu Lapu, and also Ukyo Tachibana. All these three heroes did an amazing job in setting up team fights for Xin and also Sai P in those upcoming few moments here. Like the first few fights that we actually saw was Min flanking with the heroic charge, finding multiple members, and then Xin coming in with the Marco Polo with the Fever Barrage and picking up the few eliminations that he got. I think it was a triple strike in the bottom red side.
Yeah, and it comes back to just like how you deal with like a Guan Yu, right? You need to space yourself, you need to get that vision, understand where he's going to be. It seemed like UAE were just diving or trying to go for gank attempts without the proper vision. They didn't know the numbers, they didn't know where Min was at times, and they got caught out. And this is a lesson that they're going to learn apparently the hard way.
Also, as what Horror mentioned earlier on, the fact that they show their faces into the map in front of the minions actually helped Myanmar to rotate away from them, which sort of backfired the whole idea of moving together. I think the art of going in, trying to catch someone, they really have to learn how to play around the fog and also the brushes.
Correct. You need to make sure that you actually have vision, especially when you are against a Guan Yu. You need two things. Number one, you need someone to mark him and make sure that the person marking him has the crowd control to stop this Guan Yu. Number two, you need vision as well. Once you establish the marking ability, you also simultaneously get vision, which gives your carries such as Rashid on the Lady Sun or Mohammed and Abdullah on the Princess Liang Frost combo more room to actually shine before they get ruptured by the Sai H on the Raging Sea ultimate from the Lapu Lapu, or a great flank coming in from mid.
Yeah, for me it was that that fight in the mid lane, right? When they were both from brush to brush. There was like Red Rover, and like it seemed like UAE was trying to make a play. They saw one guy that was out, and he just kind of rushed out. Abdullah tried to go for the control, but they didn't know the numbers, and they got completely jumped. If they waited a bit, they would have had a much better time.
That was very difficult by them because that goes back to drafting phase, right? That we say like, okay, Princess Frost Liang, very decent combo, but once you meet it into a tank roam with engaged capabilities like Lian Po, Lapu Lapu, Zhang Fei, with a Guan Yu, the moment you actually power control someone with the Liang ultimate, the immediate disengage comes through by the other person. So it's a really difficult game for UAE from draft to finish.
Yeah, I think the lack of tankiness from their team really affects their vision a lot because they have no one to be sent out forward to check from brush to brush. I feel like maybe if they have at least one, just a minor little bit more tankier for them to have a better vision, it would really help UAE to make their decision making better. For Liang to move around, to find his target. Okay guys, let's go here, let's go there. But they can't make that decision because they have no tank.
And also, it just back to the draft, right? The Guan Yu was picked first, second and third in the entire draft.
Yeah.
And then you pick the Liang on top of that because you go at the Princess Frost. You were all in at that point, right? And going in with the Liang to kind of set that up, it's like, hey, that's the counter pick. You should not be going into this. It's a trap.
And we can see exactly what went down, right? Like you can see in the early game, it's 3v3 towards the mid lane. Here, the first damage coming from Ant Ukitachibana in capitalizing Ahmed. And this exact play led to this moment where Min was hyper mobile. And this was the moment you mentioned, power control on towards the Halo, and the immediate disengage coming in from Ant, Psyh, and also Min in finding the beautiful moment here. And once again, Zin comes up, swoops of a triple strike, easy peasy coming in from Myanmar in this game too.
This is exactly like a movie. The way they all coming one by one, doing their job, making sure that they contribute something into the team fight is phenomenal. And the way somehow Rashid has been left alone down here is very unfortunate for him. There's nothing he can do.
Oh, just look at that engage coming in from both the Lapu Lapu and also Min here. Just finding the perfect angle in disrupting the backline coming in from UAE.
Just a completely dominant game by Myanmar. Right? I think that they were able to just outplay it. I mean, the draft definitely gave them the edge, but then going into this game, you were thinking like, oh, how could they do it? And Myanmar was flawless. I mean, I jokingly said that Min was He died once, but he's going to be the MVP here. And the way he did it, the one time he did die, he set it up for Zin to make that Fever Barrage play.
And that's what we call a sacrifice, making sure that his team can really benefit from whatever he's doing. 23% damage and 29% damage taken.
Yeah, I only like sacrifices when it's the other people on my team.
Like, you like to be the one receiving the benefits of the sacrifice.
Exactly.
You don't want to be the one that, goes down and you can't be part of the team.
Let me explain on this. He came as a roamer at first, then he converted to a Clash lane.
Okay.
So he got tired of sacrificing for his team.
For the record, we honor the person that gets sacrificed, okay? It's not like we don't write songs about him.
So that's why you switch roles, because you want to be sung. Okay. We have to find some cape to put behind our friend right here.
Exactly. But you can definitely give props towards to Min on this Guan Yu pick. He didn't get any takedowns, but the most important part of his presence in the game is never about getting the eliminations, but more on setting up the team fight coming in for the remaining members here. So what if he actually gets taken down in that one attempt? But the commitment that he did, the presence that he had in those team fights, that was just really amazing coming in from Min.
The control.
Correct.
Right? He caught them off guard so many times. The Razor Cavalry is like shepherding like 3 people at a time, just in a bad spot. The repositioning is key. And what you were talking about the first series about the Quay, right? Just how amazing it was. Repositioning. Same idea with the Guan Yu, but he's able to do it with multiple heroes. It's, again, just UAE got caught out multiple times in this one.
Not repositioning one person, but the entire team, which is a lot more devastating, to be honest. And I think the way they're doing it is immensely great. I think that they should keep doing what they're doing. They know how to really make good use of the Guan Yu. I'm not surprised if any other region going up against them is going to take Guan Yu out.
Yeah, I think Guan Yu has been a really hard tournament pick thus far, and I really want to see who Mara has on the interview stand to see the fantastic performance that Myanmar had actually delivered us. So Mara, if you may, please show us who you have on the interview desk.
Record-breaking performance from Team Myanmar. Fastest game so far. You beat yesterday's record and you finished the game 7 minutes 16 seconds. How do you feel about beating the record yesterday?
Bro, many record 9 minutes 26 second break လိုက်တာ bro ဘယ်လိုခံစားရလဲ
ပြောပါကိုယ့်ရဲ့ပထမဆုံး international first time offline tournament မှာတင် record က break နိုင်နေဆိုတော့ မမေ့နိုင်တဲ့ tournament တစ်ခုဖြစ်သွားပါ
So he said he's happy. This is his first time international offline tournament, and then he break the record, and he's very happy and he's very proud of it.
You know, a lot of people are talking about your Ukyo Tachibana's performance. You were MVP in game number 1. In fact, lots of impressive solo kills. What gives you the confidence to commit to those one-on-one opportunities?
bro game 1 မှာ MVP ရတယ် bro performance ရန်ကောင်းတယ်ပေါ့နော် bro အဲ့လို solo kill ကိုတယောက်တည်း commit လုပ်ဖို့အတွက်ဘေးကနေ confidence ရရလေပေါ့
အဓိကကတော့ကျွန်တော်ဒီ hero ဆော့လာလဲတော်တော်ကြာကြီးကိုလက်ကိုလည်းယုံနေဆိုတော့ဒီတိုင်းမှာ confident ရတာ
so he's been playing this character for so long and then he have confidence on himself.
Oh yes, a lot of the solo kills that he did actually is needing to know the hero's limits. Now, Team Myanmar barely gave any room for UAE to breathe. How do you guys have that level of control with the map without overcommitting?
bro တပွဲလုံးမကြုံဘဲနဲ့ဘယ်လို control လုပ်သွားတာလေပေါ့
ဒီတိုင်းပဲကျွန်တော်တို့စိတ်ရေးပဲထားဆော့ပြီးတော့နီးပြပြောတဲ့အတိုင်းပဲ live ဆော့လိုက်အောင်ပါတယ်
he just keep calm and then play as the coach told him to.
Listening to coach is always a good thing, and keeping calm even on your first time here on the international stage, very impressive. For sure, everybody in Myanmar, they're so happy with your dominance today. What would you like to say to Myanmar and to everybody watching?
bro မြန်မာပြည်သက်တွေနဲ့ကြည့်နေလူတွေအကုန်လုံးဗာပြောချင်လဲ
မြန်မာပြည်သက်တွေနဲ့ကြည့်နေတဲ့သူတွေအားလုံးကိုကျေးဇူးတင်ပါတယ်နောက်လာမယ့်ပွဲတွေကိုလည်းစောင့်ကြည့်ပေးပါအောင်
he said thank you to everyone watching. Please keep supporting him and keep watching the games.
Oh, for sure, after today, you're going to get lots of support. I wonder who else is going to break the new record now at 7 minutes and 16 seconds. We're going to be talking about that more. And now we're going to head back to our casters. Lead the gorge.
Well, I don't know, Mara. So far, that was the fastest game that we actually had at 7 minutes 16 seconds here, beating Indonesia record by 2 seconds here. So that was the fastest game that we ever had so far in day 2 of the 2026 Asian Games Esports Qualifiers for Honor of Kings. But man, what a series that Myanmar actually delivered.
Yeah, an absolute, like a shellacking, if you will. I mean, the fastest game thus far, that speaks volumes about how ready this team was. I mean, this is a little discouraging if you're on the other end from UAE. I think that you need to kind of just like let it settle, like just kind of shake it off. You got to move on though.
It's a learning experience.
Yeah.
Very mature, the gameplay showing off from Myanmar, because it feels like they're very used to playing this, definitely, and the way they play with Ukyo, which is very rarely used in other regions sometimes.
Correct.
But still, picking up Ukyo as the first hero every time and winning, I think that's the good thing.
I think that's the good thing too, because they definitely have a lot of mastery, as we can see from the interview between Mara and Ant. He did mention that Ukyo is one of his most played heroes, and he's happy that he actually delivered a great performance in this match too. But for match 3, we have Philippines going up against Mongolia here. Philippines looking to continue that win streak from yesterday, and Mongolia trying to recover from their defeat against Indonesia that they actually received.
Yeah, good news. They don't have the shortest game anymore, right? On the losing side of that, right? Because now that you've kind of seen what happened right here, it's kind of moved on a little bit. By the way, you can find me at Kindofu online, so that if you've got haters, Mongolia, please come after me. But other than that, I think that this is going to be one where, again, they need to bounce back, right? They need to figure it out. But again, Philippines, a bit of a giant, right? They're going to be a tough out in Group A.
I think there's a better way to somehow win a game even faster. How do we do it? With a better device, Sagi.
What's the device that the players use, I wonder?
The device would be iQOO, the official gaming phone for 2026 Asian Games Esports events for Honor of Kings Qualifier. It's definitely a 120 Hz screen with a very good cooling system, which is what all the players are actually using up on the stage.
Yeah, it's a good device.
Great
and for that to happen, right, we also want to be looking at the upcoming matchup, right? Because Indonesia was also the opponent from Mongolia, and Indonesia is one of the strongest teams coming into Group A, alongside with Philippines, which is their potentially main contender there. So for Mongolia, it's not to say we don't have expectations for them, but it's going to be a difficult route coming in for this upcoming series.
Yeah, I think that that's the biggest thing. Again, another giant waiting in the wings. They just need to weather the storm. They placed, Indonesia yesterday. They're going to be playing Philippines today. Those are the worst two. As long as they survive, come out with, their heads upright, posture and all that, everything looking good. As long as they have a little bit of motivation for the rest, the worst is, going to be much better as you move forward.
It's about enjoying the stage, right? Like, you already come so far and come towards the Asian Games qualifiers. It feels good to be able to compete. But you know what feels good too? A small little break that we really deserve before we come back into the next series of the day.
Who will be the next to shine on the Asian Games stage? Contestants fight for the honor of their regions while we cheer them on from the stands. This is a challenge, but it is also an opportunity. The tide is turned.
Astas in front. They're going to use it. Golden tight slows down Tatsumi.
And we pulled it off together. We share the same voice, the same radiance. This moment of brilliance belongs to all of us. Together, we shine.
Welcome to the 2026 Asian Games Esports Qualifiers, Honor of Kings. 20 regions, one stage, and only the strongest 9 teams will earn the right to shine above the rest. Taking place in Malaysia, June 13th to 21st, 2026. Coming to Malaysia, this is the battleground where teams fight for the right to qualify for the Asian Games. 20 teams enter, but only 9 teams will move on. Apart from the 20 regions, there are 3 regions that have direct qualification. Here is the 2026 Asian Games Esports Qualifiers Honor of Kings format. First, the 20 teams will split into 4 groups of 5. In each group, every team faces every other team once in a single round robin, with every match played in a best-of-3 format. That means every match matters. Every game matters. Every single point matters. The point system is simple. Win the match, earn 1 point. Lose the match, earn none. At the end of the group stage, teams are ranked by the total points they've collected. And from there, the road begins to shine. The top 2 teams from each group qualify directly to the Asian Games main event. That gives us 8 teams advancing straight out of groups. But for those not through yet, the light isn't out. The teams that finish 3rd in each group still have 1 more shot. They move into the last chance stage. There, they battle through one final BO3 single elimination bracket until 2 teams remain. The 2 teams will then face off in a BO3 match to claim the one final qualification slot. So in total, 9 teams will make it through, 8 from the group stage and 1 through the last chance stage. That is the rule. Now it is time to see who can rise through it. From across the world, regions gather here in Malaysia. 20 teams, and only 9 will qualify. The path is set. The stakes are clear. Together, we shine. Stay tuned, and we'll see you at the stage.
Ultimate not ready yet. You have slain an enemy.
My magic murmurs in ecstasy.
Amazing!
There is no escape for you.
Killing spree. Double kill. Triple kill. Spectacular kill.
Don't worry. I'll be back for your life soon.
Double kill.
Shall I compare thee to a summer's day?
Slain. Don't engage. Slain. Don't crush us like insects. Slain an enemy. Defend our base. Our high ground tower is under attack. Amazing. Unbelievable. Triple kill.
Ah, the fragrance of romance.
Ally has been slain. Rampage. Double kill. Triple kill. Spectacular. Pentakill.
Lady Fortune is on my side.
Itu bukan track kita.
Relax, bro.
Phone aku! Jom kembali. Mountain Dew, angkatkan pengemaraan. Kau boleh.
Kat mana pula ni?
Water Trust.
Kasih boost.
Adventure. Dapat pun. Steady, bro.
Rancangkan kepala gengmu.
They tried.
The new Spriteling skill, Dig It, is a passive skill, which will automatically trigger at fixed times each match, up to a maximum of 10 times. The skill grants guaranteed standard rewards like gold, XP, shield, health recovery, and more. There's also a small chance to uncover mysterious grand prize effects during the match. Digit may also produce tradable high-value treasures. Detailed information about acquired treasures will be shown after the match ends. Each treasure has its own rarity and storage size, and obtained treasures will be automatically stored in your warehouse. If you want more high-quality treasures, make good use of the Treasure Fusion feature. You can also copy and share your code so friends can help speed things up. Treasures in your warehouse can be sold for event currency, which can be used to redeem skins, items, and other rewards on the event page. You'll even have a chance to win physical prizes like smartphones and cash. You can also spend event currency to bid on high-value rewards. The auction uses a hidden bidding system, where you can submit 2 bids for the same reward. The highest bidder wins, giving you even more ways to obtain rewards.
If you've ever wondered how to go from HOK player to HOK top influencer, this one is for you. HOK welcomes all creators. First things first, when you start as a HOK player, your in-game highlight can become your content. This is the first step of building your own social media presence. If you keep on creating and reach 100 plus followers, you will be invited to HOK Studio and become a HOK Studio creator, starting to earn various incentives as you grow. You'll get token and cash incentives for your creativity. Stay in the loop.
Sound of the rain. No matter how I feed the flame, you know I feel the darkness and the pain. All of the ways we tried to break free from the night, you know we made it out, we found the light. I fly so high, light up the skyline. Let's do it this time, like it's a whole new vibrant world. Like we're the only ones in this world. Like we're the only ones in this world. Now I see that I got everything I need. It's alright, I'm on fire, I'm alive, 'cause now I fly so high, light up the skyline. Let's do it this time, like it's a whole new colorful world. Like we're the only ones in this world. Like we're the only ones in this world. Never thought we'd get this far, burning like the stars. How we get this far, like we're the only ones in this world. Like we're the only ones in this world. Like we're the only ones in this world. In What's a life without its worth? Compromising with what hurts inside. When you let fear decide your fate, you don't choose which path to take in life. In life, I'm finally letting go of everything that still holds me. I'm against all odds, but I won't give up, 'cause it's my time to shine. Standing in the spotlight, and no one let me down. Destiny is calling high. I'm not afraid to fight for everything I love. Victory's on my side. The more we lose, the more we gain. The more that nothing stays the same. In time, can't love ever, can't forget. What you see is what you get. Sometimes, gonna show the world tonight. The light that shines inside us. We're against the odds, but we won't give up, 'cause it's our time to shine.
It was a pretty good break, and welcome back to the 2026 Asian Games Esports Qualifiers for Honor of Kings. My name is Sagi, your desk host for today, and with me are the casters of the Gorge, Holler, and also Adam here. And Adam, Holler, so far this has been a magnificent day so far, and we have had very dominant games coming in from back-to-back series.
I mean, I think we've kind of had that throughout. A lot of 2-0s. We haven't really seen the most competitive of, that game 3 that we've been looking for, right? That elusive one, if you will. But I think it's just that most of the teams are ready to go, right? I think that getting that second game when you're behind has been very difficult for all of the teams here.
Yeah, and that's most likely going to happen the same thing for our next match after this between the Philippines and Mongolia. It's going to be very interesting for Mongolia because they have went through all the hardest matches, because the first one they went through is with Indonesia and right now it's with the Philippines. But as Holder have said, it's probably better like that for them to go through the hardest match first and then go through the easy ones.
You start with hard things and then you end with sweet things, right? That's what the ending that you actually want. Talking about sweet things, we are also having 4 new heroes coming in with our June 17 update here. If you're looking to try new heroes in Honor of Kings or in Heroes Gorge, do try out Davara, Lorian, Annette, and also Florentino that will be coming in from the AOV version here. So do log in on June 17 if you want to try out new heroes.
I'm actually very excited about that because it's the new heroes for me is like the biggest interest, right? It keeps everything fresh. The meta changes. They tend to spam them in my ranked games and they are on my team and we end up losing even more, but I think it's a lot more fun that way.
I agree, and there's not only Devara, there's 3 other heroes as well. Especially going to be a very interesting one because everyone's going to be trying all these heroes in multiple different lanes, and we do know it's going to be a very good addition to our future tournaments.
Yeah, we've been viewing some of the hero teaser videos on their skill previews and everything else. I do think that out of the 4 heroes coming out, the priority definitely falls on Devara in the Clash or Farm lane and also Annette in the roam and mid pole here. So definitely a few heroes that may be adding more essence into the Honor of Kings esports scene.
Yeah, I'm actually super excited, right? Because they tend to be, when they're released, they're good to go. And then teams just have to kind of like pivot on the spot. Is like, oh, do we pick this up? Do we learn this? Have we had enough time to really put it so that it's at a level of competitive play? And it makes, again, very interesting here.
Yeah, and that's gonna be a bit more advantageous for people who have been in AOV before. But sure, getting back into Philippines and Mongolia right after this, it's gonna be a fun one to watch. Philippines being one of the most anticipated champion right here because they're quite strong.
Well, they are aiming for the top tier team coming into the group itself against Indonesia here, but today they are facing against Mongolia. Both Philippines and Mongolia will take the stage with this teaser video.
They move as one, they strike as one, they win as one. With exceptional ice-cold execution, they will turn the smallest advantage into total control. A team built not only to compete, but to dominate. Make some noise for Philippines!
Representing their region with youthful energy and bold ambition, they arrive on the international stage unafraid of reputation or expectation, with a fearless approach to every single fight. They are ready to challenge anyone in their path. Let's welcome the rising challenger, Mongolia!
Two teams take the stage today, and this will be Philippines going up against Mongolia. Philippines looking to further get one more victory in Group A itself, while Mongolia is striving to search for their momentum in this Group A. But do go me through here on what exactly is the lineup coming in from Team Philippines.
This is where we will have Chami, Justin, Dragon, Golden, and Charles, one of the most anticipated teams with their lineup having this previous bond and cohesion within them, having a strong chemistry, which is gonna be quite translated very well into the gameplay after this because they are in Blacklist.
Yeah, they were in Blacklist International and they do represent the club, but this time around they're representing their own region. Philippines coming in as the representation here. They want to be able to aim for the best, and to be the best, they have to first take down their opponents here, which will be coming up, Mongolia.
Yeah, and if we're going to look at the other side, let's look at the Mongolian squad. It's going to be Yavaholan, Dagvadoch, Yandor, Batozi, and of course, Abagari is going to be kind of rounding out this draft, the squad here.
Yeah.
The Mongolian team, this is, again, they didn't have the greatest of showings yesterday, but I expect them to bounce back in day 2. But against a titan that is the Philippines, this might be a tough one for them.
Definitely, because we have seen the gameplay that they have shown yesterday. They do have a lot of things to improve, but also at the same time, for the Indonesian team, they actually went hard towards the Mongolia, and now they have to face Philippines. I'm pretty sure they will have a lot of experience going up against the other two teams in their group after this.
I forgot if I asked Holler this question here.
Yeah.
I definitely ask you. Holler, would you lose 2 games first to win another 2 games, or win 2 games first to lose another 2 games?
I would choose to lose no games.
Exactly.
But that's just, I think that's the correct answer, right? I think that this is multiple choice answer. No, because I think that every single one you're looking to, I know where you're going with this in the sense of like, you're playing the toughest teams, losing out 2, and then coming out on top of the other 2. That makes a lot of sense. But for me, I mean, win 1, lose 1. I think that balance of just staying like kind of in the middle, that average, I think for me would feel much better.
Yeah, that does make a lot of sense here. So they will definitely need to find a balance. At the very least, in this series itself, try to see how far they can go against Philippines and then convert that knowledge and experience into their relevant Group A.
Yeah, I think it's though, because I'm more like Thanos, where like balance in all things, like that's kind of just like how I live my life, I would say.
I see. Very, very good answer from him. I do still feel that for me personally, I would choose losing 2 times first and then, slipping off well with the last 2 wins. But again, what Holler said really makes sense. And I do feel that Mongolia will have a lot of things to improve. Sure, they have went through a very hard game yesterday, but pretty sure they will show some improvements today too, from their draft picks especially, because draft picks are so important, especially going up against teams like the Philippines.
Oh yeah, drafting is the essence of the game itself. If you have like a 2 50-50 teams going at it against each other, drafting actually elevates that team who comes out on top in the drafting phase. That's why this draft that will be coming at the pick and ban phase that we mentioned is super critical, especially for coaches and the team.
I have no issues with Gerald TG with the draft. I think that we've learned to just get really accustomed to the way he likes to draft. He tends to put his players in a prime position to just always be able to be successful.
Yeah, and this is going to be picked by Philippines, which is very interesting. Is the Fang and the Liu Shan.
Okay.
A hero with a lot of crowd control. Also, being able to silence the tower is an amazing advantage.
I am looking at the Philippines draft in their direction here. They want to look to end the game as fast as possible. Because these two heroes, they are extremely good at tower destruction, and the Milady also adds the flavor towards it. So you can see the direction coming from Philippines. It's about pushing towers, it's about snowballing the game so out of control that they can actually make it happen.
I actually think it's a little disrespectful, right? They're looking to just mow down towers and just take it over. Basically, they win one team fight. Maybe you get a pick off. Literally, 2 towers are going to be taken down. So they're looking to maybe go for the record, dare I say.
So you can see from the ban itself, Princess Frost and also Heino, those are extremely good wave clears that can actually combat against tower push, because Heino, you can reset the tower damage back to, I think, 3 to 4 seconds ago, and then the Heino is extremely good in jabbing down all the Milady little minion robots here. So they definitely have like a strategy planned out before this game commences.
I was half expecting for the Mongolian team to actually take Zia or Philippines to ban Zia, but then again, they already picked up Mai and also Monza. I feel that they lost a lot of potential right there. Also because very smart from the Philippine coach to actually choose Milady in the 3rd slot, which leaves no room for the Mongolians to give any response.
This is like my rank games, right? The Philippine, the squad, the Milady, the Yushan, and the Fang. Like, this is like literally my rank games where they're like, oh, we just want to push. We just want to end games. If we're not able to end the game, fine, we lose. We just move on. But this is very similar to that. Again, I find it very funny that Gerald would bring this out, especially in a game 1 here.
I mean, it's trying to assert dominance, right? They want to be able to match what Indonesia did yesterday and trying to prove a point to their eventual opponents in Group A. So for them in this game itself, they're trying to see whether or not they can actually end the game in the clean fashion while simultaneously going for as much tower damage as possible.
Yeah, going in with the foods, I think this is really going to be a very fast match if they manage to pull it off, because we have to remember there's a lot of other possibilities here from the Mongolian teams because they are using Mai, Monza, Atta, and Direnje. I feel that if things goes wrong with the Philippines, they might get backfired.
And that's another thing where you're kind of like, as Mongolia, you're like, oh, we have like so many games of Blacklist International or the Philippine team here, and we were able to kind of do our research and scout them out. But if you're looking at this roster, they're like, oh, this is actually none of the normal picks that they go with. This is, again, a very push-heavy, end the game as quickly as possible lineup.
I would say it's a very high-risk matchup here. The Fang goes over to the jungle here as in the hands of Justine, and then we have the last pick flexing back the Fang to the jungle. Hence, we need a farm lane coming in from Golden here. It will be a very strong laning opponent into Batulzi on that Direnje. It will be the Luban number 7.
Yeah, it's going to be very interesting to watch Luban number 7, and we do know that Luban has the capability to push really, really hard, especially with the Liu Shan in front of him, trying to silence the tower to make sure that no tower will be able to hit the farm laners and the tank himself.
Yeah, I would just say, ladies and gentlemen, if you're watching this game, please don't take any notes of this Philippine lineup. I think that this is, these are the pros that are playing this one, and do not do this in your ranked game and just basically sabotage your own games potentially.
It's definitely going to be a very destructive game at the very least for the towers here coming in for the Mongolian squad here, but they do have a very, very strong team fight lineup here. But this is game 1 between Mongolia going up against Philippines, finding their first win in this match number 3.
Yeah, it's very exciting to see how the Philippines are going to try to do their rotations, having Milady in the mid lane and going up against Monza and Maishirano at the same time early on. It's going to be a bit of a problem, but it's still very early. It's going to be quite difficult for Mai to do her rotations as well, because we have to remember Milady can just simply dive into the tower with her robots.
Yeah, so it comes back to Yandu in terms of just able to kind of potentially get some ganks. And then, you know, because you got to move quickly at the same time, because every time he leaves the lane, Dragon is going to potentially just be able to push it down, right? So you're giving up a little bit, and you're basically locking him down to that mid lane to ensure that those creeps are not just destroying his tower right away.
Speaking of which, we're going to see a lot of robots and the minions moving together into the tower, forcing Yondu to maintain his presence in the mid lane. But for the first time, it seems like Batgirl and Yondu is doing the rotations right now towards bottom lane, but Luban is going to be safe, and there's no minions coming up for now.
Yeah, so that Shark Cannon is going to be a bit of a problem. He's going to just throw that from wherever, whenever he needs. And seeing as that you've got the Fang jungle, I mean, it's going to be a bit of a problem as they do a little bit of work on Bakary, and it looks like he will fall. He's going to give up first strike to Justine at this point, and now they're going to continue to dive under the tower. The flash away, Charles staying alive, but they're not going to let him go. Justine will take him down.
The passive coming in from Golden, they're trying to melt the tower, even with the tower protection early game. It seems like they're gonna do it, but the Dragon, he's gonna, Dark Vardorsh actually, is gonna use a teleport coming down to the bottom lane, trying to give them a hand to make sure that they don't lose the tower way too early.
Yeah, and that's kind of the MO of this lineup, right? And it looks like Chammy, he's all by himself. I forgot that he's just Chammy and not Chammy 1 here.
Yeah. I did that a lot. I almost say Chammy. But yeah, having the Sacred Tree Blessing with Yavu Hulan, we can see on how Chammy is really struggling going up against him. But this is also because the Glacial Buckler hasn't come for Chammy just yet. He really needs the 20% cooldown reduction from Glacial Buckler to make sure that he can keep on constantly using the second skill, reset, and make sure that he can have that damage reduction all the time.
Yeah, so Chammy's going to have a tougher lineup. I think the lane matchup definitely favors the Fati in this one. Yeah. So Yavulan will definitely have that advantage. They need to use whatever sort of lane advantage they might have to, again, get some space, because you want to put pressure. You want to lock down Chammy in that top lane so that he's not rotating across, potentially going for some of those games.
Oh boy, it seems like the 2,000 gold difference within 3 minutes is too big at this point, and I'm sure this tower is going to go down before the 4-minute mark. The tower potential is going to go back up, but again, with Charles using this hero, he's going to keep on silencing the tower, making sure that the tower is disarmed and not being able to attack anything.
Yeah, Watusi was just like literally just watching this, and they're just going to continue on the teleport even in the bottom lane, but at what cost? They have the orbital bombardment just covering them, and this is why this lineup is so tough to deal with. I mean, you have the Liu Shan as well. They're melting the bottom T2, the armor, all you want. It's not even 4 minutes, my friend.
There's nothing they can do. They really have to play around with their long-range capability, but it seems like they're shifting their concentration and focus towards the mid lane right now. And it seems like with Chammy 1, they're going to be able to destroy the towers even faster. Look at this ultimate coming from the Funza. They're trying to get the 2 heroes. 2 Mongols are going to go down, and they managed to get another one. 3,000 gold difference. Double strike has been given to Justine.
Yeah, taking 3 members down and literally just marching it down mid. You've got the Milady robots. Yeah, they're going to be slowed down, and now they're going to look to go in. The flash away. Batuzi's going to survive, but the mid T3 is looking to go down. This is not even 5 minutes into the game. They have no chance or no idea of maybe even taking the Tyrants at this stage. They've done everything well. They actually do a fake back. They go right back in. They get the mini stun on. Yes, they're a little bit low. The think inside the box just on the outer tips on this one, but it looks like Chammy, he's going to do a little bit of work on this one. Yavanon is going to be taken down. Magdagapoders is going to be picked off as well, but Philippines doing everything, the flash away, and still everyone survives.
They want to make sure they can win early. Also at the same time, having 0 takedowns on the side of the Philippines, that's quite important to them, I see. But with the low HP, they're forced to go back for now. But you can see the damage dealt by Justine is so much. That is how fast the scaling comes from Justine with the Fang.
All right, in like 99 games out of 100, most of the teams will take the Tyrant first, the 4-minute one, because they want the damage. They're thinking about, like, farming and all that stuff. But they were like, oh, we're going to take the Overlord in this one. We just want to push. We just want to end the game, because off of the back of the Vanguards, it's going to be very tough for Mongolia to hold and repel that attack.
I agree, and this is what they're going to be doing again. They're trying to rinse and repeat the exact same thing. Kachosin has been thrown towards Charles, but Charles feels nothing for now. Chammy is going to be helping them, going to the front and tank some of the damage, and making sure the Sage is going to be used.
Yeah, and Baltuzi's going to have to just take a decent amount. They're just slowly weathering it down. Bajrel is going to be taken down, but it looks like Yandu with a nice little charge. Dagvoda, she's going to be taken down as well. Yavalam is going to be killed. They finally find Dragon and Golden, and both of the twins are down, and now they're trying to end the game. And now with no minions, everybody's so low. Might go in. Yandu try to find it, but it's a triple strike going the way of Justine as they get the ace. They're going to wait for this Vanguard. They get the disruption, and of course, Philippines off of the back of that wipeout. Charles get taken down. It looks like Greed has hit them as they've been completely repelled. Somehow, Mongolia holds on.
Justine managed to run away from the crystal before being taken down. It's all because of the Bajrel. You have to remember, if you are severely under level, the advantage is that you spawn so much faster. And maybe they did not do the math very well, but Moses comes out, throws away the cannon, making sure that the damage goes in, but the Vanguard was flying very slowly because of... this is a very low level Vanguard, right? This is below 10 minutes, so they don't have the Shadow Vanguard helping them.
All right, so, I mean, they're still in a great spot, but, I mean, the fact that Mongolia were able to hold and to extend this game as much as possible, and now they're going to use the think inside the box, trying to go in, the ghost ship, locking him down, and probably in the wrong spot. Goal is going to be taken down. He was kind of stuck on the wrong side of this, and now the top lane getting completely pushed here by the Philippines.
Yeah, they're going to try to destroy the tier 3 tower as well. I'm not sure if there's anything Mongolia can do. The Kachosen has been thrown one more time. The minion is coming in, and the tower is going to melt very quickly, especially with Charles in front of the tower, disarming the tower non-stop.
Yeah, constant pressure, right? All the lanes have just kind of been opened up at this point. Charles, what are you doing? You're almost fountain diving, but it doesn't really matter as the Philippines will take game number 1 in a hurry.
7 minutes, 39 seconds. Not quite the fastest, but might be the 3rd fastest. Congratulations, Philippines.
Philippines, they want to assert dominance against Mongolia while simultaneously aim for the fastest achievement here. They almost did it in the first attempt of the game-winning push, but Mongolia held on, and they managed to defend off the high ground push at the very second push.
Yeah, definitely, because we do know how Philippines are really trying to end the game as fast as possible just now. Also, this has been demonstrated quite well. The fact that they tried to silence the tower, trying to make good use of the Lushan and the Fang from the jungle, but it did not work as fast as they would like.
I mean, they tried. The attempt was there, and it just kind of came back to the minion waves, right? They went. If they had that one last push when they were all alive and they had 3 members, they would have been able to take it down, but unfortunately the wave wasn't there in time.
Yeah, the wave just wasn't there in time, and the respawn coming in from Beggarol, he was using the Mozi to stop whoever who wanted to try and force for the end there, because the HP bar was blinking low coming in from Dragon, I think the Zhao, and also the last member was Charles, if I recall correctly. And they were all blinking low, and they had to force the retreat, which stopped Philippines' approach in trying to go for that fastest winning push.
I mean, they tried, right? They tried. It was a good attempt. Obviously, it was very obvious with that draft of what they were trying to do. But if Mongolia was able to somehow hold on, repel some of those attacks, they might have had a chance, maybe?
Yeah, they were trying to hold on, and maybe because of the underlevel thing, they managed to actually respawn a bit more quicker. If they have so much higher levels, they're gonna spawn quite late, but it works like that. And Mose actually managed to get a few heroes, but yeah, it's not enough. It's not enough for them to defend.
I think you make a good point, right? As the game doesn't progress that far into the late game, in the earlier levels, you do respawn faster, which actually stopped Philippines from being able to end the game as fast as they imagined. But definitely, these sort of compositions are not what you would usually pick coming in from the Filipino lineup. I would say that this is more of a dangerous experiment.
I mean, it's dangerous, it's risky, but I think that, you know, when it's piloted by experts like this, you're going to see these types of games, right? They're still able to close it out. Yes, it wasn't the record here, but it's still very impressive. Sub 8 minutes, Justine with an absolute dominant performance, 905, 7,000 net worth. I mean, this is exactly what you want from a Fang jungle looking to close out a quick game here.
Yeah, it's a very interesting pick, right? We did get a Fang jungle yesterday coming in from one of the teams, and this one was also a eye-opener, right? High burst damage with a decent mobility, having the option to just one-shot someone before this fight actually starts, and then the spell one coming from Fang also applies towards turrets.
Yeah, I feel that they really know what they're doing. They want to try to execute it as fast as they can, and they have demonstrated very well that it can be done. But I'm pretty sure they're not going to be doing this against bigger teams such as Indonesia and such, because it's very, very risky. The fact that Mongolia almost managed to do something just now shows a sign that people at home who's watching right now do not follow this in rank.
Yeah, okay. Now, if you were the coach of the Philippine squad and there's no global ban pick, do you actually go back to the well and pick this roster again?
I think the objective coming in from Team Philippines is to try to end the game as fast as possible with a dominant snowball. If under the circumstances of this standard ban pick, for example, in BO3, they could very much revisit it if they really think that is the best option.
Yeah. To be honest, I feel like this is something that Gerald will not allow. I think they'll pivot. I think they'll I mean, they tried it. Yeah, it was cute. Yeah, it won. I think they're going to try out other things. This is a team that has a pretty deep roster.
The question is, are they satisfied with the result? That's the thing, because right now, I think the whole point of doing that is to maybe win the #1 spot of who ends the game fastest.
I think you shot your shot. You missed on this one. You still got the W, right? I don't think that they're going to go too far away from that. I mean, all jokes aside, in terms of how they wanted to play this is still a time to experiment, right?
True.
You still want to make sure that you're prepared for the other teams. And, it was cute. Yeah, I won. But I think that you're going to try other things.
Correct. I think trying out other things actually definitely makes more sense, and you can see that they did experiment with certain picks like this, and it's a very dangerous team, right? Where if you give him something that's very early game centric, like the Ukyo Tachibana or the Fang that he showcased just now, he could definitely perform in a more aggressive way, that I would say.
Yeah, definitely. And with Ukyo in hand, you're going to be playing a lot more with aggression from the early game and such. But it depends on what the Philippines are going to be doing. Probably they are already used to Ukyo. They're not going to be experimenting with that unless they want to be very serious. They can go along with that kind of team competition. But let's see some of the highlights here.
I think regardless of picks alone, you still have to give props towards the ability of Charles finding those proper engages in capitalizing Beggarol in being overly aggressive in the early. You see, the tower tanking was splendid, stunning tower when it's needed, and allowing Justine to get that double strike in the early game.
And it just seemed, even in that one, right, Becquerel just kind of got a little out of position, thought he could be aggressive, did not see that the gank was coming, and they kind of paid with their lives. So this is one where, again, the Philippines, the way that they're able to take 1 or 2 members down, and then somebody will continue to fight. You can't look to take a fight when you're down 2 members, right? And the Philippines made them pay.
Yeah, definitely, and they really executed everything very, very well. The rotation coming from Charles, diving into the tower, silencing the tower, and making sure that the team is not hurt by any of the crystals attacks. And this is why they sort of forced it a little bit more. They stayed around even though they're all very low, not knowing that Bad Gerald is actually coming out. But yeah, it's very well done.
Yeah, and actually, even at the end, I didn't catch the player's name, but he literally killed the elite minion.
Yeah.
And that could have ended the game if it stayed alive. So he knew the assignment, right? He went all in. Yeah. He sacrificed his own life so that the minion wave was completely cleared.
That's a good sacrifice, right? Like that we say, like, you never count yourself out until the match actually ends. But definitely this time around, Philippines in this game 1 has been extremely dominant from start to finish, looking for the absolute destruction on those turrets.
Yeah, Justine, he had an MVP yesterday. He's got an MVP now. I mean, he's continuing on with that. Just doing a great job, like just showing up when he needs to, right? He has always been able to perform at the high level.
Yeah, with the 905, 35.6% of damage, and damage taken is 20.3%. Also fairly high because the damage sharing that has been done between him and amongst the team, trying to tank the turrets down while having the Milady robots chewing down turrets per turrets. I think they're doing a great job with this. I'm very excited to see what they're going to come up with next.
I think there's also like a very important statistics that we actually missed out that's not available on this graphic. Turret damage.
Right?
I think the 5 heroes that were being drafted by the Filipino squad, every single one of them is targeted towards turret damage. So if we can get that little graphic to see like how much individually that they did, that's probably going to be an interesting one.
Yeah, and also like the Charles disruption on the tower.
Oh yeah.
Liu Shan. That's really underrated in the sense of like how many shots, how much damage did he mitigate, right? And they were able to kind of consistently push because of that as well. So just again, the tower push-in lineup, just a great one here.
I agree. Actually, I do feel that Liu Shan is actually a very underrated hero with his disruption, because especially in global ban pick situation, sometimes they are lacking roamers with tankiness and such. I think Liu Shan is a very good addition, and it has been demonstrated quite well by the Philippines.
Yeah, and if you were to source back towards previous years of tournaments as well, IKL, there is a specific player that has always picked up Liu Shan. So that's always something that you can revisit into when you have the global ban pick. But since we're playing on the Asian Games version, we are on the standard ban pick for now.
Yeah, I do feel like that. And also at the same time, we want to tell people out there where our venue is. Where is our venue, Sagi?
Well, if you're interested in where the actual venue is, it's definitely going to be at the Petaling Jaya Marriott Hotel. It's the official venue sponsor and also hotel partner for players, talents, and everyone that is residing here. The beautiful stage that you see, the beautiful match that you saw just now, everything is being held at this official venue for the 2026 Asian Games Esports Qualifier Honor of Kings. So thank you so much, Marriott Petaling Jaya.
Thank you.
You were listing so many things that were beautiful, and I was like, oh, it's going to name me beautiful.
No,
well,
sadly,
then,
no.
Yeah, sadly.
Not now.
No.
Maybe next time.
Dang it. Again. Just,
Again.
Yeah.
Disappointed Asian dad now. But again, we're gonna go into our stage right now. Let's see what are they doing up on the stage. Are they ready? Mongolian team seems like they are having a bit of a discussion over there, trying to make sure that they know what they're doing. They know how to maybe try to counter a little bit of the tactics that's gonna be coming from Philippines.
Yeah, they're going back on towards the blue side here, trying to revisit some of the strategies that they have planned out in day 1 and currently day 2. So for them, I think the expectations right now is to try for Mongolia to stabilize that early game. Try to match blow for blow. At the very least, win out those skirmishes.
Win out the skirmishes, win out a potential sort of gank. I think that that's going to be the biggest thing. Like, it's setting things up in the beginning. The first, 2 minutes, they got one pickoff. You went out of position one time, and they just did so much damage on the T1s that they were able to kind of just snowball and get this game out of control.
Yeah, and we do know this team is going to be trying their very best to outperform Philippines at some point. And we do know that it's going to be a very hard game for sure, because Group A are filled with 2 of the best region available in the entire qualifiers. And having the other 2 teams waiting to fight against Mongolia as well, we want to see on how they fare against the Mongolian teams when you know how Mongolians have already go through in the region and Philippines. They do have a lot of experience at that point.
Yeah, and coming into game 2 of the draft itself, we do see Mongolia banning out the Guan Yu and Kutachibana, some of these strong heroes that we've seen yesterday that has been piloted by Iqbal and also Neville coming in from Team Indonesia that could really work in the early game. And for Team Philippines, they have banned away the Dharma and Zhang Fei, some of the key engaged heroes being locked away from the Mongolian squad.
So just taking away the team fight, right? And you know that Mongolia wants to fight. They've got the Mai here to set the tone in terms of just overall early to mid game. You know that this is like a fire hero, right? It's going to be all over the place. It's going to be potentially a problem for you. And that looks like the Philippines are going to go with a little bit more stock standard. They're going to go with the Dahlia and then of course the Arlie here.
Having the Dahlia in hand, we can expect heroes that can actually work with Dahlia is going to be big, such as Dune afterwards. But we still have to see what the Mongolian team is going to pick, because we already have Mai, a hero with a high mobility with burst damage coming from Mai Sharnui. They have to get someone who is tanky enough to tank the damage potentially coming from the Arlie.
Oh, interesting enough that Mongolia also picked up the Liu Shan. And going back to your point that they need a front line, definitely Dun is one of the key picks that could really pair up this Dahlia. Or there's also another route they could visit to, which is the Yuhuan Dahlia that has had a pretty good performance, especially on day 1, on the hands of Vietnamese mid laner.
So the Marco Polo is very late game. The Mai is going to set up for a good early game. Hopefully you get a little bit of space. And now you've got the Liu Shan there, but the Shangguan looking to just play a little bit of a, excel in this mobility department is going to be a crazy one from the mid lane.
Not only on the mobility part, but I'm also thinking about excelling those early game skirmishes here. Once the Dahlia hits level 4 alongside with the Shangguan, those final strokes are definitely going to be devastating here, because that's going to be a strong early game tool.
Honestly, I was expecting for Dahlia to be focusing on a tanky hero such as Dune to use the Celestial Melody on, but the fact that they're picking with Shangguan right now and not waiting for the last 2 picks for the Shangguan to come up is a very risky move, and they're taking the risk. Now, the other 2 heroes that's going to be banned, for sure Dune is going to be taken out, which is very, very smart from the coach of Mongolian team.
So you're looking at the Philippines lineup and you're talking about kind of, susceptible to burst, definitely on the squishy side, glass cannon type of heroes. But, you can't count them out. I think that this is definitely confidence from the Filipino squad in the sense that, like, hey, we know how these guys play. If we're able to get on top of you and just, like, outpace you, you're going to not be able to catch up because how can you catch somebody that's as elusive as, again, the Shangguan and the Arlie here?
It's very high risk, high reward, right?
Exactly.
High mobility, but then very squishy in the sense of the glass cannon that you mentioned just now. So for Philippines, it's more on how they execute and snowball the game. But for Mongolia, it's about how they counteract against those. It goes back to our discussion pre-draft. How do they survive these skirmishes? Can they match blow for blow against Philippines?
Yeah, they really do need someone to really lock the positioning and the movement coming from the Changguan. Now, Philippines are going with Musashi, which is very, very good hero to go up against Marco Polo and also Mai Shernui, and to stop any potential healing that's going to be done from them. And also, they're going to go with Liu Bang, which is very good for Mongolian team.
A little bit of shields, a little bit of support, just another way. I mean, you've got Liu Shan, Liu Bang, you're just taking all the Lius to kind of help out roster for this squad. But, I mean, I do think that you're looking to save the Marco Polo. Like the Mai, if he gets caught out with that dual death, you're going to have a problem. So the Liu Bang here, it makes a lot of sense in terms of just keeping, again, just people alive.
I mean, I like it, right? Considering the fact that the Shangguan Doulia or the Musashi Doulia, the aim is to fight as much as possible. And the fact that this Liu Bang allows them for more global map presence, it's actually very helpful if they can actually find those quick saves that you mentioned about. But Team Philippines, they're bringing up another new pick towards the scene. Chami will be on hands of that Mulan.
The Mulan is going to be very interesting. She has double formation or double modes, which is the heavy sword or the small dual knife. This is going to be very interesting for us to watch because Mulan can really hold the lane on her own with the massive damage that she can do and also the damage reduction coming from her second skill.
A lot of different opportunities. This is the high-flying lineup from the Philippines. This is one where they can, like, you blink, you burst them down, you take over, you have a lot of opportunities. But again, we're talking about high risk? Yes, high risk for sure.
Yep, going into the match right now between the two teams, who do we think is going to excel better? We can see how the Mongolian teams are using Liu Shan right now. Oh, as what Howler just said, taking all the Lius. Can they actually pull it off with this hero? Because they need to execute it as well as what Philippines just did just now. Ooh, very early invasion coming from the Philippine side.
Yeah, Dagvadorj taking a decent amount. Baccarel getting a little bit low. He needs to be careful. He's actually trying to flash away. Dagvadorj is low as well, but they're going to lose the Azure Golem as the smite happens. And first, right, Chami coming out of left field, and sure he gets that kill.
Oh, there's still Yondu nearby. She missed her skill set just now, but still very aggressively going to the front of them because maybe he knows that there's damage output reduction being debuffed towards the Philippines once they enter the jungle side of the Mongolian teams. We can see on how they're trying to find Dagvadorj into the red buff. They're not going for their own buff. They're trying to steal every resources possible.
So they know, right? They haven't taken a single buff on their own side, and it looks like Justine will take that one with another one, but it looks like Dagvadorj is going to be taken down. Yondu is on the run. They're going to take Baccarel as well. The Resplendent Revolver, he's under the tower, the bottom T2, and the Philippines right now absolutely rolling.
They are really steamrolling into this situation. 2,000 gold within 1 minute and 40 seconds. Justin has not touched a single resource from his own jungle, and he is going to start doing that right now. It's going to be a very interesting and hard game for Mongolian teams, definitely. Having Mulan at the clash lane is going to try to slash her way towards victory.
Yeah, and the Philippines, again, just playing off of just like the way that he's able to go. And now Chami doing a little bit of work, fighting 1 versus 2, almost gets to the pick, and here come the reinforcements, and they coming out angry as Yondu gets that one.
That is a bit of an extension coming from the Philippine side for sure, and Chami is not going to be doing that anymore, I hope. We do know on how Golden has cleared the bottom lane very quickly, and not surprisingly, Philippines are going to be raiding the buff once more.
I mean, you got it on timer. Dagvadorj actually trying to go in, trying to defend on this one, but they've got the hits and shields, but it's not going to be enough. He's going to be taken down, and now the dash away Yondu on the run, not able to get away from Dragon as he gets the double strike.
The final stroke is just so dangerous. Still waiting for the selection money to be sent from Charles towards him, but still waiting for Chami as well because he's going to be doing a rotation for the mid lane to the mid lane. And they're still going to try to take the Azure Golem over here, Crimson Golem.
I mean, they're up 3K. It's just 3 minutes. This is a tough one if you're Mongolia, right? And, like, you got to slow the game in some fashion. And it starts with the minion waves. Take them down as quickly as possible, clear it out, slow it down so that they have to be forced into, defending their own lanes as opposed to just invading your jungle here.
Yes, and the choices have been made by the Mongolian teams. They are sending back Gerald to help the mid lane to do rotations better. Chami1 just managed to get elimination up top, but Tulsi also managed to go down, and Justin survived the fight just by in rate of time.
Yeah, Batgirl just tried to go for Justine. Almost got the pick, but there's just too much mobility. No real way to chase. And Dagvadorch is going to be here, showing up on the dragon. He's going to smite it, but he's going to take the healing dew, and he's going to shake off most of that.
Oh, it seems like Dagvador have no way to go. He's going to be chased by Golden, and also the final stroke coming in. And Dodolia is the one who's going to get the final strike just now. We do know that the damage coming in from the Shangguan is very, very high.
Very high indeed. Plus you're invincible during that time. Batgirl not even able to get away. The Philippines right now invading their jungle. They're claiming it as their own right here.
Yeah, but Tulsi is gonna have a bit of a hard time for sure. But he's trying to be saved by the Liu Bang. Very good help, very quick decision making from the Yavuhulan. But the Final Throw is gonna be used, and he's gonna fly up high in the sky. Managed to get two of them immediately.
Yeah, and when you saw the battlefield command in the bottom lane, you're like, okay, actually that's a bit of a misplay because now you're out of position. Not only Batuzi was kind of in a bad spot, but now you've sent in another member. That's going to be another, dare I say, free food for you. And it looks like they're going to dive in. Batgirl not able to get away. The finishing stroke shaking that guy off.
Oh, the Celestial Melody is just so effective at this point because of the final stroke. The damage is very high, and we do know that the Dragon has a lot of itemization right now. He already has Insatiable Tome. He can always have that lifesteal anytime.
Oh, Yandu just barely surviving the walk down. He gets on out of there, but he was literally just like walking him down, but he's gonna lie step on back. Philippines doing everything well in this one.
Trying to swim as long as they can into the pool, trying to get some HP, but you see how everyone is diving in, trying to get Dagvador. Dagvador goes down first, still trying to find more. Final Throw is going to be used. Triple strike has been given. Justin getting that last strike.
Yeah, dual death on this one. Just going down, taking it down. I mean, Charles, he's gonna sacrifice himself for the greater good, just setting themselves up. But you're coming out on top. You're up 16-3, everything going the way of the Philippines right now.
9,000 gold difference at this point, and this is the force that has been done by them. Even though we have Lucian, Batgirl is already in front, but there's nothing he can do. He's being melted immediately as soon as he shows up, and 4 of them managed to survive that team fight. This is going to be a very good game for Philippines.
Yeah, for sure. And Golden really setting it up. I mean, his Autumn Storms have been on point, always pushing people away at the right time, just creating a little bit of space and everybody at the arm's reach.
Yeah, talking about Golden D, he's going to go into the fight immediately, but look at Dagvador, very brave diving into them, even though he knows their damage output is extremely high. Batgirl is still very far up top. He has to go back to the base right now, lend a hand to his teammates to try to survive this fight.
Yeah, now Dual Death catching out on 2. They found Dagvador. She's going to be taken down. It looks like they're going to get another Yavahan. It's going to be taken as well. They've taken the T3 and are looking to go in. Batgirl, he's going to be done on this one, but Yandu is there as well. Can they somehow hold? They get the knockup, but Batgirl is going to be taken down. The Fever Barrage is not going to be enough, excuse me, as they take him down in the Crystal, and the Philippines just like that, 2-0.
6:49, that's the fastest time possible for now.
They came with a mission, definitely here. Clean 2-0 coming in from the Philippines here as they have found their prize here. They defeated Mongolia in, I would say, the fastest game possible at 6 minutes, 49 seconds.
Just a really well-played game, I mean, by the Philippines. Able to weather the storm, like a couple, misplays here and there. Chami was a little aggressive in the top lane at times, but they were able to find, just the right motions. And this is why when you're going up against an experienced team like the Philippines, you got to play flawlessly. You can't make any sort of mistakes because they're going to make you pay.
Yeah, and they managed to pull it off. They basically achieved what they wanted to achieve in the first game by doing it in the second game right now. And using these skill sets that they have, they play very, very well. And having the Shangguan in their team lineup with Dolia Celestial's Melody resetting the final stroke all the time, giving a lot of space for his team to deal a lot of damage.
But I do want to give props towards Mongolia as well. It's definitely a much better performance compared to their day one performance against Indonesia. Yes, the games were fast, but once again, they did try their best to actually fend down whatever they could. You can see like back and forth. Even in one of the fights that you saw that the Arlie got like a 4-man Autumn Storm. But still, that fight was initiated by Mongolia themselves, with the Yondu on the Mai Shunui flanking from the backline, carrying the Liu Bang ultimate with them. So I think these are proactive plays that they actually brought on towards. They didn't lose hope. They were just trying their best.
And I think that Mongolia needs to not be discouraged. Okay, they just need more reps, so to speak. They need more scrims. They need a little bit more experience. But all of the lessons that they're learning, they're going to come back much stronger after like a game like that.
Yeah, and having this in hand, I'm pretty sure they have learned a lot from this game, and they will know how to defend better from this onslaught being done by Philippines. And I'm sure Philippines also have been respecting them by showing their best, the best of the best coming from the Philippines side.
I like that point, because to respect your opponent is not by giving them chance or playing at a lower level, is to give it all you got to defeat them in a head-to-head combat, right? Which is what Philippines exactly did. They served what they had, played two different sets of compositions, and showed the dominance that they actually have as a true team.
Absolutely, like a true team. I think that that's the biggest thing. I think the Philippines, the way that they were able to kind of dismantle Mongolia and just do it with as much confidence as they had, it was just a really well-played game, series, everything. Just like, this is a team that's really well coached as well.
Yeah, and going into the item builds, we do have all of them having the same amount of gold coming in from the Philippines. No one is really standing out too much because they're all contributing the same amount of activity into the team fights. Having 9 eliminations coming in from Dragon is a very huge number.
And 20 assists coming in from Charles as well on that Dolia. Here you can definitely see that the mid and roam coming in from Team Philippines are the anchor of the team. The Dolia Shangguan was played flawlessly in trying to pressure the side lanes coming in from Mongolia.
Just to confirm, that was a what, 6 minutes and 50 seconds? Was that the fastest game?
Yeah. Yes, that was the fastest.
So they did it without the tower pushing the lineup. So this is very like this. They just need to play stock standard, right? And they're going to be able to just kind of dominate like they did in that one.
I think this goes to the point where if you are a strong team, whatever you have already practiced out of the game and your general, I would say, mechanics, right? It all applies to different compositions here. It's not to say that the Team Philippines comes in with the sole goal of wanting to break the record. It's also about them showcasing to Mongolia that, hey, this is what I have practiced and this is how good I am.
Yeah,
I agree. And we do know that the damage coming out from Yondu is actually quite a lot, even though they're being steamrolled coming from the Philippine side. The Mongolian team actually managed to deal quite amount of damage to Yondu, trying his very best to deal whatever he can in front of him. He actually tried to dive in as well to create space for Batul Z, and we can see also how Yavo Hulan tried to help Batul Z at the bottom lane when he was suffering from a lot of gankings coming in towards his way. But eventually, everything turns out quite okay. Not as best as they can, but they actually try to defend as best as they can.
Yeah, this is a team that's built around Yandu. You could see with the Mai, the most impact that they had was when he started to get a little bit going. He would be a little confident in terms of the initiation, but it just was just too much the Philippines in the end. They had so many answers. They had a lot of finishers in terms of like dual death, the finishing stroke. Like you pick your poison, like how do you fight into this one? It didn't seem like Mongolia really had that answer.
Yeah, it's really difficult when you are inexperienced and you are facing up against such a aggressive team composition here. So much early game pressure being generated coming in from both Dragon and also Charles on that Shangguan Dolia composition, which led to a very fast finish, 6 minutes 48 seconds, our fastest in this tournament, at the very least in this day 2.
Yeah, and not to mention on how Musashi kept on stealing all the buffs, the Azure Golem, the Crimson Golem.
Oh yeah.
Keep rotating from not their own jungle, but on the enemy side of the jungle, which is extremely aggressive, and we rarely see that. Who does that going to the Azure Golem? And usually people go back to their jungle, right? But they keep on doing that over and over again, and that really suffocated Mongolian very, very much.
It didn't seem like they had enough answers in terms of just like the draft, like the heroes, like the Liu Shan. We didn't really see too much of a impact, right? Liu Bang would come in, but the Battlefield Command was just too late. It just seemed like there was a little bit of an execution issue in this.
Yeah, I have to agree, especially in the early game, like what Adam actually pointed out. It's a straight-up level and invade coming in from Team Philippines, from Azure towards the Crimson Golem here. This was an actually decent setup coming in from the side of Beggarel on the Liu Shan, but the follow-up just wasn't there coming in from Yondu, resulting in an easy pickup coming in from Team Philippines, and Chami was making light work here. But I like this play coming in from Mongolia. They capitalized on towards the over-aggression coming from Chami, getting some pretty proactive plays on towards them.
They were just so aggressive, right? They were just like taking over the enemy jungle.
Yeah, they tried to send a cavalry from the mid lane, trying to help Chami as fast as they can. For sure, Chami was really, really good in his lane and making sure that his teammates have no worries whatsoever from the side lane. And they actually managed to do so. They always stick together and always dive into towers.
Yeah, just very, I would say, strong skirmish abilities here coming in from Team Philippines. I would say that aside from the Shangguan Dolo that we mentioned here, every single composition that they played so far has been really well communicated. Their team fight angles, how they initiate fights, those were just flawless coming from Team Philippines.
I mean, even when that flank, that looked bad for the Philippines, but
right?
Golden with that Autumn Storm, it was perfect, pushing everyone back into the base where that everyone is, again, at arm's reach. You just, like, the way that they're able to dismantle any sort of gank attempt, the Philippines were on another level today.
I agree. Golden actually managed to join and contribute everything. But even though Arlie during the early game is not so strong, but he still managed to contribute a lot amount of damage with the Maple Dance as well.
And the MVP of this game will be going over to the hands of Philippines' very own Dragon Dajjal with a 9-0-7 KDA, 27.6% damage dealt, 20.4% damage taken, and 21% of the total gold. Keep in mind, this was only a sub 7-minute game, so these stats are actually pretty insane.
Actually insane, right? And I think that with Dragon, we were kind of talking about the Shangguan as being like a high risk, high reward one. Well, you're rewarded here, right? I think that he was just on another level, isolating people, the finishing stroke always on the right guy because again, he's by himself. Just really well played by Dragon, and he's a little bit more than okay, I would say.
Okay, it's okay.
With the pose. But yeah, for sure, we do see that the Dolia has been picked very early on for the Philippine side. Honestly, I thought that they're going to go with Dun. They're going to go with something much more tankier for them to combo Dolia and the jungler, but they actually went with the Shangguan. Caught me off guard, for sure caught Mongolian off guard, and they pulled it off very cleanly. It's all about the execution, and they executed well.
I hope I get to see more of Shangguan Dolia coming into the later days of our qualifiers here, because it's actually a very strong 1-2 combo. They can actually pressure the side lanes here. Because in higher level games, once the Shangguan Dolia actually disappears from the map, the side lane will immediately retreat because you do not want to get ulted twice by a Shangguan.
Yeah, you're going to be isolated, you're going to be picked out, so to speak, right? I think that going in, this is not like, okay, what can you ban against this squad, right? I think that there's a lot of history, but he's played, what, Milady as well as now the Shangguan? Like, he's all over the place in terms of just hero pool that are available to him.
This is exactly what you were talking about the experiments that they're doing early on this stage. This is where they can try this and try that. I think that's what exactly they're doing. Even though supposedly they could have taken Liang to stop the Shangguan early on, but they did not take the hero. This is about draft, not the game.
Yeah,
but yeah.
I think execution also takes a very high level to actually stop the Shangguan. But I'm also interested to see what the Team Filipino representatives actually have to say with Mara to better figure out their thought process from last game. So Mara, if you may.
And that was a quick game by Team Philippines. Congratulations,
No, thank you.
Dragon. You know what we noticed? It seems like Team Philippines was determined to end the game as quickly as possible. You had aggressive tempo. You were really pushing it into the enemy territory. Was that part of the game plan, or did the opportunity just present itself?
Actually, before the game starts, we talk about it. Me and my team that we want to break the record because we are challenged by other teams to end the game faster.
And you did, setting the record right now at such a fast 6 minutes and 48 seconds. How happy are you with that?
Not really, because it's not the end yet.
Oh, so you're not being complacent yet.
Yes, yes.
All right. But you know what? What we also notice is that you guys were picking heroes that we don't normally see you use. The fans for sure are really surprised, yet you were able to play them comfortably and seamlessly. In game number 1, we saw that. In game number 2, we saw Shangguan and Mulan. This is something that we've never seen you guys use. Do you think that this reveals another side of the team's identity?
Yes, because we want to show everyone that any Philippine team that Philippines team that can adapt the meta, especially the non-meta heroes. We want to show them that every heroes in HOK is playable.
And you adapted very well, for sure. In the Philippines, they're going, wow, 6 minutes, 48 seconds. We see heroes that you guys don't normally use, and you're giving them hope with your performance. What would you like to say to everybody and to the rest of the world that's watching?
Thank you for supporting the teams in Asian Games, especially Philippines team. Keep supporting us because we want to show more heroes.
And we're looking forward to that with everything that you have to show. Do you think you can break your own record of 6 minutes and 48 seconds?
Let us see, let us see.
And we're gonna see that. And now we're gonna see what the casters have to say about that. So we're gonna go back to the casters. Lead the gorge.
Thank you, Mara. I guess our answers and questions were answered well by the Team Philippines themselves. They asked like, okay, why do you pick that? Because we want to show our diverse hero pool and how we're able to actually showcase that we can actually master and perform on these heroes. Per se, that we never got to see Shangguan, we never really got to see the Milady, and the Doglia, for example, played to a fruition. So they showed us, and they actually got very good results against the game of Mongolia.
And this is why it's so great. I mean, even if you're going up against a squad where you might want to test things out, right? Like, it doesn't hurt you. I think in the end, it's about making sure that you have those heroes available to you. Now, other teams that are waiting in the wings that have still yet to play Philippines, do they have to worry about the Milady?
True.
The Shangguan? Like, there's a potential, these hero pocket picks that might be coming out.
I think it's very important for them as well, for them to hide their best of the best tactics available for them. Which is also why it is sort of fine and okay for them to do experiments right now, to also hide, especially from Indonesia, right? Because they want to make sure that they get the highest standing possible inside their group.
I mean, not to say that we are actually predicting the final outcome coming in from Group A, but definitely if there is an opponent coming in from Indonesia or Philippines, it's both of them each other.
Yeah. And like you drew it out, right? Somehow, I don't know how you did it so that Indonesia and the Philippines are in the same group again. But the rivalry will continue on. I think that those two, regions have been a lot of fun to watch. And going even into this one, where again, like this is what we wanted to see. Like some of the best teams going in the same group. Who's going to come out on this best of 3? That's later on, of course.
It is very unfortunate for these two regions actually, because in many other tournaments as well, they get thrown into the same group so many times. And I feel that it's a destiny. They're destined to actually meet each other so early on, and going into the playoffs, for sure they will meet again.
It's definitely full encounter, right? Talking about faithful encounters here, we will definitely have to cover up with the upcoming match, which will be introducing Team India and the first game that Team Kazakhstan will be playing in this upcoming match for. Because this is definitely something to stir up in Group C. So far, Group C, we only had one series yesterday, which was Vietnam beating India in a 2-0 fashion.
Yeah, and I think that India will be able to bounce back. I think that this is definitely a group that is really up in the air. Who has the advantage? Not entirely sure, but I think that India, they lost 0-2 to Vietnam, but there were glimpses and flashes of brilliance where this is a squad that, again, should be respected in Group C.
Yeah, we do know that they have a very high adaptability and improvising within the gameplay itself, and I am pretty sure that India is going to be doing very well. But Kazakhstan has this mysterious gameplay for sure. Maybe they're hiding some of the tactics towards playing against India later.
But I know for a fact that both teams will be playing really well because they are backed up with one of the best devices here available, which is the iQOO 15R, the official tournament phone coming here for the 2026 Asian Games Esports Qualifiers for Honor of Kings. If you're into a very good phone and a budget-friendly price, do check out iQOO 15R.
120 hertz and very good cooling system. I think it's something that you will like a lot, because that's what the players are using up on the stage, and you might want to try out how does it feel like to playing a device that the pro players are using.
Yeah, and I think that going into this one, especially when we have like long days, 5 best-of-3s, they're going to need something that's going to be able to survive the day. So something to take note of here. But as we go into India, Kazakhstan, I think that this is going to be a great series ahead of us.
Yeah, definitely going to be a great series here. Probably going to be a very close one, especially we have no real data on how Kazakhstan actually plays. But before we bring you the action here coming in for both teams, let's bring it to a short break.
Contestants fight for the honor of their regions while we cheer them on from the stands. This is a challenge, but it is also an opportunity. The tide is turned.
Fastness in front. They're going to use it. Golden tight zones. Tatsuri.
Victory! And we pulled it off together. We share the same voice, the same radiance. This moment of brilliance belongs to all of us. Together, we shine.
Welcome to the 2026 Asian Games Esports Qualifiers, Honor of Kings. 20 regions, 1 stage, and only the strongest 9 teams will earn the right to shine above the rest. Taking place in Malaysia, June 13th to 21st, 2026. Coming to Malaysia, this is the battleground where teams fight for the right to qualify for the Asian Games. 20 teams enter, but only 9 teams will move on. Apart from the 20 regions, there are 3 regions that have direct qualification. Here is the 2026 Asian Games Esports Qualifiers Honor of Kings format. First, the 20 teams will split into 4 groups of 5. In each group, every team faces every other team once in a single round robin, with every match played in a best-of-3 format. That means every match matters. Every game matters. Every single point matters. The point system is simple. Win the match, earn 1 point. Lose the match, earn none. At the end of the group stage, teams are ranked by the total points they've collected. And from there, the road begins to shine. The top 2 teams from each group qualify directly to the Asian Games main event. That gives us 8 teams advancing straight out of groups. But for those not through yet, the light isn't out. The teams that finish third in each group still have one more shot. They move into the last chance stage. There, they battle through one final BO3 single elimination bracket until 2 teams remain. The 2 teams will then face off in a BO3 match to claim the one final qualification slot. So in total, 9 teams will make it through, 8 from the group stage and 1 through the last chance stage. That is the rule. Now it is time to see who can rise through it. From across the world, regions gather here in Malaysia. 20 teams, and only 9 will qualify. The path is set. The stakes are clear. Together, we shine. Stay tuned, and we'll see you at the stage.
Magic murmurs in ecstasy. There is no escape for you. I'll be back for your life soon.
Shall I compare thee to a summer's day?
Don't engage. Don't crush us like insects. Defend our base. Our high ground tower under attack. Amazing! Unbelievable!
Ah, the fragrance of romance.
Ally has been slain. Rampage. Double kill. Triple kill. Spectacular. Pentakill.
Lady Fortune is on my side.
Itu bukan track kita. Relax bro. Phone aku! Jom kembara. Mountain Dew, angkatkan kegemaran. Kau boleh. Kat mana pula ni? Water Trust.
Kasih boost.
Adventure. Dapat pun. Steady bro. Lancarkan kepala gengmu.
They tried.
The new Spritling skill, Dig It, is a passive skill, which will automatically trigger at fixed times each match, up to a maximum of 10 times. The skill grants guaranteed standard rewards like gold, XP, shield, health recovery, and more. There's also a small chance to uncover mysterious grand prize effects during the match. Dig It may also produce tradable high-value treasures. Detailed information about acquired treasures will be shown after the match ends. Each treasure has its own rarity and storage size, and obtained treasures will be automatically stored in your warehouse. If you want more high-quality treasures, make good use of the Treasure Fusion feature. You can also copy and share your code so friends can help speed things up. Treasures in your warehouse can be sold for event currency, which can be used to redeem skins, items, and other rewards on the event page. You'll even have a chance to win physical prizes like smartphones and cash. You can also spend event currency to bid on high-value rewards. The auction uses a hidden bidding system, where you can submit 2 bids for the same reward. The highest bidder wins, giving you even more ways to obtain rewards.
If you've ever wondered how to go from HOK player to HOK top influencer, this one is for you. HOK welcomes all creators. First things first. When you start as a HOK player, your in-game highlight can become your content. This is the first step of building your own social media presence. If you keep on creating and reach 100 plus followers, you will be invited to HOK Studio and become a HOK Studio creator, starting to earn various incentives as you grow. You'll get token and cash incentives for your creativity. Stay in the loop.
Sound of the rain. No matter how I feed the flame, you know I feel the darkness and the pain. All of the ways we tried to break free from the night, you know we made it out, we found the light. I fly so high, light up the skyline. Let's do it this time, like it's a whole new vibrant world. Like we're the only ones in this world. Like we're the only ones in this world. Now I see that I got everything I need. It's alright, I'm on fire, I'm alive, 'cause now I fly so high, light up the skyline. Let's do it this time, like it's a whole new colorful world. Like we're the only ones in this world. Like we're the only ones in this world. Never thought we'd get this far, burning like the stars. How we get this far, like we're the only ones in this world. Like we're the only ones in this world. Like we're the only ones in this world. meet your fate. You don't choose which path to take alive. In life, I'm finally letting go of everything left to hold me. I'm against all odds, but I won't give up, 'cause it's my time to shine. Standing in the starlight, and no one let me down. Destiny is calling high. I'm not afraid to fight for everything I love. Victory's on my side. The more we lose, the more we gain. The more that nothing stays the same. In time, can't love ever, can't forget. What you see is what you get. Sometimes, gonna show the world tonight. The light that shines inside us. We're against all odds, but we won't give up, 'cause it's our time to shine.
Hope you didn't have to wait for so long, because we are back once again for day 2 of the 2026 Asian Games Esports Qualifiers for Honor of Kings. The name is Sagi here, your desk host for today, and with me are the casters of your voice in the game. It's gonna be Adam and also Holler. Welcome back to the English broadcast, and what do we have for this match number 4?
Yeah, I think that we have a team that has done well, at least from India, right? This is the roster from Revenant Esports. They're kind of coming in. They had some expectations.
Yep.
Unfortunately, they fell to Vietnam 0-2.
Yeah.
So this is a roster that we're like, there's a lot of positives out of this one. But they're going up against Kazakhstan, which we don't really know as much.
Yeah, well, against Vietnam, it's going to be very hard, right? Because they have a lot of experience prior to this.
True.
But against Kazakhstan, they might have an equal level chance, but also they might be even better because they're very quick in adapting. Again, like I said just now, in ranked match, I met one of their streamers. They're insanely good. Very, very good. And in a very short period of time, they managed to get to that level. That is something to be watching out for.
I think I definitely have to agree with you, right? Because like what Holler mentioned, even though India as a new region, they still lost to Vietnam for per se yesterday in a 2-0 fashion, but we still see signs of pretty good performance, especially from Ainul, their jungle/farm lane player, who had a very good performance on the hero, which is arguably a very difficult one.
Yeah, a very mechanically difficult one. And I think that they like to kind of shake things up a little bit. I think that that has been to their strength, so to speak. But again, a lot of that stuff is kind of building up until the update here, which is, of course, going to be the new season here. The Grand Venture begins June 17th. Explore the gorge and discover hidden treasures.
Now, you may be wondering why we keep reminding you on June 17, but you can definitely imagine June 17 being one of the most important update for the year on the official HOK server, because that's gonna be so many new things. If you saw the consignment shop, if you saw the new sprite links, if you saw the new heroes, so everything is prepared for this upcoming patch on, I think, like 5 more days?
Yeah.
3 more days, yeah, 4 more days, yeah.
Couple of more days, and definitely everyone is be waiting for the season reset as well, because everyone really want to push their rank with these new heroes coming up. So there's gonna be a lot of things happening on this specific date, 17th of June. So don't forget to check out in Honor of Kings and get everything updated, because the update is gonna be massive.
Going to be huge, right? And that we're going to be super excited about that. But we're probably a little bit more excited about this 4th series of the day. And it's look like India versus Kazakhstan. This is going to be a great one here.
I believe it's going to be a great one. But as always, to tease the entrance coming in for these two teams, we have prepared a special entrance video coming in for both India and Kazakhstan.
United by a shared journey, they step onto the arena with confidence. Their sharp coordination and unshakable belief in one another is built for the big stage battles. A region rising, a team ready to answer the call. Please welcome India!
Calm, calculated, and composed under pressure. They will rely on discipline, controlled pacing, and intelligent decision-making to outlast their opponents and to seize victory when the moment matters most. Make some noise for Kazakhstan!
This is going to be the first time that we get to see Kazakhstan in action in Honor of Kings esports scene. So I'm definitely excited to see how these two teams, they are fresh in HOK, play against each other, and what kind of chemical reaction that they can actually form between one another.
Yeah, definitely. And we do know that the Indians really have one of the strongest players from their region. Starting off with Ashish, Ainul, Harsh, Ayush, and Akshaj. Definitely players that really need to be watched out for because their lineup is crazy.
Despite losing out the first series against Vietnam, but you gotta be arguing, like, hey, it's Vietnam. He's probably the group leader coming in from Group C, and India actually had a decent performance against them, so I'm excited to see what kind of improvement that they have had ever since that series yesterday.
Yeah, but you gotta move quickly, right? Yesterday was when they lost to Vietnam. What can they bring up against Kazakhstan? This is a roster that, again, needs to change things up on the fly, make some minor adjustments, make a couple less mistakes going in. But of course, their opponent will be Kazakhstan, and they will be made up of Alihan, Marapat, Arshun, Bajol, Sankar here. And if, you know, Alihan looks a little familiar, he actually was from Virtus Pro, which played in the KM West Spring 2025. He's known as Shisuke. So again, there's a lot of history, a lot of expertise coming out of him.
Yeah, definitely. We cannot look down on these players as well because they do have a lot of experience too. So will they be able to benefit from this experience that they have and try to put it to good use into the game after this?
I mean, it's a good knowledge to know that at the very least for Kazakhstan, they have an ex-pro player that actually represented their region before. So for them, it means that they have a leader player with experience helping out the entire team to better yet accommodate to the pro scene.
Yeah, definitely. And we know that the Indian team actually choose the blue side and the Kazakhstan is going to go red. We do know this is going to be helpful for Kazakhstan to actually try to do a lot more counter picks based on what India is going to be picking after this. And the first two bans is going to be very important. Usually we will see Dolia is going to be banned, Mai, and also Guan Yu. It's going to be interesting from Kazakhstan what they're going to be banning out.
Yeah, I think that that's going to really set the pace, right? We've seen this time and time again where a lot of the, you know, the teams, where do they want to go? Blue side or red side? I think that overall the red side has had a little bit more success because of the counter-picking nature. It just gives you a little bit of an edge.
Well, since they have already selected the blue side coming in from Team India here, walk me through what has been some of the more popular blue side first picks here so far.
I think from what we've seen today, there has been a lot of Guan Yu picks as the first one, and also maybe some Ukyos. This is because that team really specifically love using that because the jungler is so able to carry the entire team, and that makes sense because they are very confident with their player.
Well, coming into the first pick and ban phase between India and Kazakhstan here, we do see Mai Shunui early being locked away, and that's the Guan Yu that you've mentioned here alongside with the Dolia here. I like the Yu Huan here being picked up by Team India. They definitely are learning a thing or two coming in against their match from Vietnam.
Yeah, and that was, I like it how you're referring that to that series because it was almost like trauma in the way because Ling Van from that mid lane was able to just absolutely dominate on the Yuan here. He's just done such a great job that he's actually influenced the India squad to pick it up themselves.
Or maybe inspired. The fact that they're trying out Yu Huan right now probably gonna be good if they can actually execute as well as what Vietnam did. Chano and Zhang Fei is gonna be a very good pick as well because we've seen a lot of Zhang Fei has been picked. The win rate is still very high for this hero. Having Chano to secure the late game is actually quite good.
Yeah, it's a very comfortable 1-2 pick here. I would say arguably one of the best 1-2s here, considering the fact that heroes like the Guan Yu has been removed from the pool. So if you do give Bajrol enough time to scale on that channel, that could be a very, very late game monster here. But coming through the side of India's draft here, since this Yuhuan has been picked and a Liempo has been picked, likely Harsh will be on hands on that Yuhuan later on in the mid lane.
Yeah, makes a little bit of sense right there, right? I think that setting it up from that mid lane, I think that you're able to kind of, again, just soften up the enemy team, and then you have that sustain to kind of outget them. So the other side, you're kind of looking at it as like, okay, we need itemized, we need Venomous Staff, we need some way to, again, just limit the healing that he brings, because he just has so much sustain.
I agree. Itemization is very important going up against Yuhuan especially. So they need to reduce that healing coming from Yuhuan. They need to apply Imperil effect. Also, they do have Charlotte in their hands. This is going to be quite interesting for Charlotte. Is this Charlotte going to be building towards Blazing Cape to apply that towards Yuhuan? That might be also useful.
Yeah, that could be like one of the 4th or 5th item options here coming in from the Charlotte here after the Axe of Torment, Pure Sky, and the items I was like Frostscar Embrace, right, after he finishes those up. But coming into the bans here, I do want to favor out Kazakhstan's here. Their direction is very simple. Ban away any form of direct engage that could harm Bajrol in the backline.
And if we're looking at this game, I mean, there's got to be a lot of pressure on India. I mean, you dropped one against Vietnam, clearly the favorites of the group, but losing a second game, I mean, it's not like you're completely eliminated, but being down 0-2 would be a terrible spot for them. So India, dare I say, this is must win for them. Kazakhstan, obviously this is just their first one, so they have that a little bit of room to maneuver around. But when you have Vietnam waiting in the wings, I think that you're also looking at this one as, again, a must win here.
I agree. They really need to secure that second place spot if they'd like to be much more comfortable and don't have to go through too much of the matches going up into this qualifier. Having Heino in their hand is also very good for Kazakhstan, trying to poke as much as possible. But look at this pick coming from India.
I like it. The delivery system on the Hansen Liu Bang combo here, accessing the backline, finding the channel. As long as they can get the channel, that's going to be an increase in win percentage coming from India, because that's going to be a very big threat removed from the map here. And Kazakhstan locking in that Nurza as the jungler here coming in for the final pick. And this Nurza has not been revamped yet, as we are referencing towards the Season 13 patch here.
A little bit of a different Neza in that sense, but still ways to kind of, you know, be a little bit mobile, be that guy that you want to kind of get to the potential back line, because, you know, if you're looking at the Hanshin, the Liu Bang, I mean, that delivery service, tough nut to crack, so to speak.
Yeah, Hanshin and Liu Bang is a very good surprise pick as well. The fact that they have Liempo is going to be using Tribal Smash, diving towards the back line of Kazakhstan. I'm pretty sure Liu Bang is going to be jumping onto him.
This is going to be a super important match, as Holler stated here. India, one more step, they can equalize this series. Or will Kazakhstan find their first win here coming in their first match ever in 2026 Asian Games Qualifier?
Thank you so much, Saki. As we go into this one, the 4th series of the day, the first game, of course, we're going to be into this one. India, Kazakhstan. Both of these squads, I mean, this has got to be for everything. It's going to be a lot of aggressiveness to ensure that they make the statement in game one.
Yep, it's very important at this point of the stage, because they really need to secure as much points as possible. Sunkar doing a very early opening vision up to the front. We still have Akshaj in front trying to help out with Erin down below.
Yeah, and now if you're looking at the bottom lane, Bakshol, of course, as well as Sunkar, like these are guys that kind of need to solidify the bottom lane, right? Harsh is going to be annoying. He's going to be looking to rotate. And again, it's about this Firehawk. The first time, who's going to get that slight advantage as they go into this game?
Seems like it's going to be given to Ayush. Very accurate timing from the first kill that she just used right there. But also still having Akshaj right in front, trying to help them steal the jungle again. It's all about the resource gameplay at this point. At the same time, we're still waiting for Aino, who's using Hanshin, trying to do fast rotations, or are they going to try to take the Charlotte down? It seems like they're not.
I think whenever we see the Hanshin, especially on the global stage, Rock comes to mind, because he definitely mains this hero when he's given that opportunity. He does a great job with it, but generally his playstyle is to be completely off the map, just constantly farm, get to this Super Saiyan mode where you're able to just take down everybody, and but it's usually mid to late game when he kind of comes online.
And we can see Ayush is still down here alone without needing the help of the roamer from the India side. But it seems like it's better that way, so that it gives a lot of space for Akshash to actually help Harsh at the mid lane and do rotations, maybe towards Clash lane even. But now they're so focused around the Tyrant area, even though it's not 4 minutes yet.
Yeah, you can't go too far from the mid lane, especially when the creeps are going to just clash in the mid like this. So you want to obviously push it out, create a little bit of space before you go, and then that locks down Arshin because he has to deal with that minion wave. And now the rotation is happening. You're seeing them kind of make their way at least to the southern side of this river here.
I love what's being done by both sides of the roamer. Both of them are very aggressively checking each other out, checking where are they rotating towards to, so that the team have a preemptive idea of where they have to go after clearing their lanes.
Yeah, and taking things away, being aggressive, contesting, right? Making things a little uncomfortable where not everything is free. That's kind of what you want to do. And in the fight in the mid lane, they're doing a little bit of work on this one. He's deciding to go on in, does a little bit of work, but with Fate Rewind just negating most of this. Unkar needs to be careful. The Tremor Smash is real, though, as two men get there, and Arshin is just going to scepter them away.
The spears, though, really trying to help out with the team, forcing India to disengage away from that team fight. Harsh trying his best to steal the camp, but it did not work because the damage is still not there for now. The amount of gold for both sides of the team is quite close, Holler. It seems like we're going to have a very good game between the two.
Okay, we have not seen a long Tempest Dragon game. This is probably one where I think the series, where it's probably going to happen, if anything, today, because, I mean, we saw some of the shortest games today.
True, that's true. Maybe the shortest game and the longest game within one day would be quite nice too, huh?
Yeah, yeah. Yeah, it definitely could potentially happen. I know is doing a little bit of work here as well, just kind of dancing around. Arshin gets a little bit low. The Umbrella Outburst is going to be used, not really hitting the right way. It went the wrong way in that sense, but they're able to retreat off of it. But now they actually go back. Marpot continuing on the Stampede. They're not looking to give this up, and eventually they will.
And Aino actually managed to dash back. Maybe he was trying to aim for Aino, but Umbrella was actually missed because Aino was so quick with the dashes that he has. And it seems like both sides of the team are going to try to prepare for the Tyrant right now. The Tyrant is still untouched, but it seems like Marapa is trying to settle down with his Azure Golem first.
Yeah, the Spike Tail before anything else. The Tyrant could be started, but look at Aino. He's definitely waiting in the wings. He wants it to go a little bit lower before he potentially goes in. Tyrant is like, who dares wake me up?
Who dares come here? 3 people are still down here. They're not going to try to force the Tyrant just yet. I know he's still going to be quite busy trying to clear the minion in the mid lane, but it seems like Ayu's going to go all out trying to destroy this tower as fast as he can.
That's a lot of damage. It's already at half life. I mean, chipping away, you know, I mean, essentially for free, getting on out, no punishment was had, and now Kazakhstan, they're going to start the Tyrant here.
Very interesting. Arshin has already bought the Holy Grail, so he's going to be having a lot of mana, and he's going to be able to spam a lot of his skill set. Is this going to be stolen? No, it's not, because Akshash is not holding any smite.
Yeah, Marapet did have the smite ready on standby, so that's a huge win for them. I mean, this net worth, it's just going to eventually rise up because of the damage buff, right? That's the biggest piece when you're able to farm a little bit more. But Arshin getting a little bit low, the Fate Rewind, he's playing with my heart as he eventually gets back to safety.
Yeah, you're going to get a lot of that with Arshin because his Fate Rewind is always online. Having that Holy Grail, he's going to be able to use that ultimate quite a lot with the 20% cooldown reduction.
Yeah, it will be huge for him. I mean, anytime he can kind of just reverse all of that, he can be aggressive, and that's kind of what you want from the Hano. But Ashish taking a little bit of damage in that top lane. So this is also one where, yeah, the skirmishing are happen. Ashish is just staying alive, but he could come into the fight at a moment's notice with that Battlefield Command.
True, and we do know that Battlefield Command is quite instant. It also gives a lot of shield to whoever he's arriving to, which also gives a lot of protection to the teammate. So as of now, in terms of economy, the goal is exactly the same for both sides of the team. But it seems like they're going to try to get Bajol. Bajol is still okay, and Blazing Cape has been bought by Nejat. It's going to reduce a lot of health recovery coming from Kazakhstan.
Yeah, huge, especially when you see Harsh on the other end. But the Umbrella Outburst actually just gets barely the tip. The Trevor Smash in return. 3 members are stunned up, and it looks like he's been locked in. The Battlefield Command will be used as well, and they kind of go on. The Fate Rewind on back, but Songkar have been taken down.
A very quick war, but definitely Sunkar managed to run away, but he actually went down. Actually, I was trying to say Archin actually managed to run away using that Fate Rewind. A very quick skill set used by him. Very smart from both sides not to overcommit because they might have lost the entire team if they actually overextend their positionings.
Yeah, but a very risky play, right? I mean, I think that you're diving the bottom T1, looking for a potential kill, and if things go south, I mean, you're actually going to pay with your life, and Sunkar did.
True. Aino is very aggressive.
Oh, it looks like Skyfall right on top of this, finding at least Aino. He actually dodges most of this, fighting 1 versus 2, not scared whatsoever, and that's what you want to see out of your Hanshin player.
It seems like he's extremely comfortable with what's going on in front of him. Even though there's 2 people, he can still go in and make sure that he deals a good amount of damage for sure. But at the same time, Arshin is still down there and they're going to try to get this damage.
Yeah, Arshin, he's going to be using his Fate Rewind. He's under the tower though. He's going to use the Healing Dew. The Burst Rams are not enough. Arshin doing a little bit of work on him. He says, how dare you dive my tower? This is my home. And he will stay alive.
Get out of my lawn.
You darn kids.
Darn kids. They're still trying to give a lot of focus towards the mid tower. The Azure Golem is going to be taken by Marapat for sure without any problem whatsoever. It seems like both sides of the team is not playing too aggressively. They're very conservative, but Aino has been trying to take more risk.
Yeah, as he should, right? Because you have that mobility to get yourself out. Plus, you have Ashish coming in with the Battlefield Command. You have options, right?
Oh, that's
you have that get out of jail free card, although it doesn't work at most jails. Some jails, if you will. But it looks like Arshin doing a little bit of work here. They're going to skirmish here. The Umbrella Outburst is going to do some work. The Fate Rewind on back. And Ainul's going to be picked off. And Akshash is getting a little bit low. He's getting sceptered down. He's getting whittled. And he does fall in the end. Sunkar, he too will walk away.
A very good team fight coming up from the Kazakhstan. They do have lesser gold though, but they still managed to pull this off very, very well. Coming from Sunkar with the Unbridled Outburst, I feel like the timing that he chose to use that is very good.
Yeah, and it's one where you're trying to bait out Arshin's Fate Rewind. He barely gets away. He will recall on back, but it's one where if you don't have enough burst, he's just going to heal everything up. So you got to get out of there. So like when you're going in, it's like a little bit of tit and tat, so to speak, of poking, but they're going in with that Skyfall. Marpet is on the run, and yet another kill goes the way of Kazakhstan.
A little bit late with the unending sorrow. He could have healed Ayush just now, but he was quite confident that they could survive. But then again, Pajol came in jumping with the channel, managing that damage, which is quite a lot from the early game.
Yeah, Harsh is like, I'm only using the unending sorrow to save myself. Like, you're on your own, man. But a little harsh, if you will. That joke? No? Okay.
A little harsh, L. Okay.
All right, but the bottom lane, Harsh going down. I guess he should have healed his buddy before he spent it, but he too will fall. And it looks like Kazakhstan are finding their groove, putting that pressure on, up about 1K, doing everything right thus far.
Well, we can really hear the voices of the players shouting out on the stage, trying to call the comms.
Oh, they're looking to go. The burst ram, the Tremor Smash is going to do a little bit of work. The return fire, the Umbrella Outburst. Can they get anything? The Battlefield Command is also going to be committed, but it looks like they're just going to retreat off of that. They lost the T1 mid, though.
An insane amount of damage coming from them. With the Umbrella Outburst, they managed to disengage, but they still lose one hero. But no problems to them. They're going to try to get the Tyrant at this point. But it seems like Aino is very aggressively trying to check through the front line. Is he going to lose this Tyrant?
Yeah, nothing for free, but Aino takes that one out. You've got the smite, you've got that advantage. When you had the man advantage, you need to ensure you take a big neutral, and India did. They definitely got rewarded for that.
A very good spear coming from Arshin. Arshin is still right in front, but we can see Charlotte is still trying to get the damage. Aino is going to be smashed.
Yeah, the Skyfall going in. Aino, though, he's going to dodge most of this. The Battlefield Command on top of him as he gets on out. Aino with those dashes. Really smart play by using that Battlefield Command to just springboard him on out.
Also providing extra security in case something happens to him. A very nice spear has been thrown away. Remember, the more stacks that you put onto different units is going to stack onto the hero if it passes through towards that specific hero. So it's going to be very dangerous for anyone who's going to be facing Heno right in front of them. Sunkar is going to be helping his teammate, trying to get the Crimson Golem, no problem.
Oh, they're going to chase. Ayush not able to get away. Voxel making sure he gets, pays with his life for even trying to walk on out. Kazakhstan with a man advantage. Now they're going to put pressure on this mid T2. Kazakhstan finding opportunities to again take control of this game. game.
But this is very interesting on how Ainul is very busy up top. He's really trying to get a lot of objectives on his own, and Ali Khan has been forced to be sent back, reducing the resources of Kazakhstan to 4 heroes only in front because of the work of Ainul.
Yeah, so when we saw the earlier games in this series, we kind of saw just how teams were able to win close games out. This is a way also to play a losing game. True. I know they're able to just constantly push, putting that and taking down that top T2. Very smart. That's how you want to take advantage of that space.
I think it's a very good decision, but it seems like they're trying to get 1 damage here, but it's not enough towards Arshin. I feel that it's a very smart decision making by them because they do know they cannot win team fights, so they send him to the side lanes instead.
Yeah, and that's what you need, right? Even with Ayush down, it's like, okay, I know, all right, fine, I'll just take the top lane. And somebody has to rotate, somebody has to deal with that, so you've got the man advantage, and now they find Ashish, he gets on the battlefield command, but at what cost? They're going to continue the chase. It's on into the brush, if you will. Bakshal is doing some work. The Umbrella Outburst only connecting onto 1 with that Stampede. Here comes the Skyfall, but he's not going to hit anything. The Favor Wine is going to reverse most of this, but the Tremor Smash is real by Akshaj, but they're not able to find anything else. They've got the Vanguards. They're going to take the bottom T2.
A very good Tremor Smash coming from Akshaj, managing them to disengage very cleanly away, or else his teammates might have went down very quickly right there. Very good team play from India as well, but Kazakhstan is really steamrolling, trying to get the tier 2 towers from all lanes possible.
I love the way that they're moving, right? They're moving together, and they're moving with purpose, and they're fighting 1 versus 2. Ainul just doing a little bit of work, finally takes down Arshin. He says, how you'll come back from that one, my friend.
Marapat managed to run away. Ali Khan is still in the vicinity, but they still have to manage their lanes right now. All the Vanguards are in front of their house. They need to destroy these dragons quickly so that they can continue farming in their own resources. 1,000 gold difference, even though so many towers have been destroyed by Kazakhstan.
Yeah, and I mean, it kind of started with just like, I would say, Arshil, like just how he's able to, Arshin, excuse me, just able to constantly push. And here comes the Battlefield Command onto 2. Bakshal is going to be taken down. Ainul doing a little bit of work on the side. He's going to be chased on here. The Umbrella Outburst, everything being thrown at him as he's finally shut down.
Is that a waste or not? That is the question. They're still trying to chase 1 person, but the tower is going to be the main objective for India. Charlo is still fighting. Ali Khan trying to chase Ashish. Ashish going to go down.
Yeah, they find him on the side. They actually were able to isolate him. They got the one-on-one. It was a little too low for this one, and now they're on the run. They're going to be chased. They get knocked up. Can they get any more? Akshaj is not really the target, but I think they might well go on top of him. But the burst ram, he barely gets on out. Ooh, that was close.
Might as well try to get Akshaj, but he still managed to run away with a lot of amount of dash coming from the Liampo. I still feel that India is still on the right track. They're still trying their best, and I'm pretty sure that the damage output from them is enough if they actually join the team fight properly and accordingly in sequence, or else it's going to be quite problematic when they keep on getting captured 1 by 1.
Yeah, the Tyrant here going to be picked up here. But to your point, India's still in this one. They are, like far from losing this one because the net worth is very close. The only thing is that they're down towers. That mid T1 is a bit of a problem for India. They need to get some sort of team fight win before they start taking them down.
Yeah, we can see on how Marapat is still behind in the mid lane. He's scanning everyone using his ultimate. He's still waiting for the moment because Skyfall is going to be used to fly in the right moment, especially because he needs to join the team fight very soon. Also, Ali Khan is doing the job of Ainul right now. He's trying to split at the bottom lane. This is going to be giving a bit of a headache to Ashish, but Ashish has Battlefield Command.
Oh, leader stance. The Umbrella Uppers just barely taking him off. Ainul thought he could outmaneuver that one, but instead he got smashed. Top T3 is down. They're going to continue on. The Unending Sorrow, just a little bit of heals. Nice Tremor Smash in return, but at what cost? They're not able to find any sort of pick. Ashish is there as well, but he's going to deal with the Wolves. Kazakhstan not able to find anything or a way to end it just yet.
They tried to end, but they cannot because a lot of them are still alive. They have to focus on the towers right now. There's still the tier 3 tower on the mid lane and the bottom lane. Overall, it's going to be focused by the Kazakhstan. It seems like there's something India can do about that with Ainul not responding yet.
Yeah, but they've opened up a huge gap in the defense, right? The top lane will constantly push. Now they've got the Overlord. That's going to be a bit of a problem here. India reeling right now. Yes, they were close, but man, Kazakhstan are finding ways to just close this game out.
Pretty sure the Overlord Vanguard is going to be spawned towards the bottom lane for them to be focusing on the top lane if they want to. But it seems like the Crimson Golem has been taken by Ayush. This is going to be good news for them because they're not losing too much resources after that skirmish that happened just now.
Yeah, and look at how Aino is just split pushing. He's going back into the lane, just trying to get him as much farm as possible. He's done a great job of ensuring that they don't fall too far behind. He is pretty much your win condition. If we're talking about net worth, he's up about 2K over Marpat, right? So he's done a great job literally trying to carry this team to victory.
Yeah, this is actually quite a lot, but remember how many times Kazakhstan has to waste a lot of ultimates just for Aino? Remember on how Sukar has to use his ultimate?
Oh, they decide to go in, they find the pick on Bakshol just like that. He's been taken out, and it looks like the power gradation is going to be used as well. Kazakhstan is on the run, and they're trying to go in forward for this, but at what cost? The Umbrella Uppers is now going to be used just to push them back, but India found the pickoff that they wanted. They've gotten Bakshol.
Aino is still at the back. He's trying his best to destroy the Vanguards as fast as they can. This is going to be a big problem because the wave management, the Dragons are going to be pushing all the minions by themselves, but 3 of them are trying to get the tier 1 tower in the mid lane.
Yeah, India need to prioritize that top lane, ensuring that they just don't GG end, right, with these Vanguards that are constantly pushing. So you fix it out, you push it past the river before you can make any sort of gank attempt or movement across this map.
Looking at this damage dealt ranking from Ayush is actually quite a lot from him. He is trying to deal a lot of damage with the Laurel Bloom, the ultimate with the magical damage. I think the one who's tanking all of that up is Akshaj because he's always up front trying to save his team from a certain misery.
Yeah, and he goes in yet again. The Burst Ram is going to do a little bit of work here, but I mean, it's pretty much off of those 2 guys, Ainul and Ayush. They've been actually keeping them in the game. If they weren't top tier in terms of the damage, they probably would have lost already.
I agree. I very much agree with that. Ainul needs to be focusing on distracting the entire team. Kazakhstan are looking into trying to get the Tyrant, but do they know that Ainul is nearby? He's checking it.
Spotted out. You have got to check the brushes here. Sunkar is going to be there. It's getting a little bit low. They decide to go in, but he gets the steal. Ainul with this fight. And now they're going to be chased. The Umbrella Outburst is going to do a little bit of work. You have to use the Unending Sorrow. It's an all-out retreat. Harsh is just trying to stay alive. The Trevor Smash, he's going to sacrifice his life for the greater good. Akshaj, he will survive as well. And somehow off of that steal, and you're checking the top lane and the mid, both of them are pushing.
Oh, they're really trying to defend their base. Now they have to do something because Ashish is still busy up top. And look at how Aino is trying to distract them from going top. He's trying to steal the blue buff with no problem whatsoever, but Ali Khan is out. He's trying to run away. He still has Battlefield Command to run away with his ult if he wants to.
Yeah, it's so smart. Really well played there by India. I mean, Aino getting that steal, and then instantly Ashish just pushing the top lane, taking advantage of all that space because they were so bloodthirsty. They were chasing after them. They lost sight of the objectives.
Look at how Akshaj and Harsh trying to give some space for Ayush, trying to destroy the bottom tower with no problem whatsoever. You jinxed it, Holler. You said so. Tempest is coming in 25 seconds.
I knew that it was going to happen. This is going to be one of those games where both of these 2 teams are so, like, they're close.
Right?
Right? In terms of skill level, everything that you want, we knew it was going to be drama, and we've got it here.
True, and it's going to be very interesting on how we have a Hanshin played by Ainul right now. Ainul's going to try to secure his blue buff, but it did not manage to work. The Armored Hour has been used.
Yeah, he's going to be chased here. He's got Sage's Sanctuary. That will be popped. If you want to go the Stampede on top, the Battlefield Command is going to be committed as well. And he just barely stays alive. Ashish was there for the perfect clutch save.
Saved by Ashish. And they can still focus on Tempest right now. We still know that Marapat does have his Skyfall. He can fly anywhere to help his teammate if he needs to. But it seems like India cannot focus on distracting them because Tempest has already started.
Yeah, it's been started here. The top lane is a potential game ender. They're not actually watching this. They might have lost sight of the ball, but Kazakhstan are going to force the Tempest Dragon. The Crystal is under siege as well, and it looks like Alihan is not even there. They find Songkar. That's going to be a great win for them. The Tempest Dragon is getting very low. Who's going to take this one out? And Songkar gets the steal on the Tempest Dragon, but the base is a problem. They find Ainul. Marapat is going to be taken down as well. It looks like Ashish is already in the top lane. He's fixing that one out, but at what cost? Sage's Sanctuary will be popped many a times on this one. Bakshol is on the backside. They find Ayush, and Bakshol is on the run, and he too will fall. Akshaj gets him down. He sends support one as he takes him down.
Kazakhstan will continue to fight. They know they don't have the Tempest buff, but they still manage to fight very, very well indeed. Harsh is still in the mid lane. He's going to try to help them push with the Tempest Dragon, Tempest Vanguard, and it seems like they will have to slow it down down for now.
Oh my gosh, Harsh right there. He doesn't get that steal, they lose that game, right? They lose the Tempest swap. Everything would have gone disastrously. Now you have the Tempest Vanguard that will provide a little bit of space, buying you time for Ainul and Ayush to both respawn.
In terms of itemization, it seems like Bashul hasn't have his 5th item just yet. He just sold his shoes. He's still deciding, what am I buying right now? What do I buy? Is it another 6th century? Is it something that would save me potentially? Maybe a Splendor? But it seems like he's going with a Sunpool. This is going to give a lot of distance in his basic attack for their next potential team fight.
Yeah, so he's already got the mobility. That's not an issue. So boots are, you know, on the side. We don't need that. But it's all about the damage. It's about staying alive, using your positioning to make sure that you stick around. Because again, Bakshol, he is your game changer in come these team fights.
And also, we still have Ashish who can fly anywhere that he needs to. But we still see on how Alikan is at the mid lane right now. He's trying to protect it. They still have this last wave of the Vanguards flying from the base. And I think this is a clear chance for India to at least try to destroy one of the tier 3 towers.
Yeah, I think that you need to. I mean, you've got those Tempest Vanguards. You got to take advantage of that, right? And that will constantly push it. Kazakhstan understanding that what is at stake. They need to play defensive, just survive at least for now.
True. We have to remember that the Tempest actually has a disrupt. They can be disrupted, but they might start a new one soon.
Oh, the Fate Rewind actually healing the tower. Very smartly played there, ensuring that, hey, again, slowing it down. This is the power of the Hano.
Yeah, we can still see on how they're trying to defend as fast as they can, and they managed to do so. Even though India still has the Tempest buff, just now they managed to win the fight. It's still something that to be talked about, and I think Kazakhstan deserves to be proud of that.
Yeah, it's going to be up another 30 or so more seconds, right? Another Tempest Dragon. How many Tempest Dragons do we want in this game, Adam?
I want to see 3. I want to see 3. 3 is going to be a good number. It's a good exercise for us for the rest of the week.
Yeah, for sure, for sure. I think it'll be very exciting if they're able to do it. It's going to be set up in about 20 more seconds. Kazakhstan understanding that, hey, we need to kind of just fortify this area, get some vision, and of course the positioning will be key.
Yeah, they have been slowed down quite a lot here. They're trying to prepare and get ready mentally and physically probably. But look at Ainul trying to get this damage into him.
Yeah, Marapad taking about half damage on this one. Just bouncing him around though. It's not enough. Akshaj, again, he's just a roamer. Yes, he's very tanky, but he needs to create a little bit of space. The Tempest Dragon has been pulled out of his lair. It's looking to be at least started on the side. The Umbrella Outburst will be committed onto 2, but where's the follow-up? It looks like Akshaj is very tanky on this side. It looks like Marapad is getting a little bit low, looking to turn this around. Ainul trying to take him down. That's going to be Sage's Sanctuary for him. Marapad is looking to just run away. Ainul running for the hills. Ashish is going to be using his Sage's Sanctuary as well, but he will fall. He got left behind. Now the Tempest Dragon still up for now.
He still have his Battlefield Command. It has been used just now actually, but the Tempest, he's going to be focused down by the Kazakhstan. It seems like they still have Akshat, who's going to be focusing down in front to show vision for Ainul. This is very important for Ainul to try to go in and steal. Is it going to be stolen again or not? It seems to me like Kazakhstan needs to focus down to for a team fight first, Hauler.
Yeah, they're not forcing it down because Marapat was out actually back in the fountain, but they cannot get caught off. If they get backdoored, this is a potential problem. Ainul still has that speed, but Kazakhstan are saying, hey, we don't care. We're going to take the Tempest Dragon. We're going to force this fight.
Yeah, we have to remember Ainul is quite busy trying to clear the lanes, but the mid lane minion has been left out. But we still have Ainul trying to chase that minion. They're not going to go there.
Oh, the Fate Rewind is on back. The Tempest Dragon is getting so low! And Marapet comes down. The Unbridled Outburst on top of that. Ayush is running for the hill, trying to stay alive. He tries to flash, but he gets stampeded on. He gets locked down. Sunkar doing the work. They go in for the Burst Ram to slow it down, give Harsh a little bit of space, but he's going to be chased down. He's going to be knocked out. Sage's Sanctuary doesn't matter. Kazakhstan, it seems like they found a way to end this.
Oh no, it seems like Ashish is stuck at the back. He cannot help his teammate to defend the base. Ainul is so far away. Ainul is so far away. He has to come back right now. But no, they cannot do so. And Kazakhstan managed to do a huge comeback.
Somehow, some way, able to find it, and that was the game we've been looking for. We knew it was going to be close, but Kazakhstan coming out on top.
You're looking for Tempest Dragons, right? And you get Tempest Dragons here. One steal coming in from Harsh, the second one Marapot getting in that confirmed secure and winning out that big team fight here. Very back and forth game coming in from both teams, but the solid drafting coming in from Coach Su was really, really well thought out coming in from game 1 of Kazakhstan here. Very well played coming in from both teams.
I think what should have happened probably at the end of that match was that Ainul is the one who should be closer towards Tempest. They should send someone else to deal with the minion in the mid lane because they need someone with Smite to steal that. They cannot keep on depending on Harsh to get a Tempest. But nonetheless, it's such a good game on how India actually managed to pull the fight that long because they could have lost so much earlier just now.
I kind of feel like that Tempest Dragon, the first one, they were fighting beyond, right? They were on the red side essentially, and I think the positioning for that wasn't great. The rest of India were on the south side. They weren't able to continue to fight because the ledge was blocking them off. I think that was like, oh, Kazakhstan were like, okay, you want to come to us? We'll happily take this one.
And I sort of think that the last play coming in for the side of Team India, I think they tried to go for the assassination coming in on towards Marapat, but they underestimated the tankiness coming in from this Nutsa, which resulted in them being taken down, which is Ainul burning his Sage Sanctuary, and then you saw that the Liu Bang also had to sacrifice himself for the misplay here. Hence, in the 4v5 situation, with the waves being such a big pressure, they had no real way of accessing into the Tempest Pit.
I think some of the things that has not been understood too well is that some tank jungle or tanky jungler is basically a secondary tank. So that's what he did, and Marapat really soaked up all the damage and wasted all the skills on him.
What a crazy game. I mean, it went the distance, and you're seeing guys, KDA on the Kazakhstan. So, you know, Alihan didn't even die a single time. Like, what? Arshin and Marapet, like, how many times did they get focused, and they only died once? Like, this is a monstrous game by Kazakhstan, because everything was being thrown at them, but they were still able to survive and weather the storm.
I'm really, like, curious how much actual damage that Marapat and Sonkar actually tank in that game, because these two meat shields has been always in the face of Ayush and Ainul being the bodyguard coming in from Baldril, because Baldril, he was having a fantastic game on that channel here. He was being the main target that Ainul and Ashish had to continuously find in order to force those cutbacks.
True. His positioning is outstanding for sure. And having all of these itemization, he already finished everything very early on that he can already sell his shoes before the Tempest comes. But with all the critical damage that he has with Daybreaker, no one can touch him. If anyone goes close to him, he's gonna deal a lot of damage.
Yeah, but look who took all the damage.
Shit.
270,000 essentially. I mean, how many Fate Rewinds did he have? And he only died a single time. That is phenomenal out of a Haino player, right?
And you gotta give props towards the coaching staff or whoever drafted the Haino, because in the first few moments of the game, we do see Ainul and Ashish on that Liu Bang Hansen combo find a lot of catches and force them back into their respective towers here. But how many times did we see that Arshin with those scepters force them back and chunk them down, and then using the Fate's Rewind to heal the turrets back to a healthy position in making sure that those towers that were so crucial in those late games were able to survive for that Tempest fight.
I think this goes to show that the coach really knows his players very well and what heroes they can really use. It almost as if all the heroes coming from the Kazakhstan side is very hard to be eliminated. You cannot strike them very easily, maybe except for Bashal, but again, he is being taken care of by all of these 4 monsters around him.
I think they answered the draft really well in the sense with a 1-2 pick coming in from the channel and also Zhang Fei. But before we go into the draft more, I want you guys to check out this exact goal graph to understand how close this game was. It's floating around about 2,000 at the very end of the game between those two teams, which is India and Kazakhstan. Kills-wise, everything-wise, it's actually very dead even. And even at the very end, look at the goal. 78.4 versus 78.4. There's no goal lead between the two teams.
Like, it's so back and forth, right? Like the dips that you're seeing. India was winning early game, mid game. Kazakhstan was completely owning. India in the late game. Look at that rise.
Yeah.
It came back to that Tempest Dragon fight. They played that one properly, like a little mistake-free. I mean, they get in position a little bit better. They win this one because they were definitely winning.
True, and the fact that we actually saw on how Harsh stole the Tempest. So India team actually had the Tempest buff. They had a lot of damage. They had a lot of buffs on top of them. But Kazakhstan still managed to do the fight very well, and they still managed to come out okay out of that post-Tempest Dragon fight.
And let's break down the game a bit more in the highlights itself, right? In the first few moments, we see India getting the lead in this game, about a 2,000 healthy. We can start to see that every time that Ainul falls on the Hansen, the game gets slowly out of their hand, because if this Hansen were to scale towards the late game, it's very difficult to do real threat towards things like the Charlotte late game, the Nutsa late game, or even the Sonkar, because Sonkar is so tanky with those full items on the Zhang Fei.
Yeah.
does this series go to a game 3? Right? I think that
Possible,
they're close
possible.
enough where it could definitely happen, right?
Yeah.
Like, I think that India are like, okay, we still have a chance. I think that they can come back in game 2 here.
Yeah, we do have another factor in this situation where the mentality reset might not be able to be done too well from the side of India if they don't know how to, if the coach doesn't know how to reset their players' mindset. But if he managed to do so, I am convinced that we're going to see 3 games for this one.
It's definitely going to be very exciting, right? I think this is ranked one of the best games so far out of the last 2 days.
Yeah.
Also had like I think Sri Lanka, we had like 26 minutes as well with the Tempest Dragons, and this ranks, I think, 1 or 2 compared to that as well.
Definitely a longer game, right? I mean, we wanted 3 Tempest Dragons, we only got 2, so I'm a little disappointed in that, but I think that this game more than made up for it. There was drama on all sides here.
It's okay. Just wait. After this, we're gonna see more Tempest, so it's gonna be accumulated to 3. And this is our MVP, Bajol with 944 KDA, damage with 27.4%, damage taken is 10.9, but the total goal is 24.3%.
Really good gameplay here coming in from this channel, especially when you know for a fact that there are so many eyes looking at you in every single team fight. The Liu Bang Hansen combination, and then you have the Lian Po coming in with the Tremor Slash Flash. So his positioning is actually very, very crucial. If he falls, the entire team has to back off.
Yeah. Yeah, and actually in this one, he actually had the most deaths on his team. He was constantly being focused.
Correct.
Right? So the prioritization, it made a lot of sense. India, you need to take him down, and they were trying to, but Bajol, just the way he was, cycling through items, and he was able to just position, just stayed alive just long enough to ensure that he, again, got 9 kills here.
Actually, cycling through items quickly between the fights when, when you just go down with a say century, you have to open the shop and you have to change everything very quickly. That takes skill. You need to practice that a lot, and that shows in the match. And he really deserved it. He really deserved it.
And it's not under a non-pressure situation, right? It's like, imagine you're under Tempest Dragon, you have to shuffle through items, one misclick on the shop, and you might just miss out an entire game for yourself, buddy, here. But congratulations Team Kazakhstan in winning out the first game in such a shocking fashion, because it was really back and forth between these 2 teams. One small misplay, one small misstep could lead to anyone's victory.
It's not always about the kills, right? I think that Kazakhstan proving that, hey, if we stick to the objectives, we're able to kind of, play the game that we want to play, which is, again, just mowing them down and putting that pressure on. It's more than just, again, just going out there and just trying to find people to take down.
The pressure is definitely on, especially here at this venue. Like, I can probably hear, like, all the chants and cheers outside of there right now because we're in the booth casting. And you may be wondering, like, where are the players staying? Where are the players playing at for this exciting match to be unfolding? Is at Marriott Petaling Jaya here, our official venue and hotel partner for the Honor of Kings event here. This Honor of Kings event is known as the Asian Games Qualifier for the esports scene.
Yeah, thank you, Petaling Jaya Marriott Hotel. We have been having a great time here. The food's great, the event space is great, it's spacious and it's cold. I wish more people would be able to experience this as well. And it has been a very fun time. Also, we're going to be seeing our next match very soon.
Oh yeah, I want to be seeing like the emotions and the facial expressions coming in from the players after such a long and exciting game.
Yeah.
So I'm observing right now to see who is smiling, who is like having like, like a scrunching eyebrows,
Yeah. Who's smiling right now? This guy, me.
Why?
Because I'm super excited to continue on, because these 2 teams, this is what we wanted to see.
It's fun, right?
Yeah, it's a lot of fun when you're seeing 2 competitive teams going at it.
It's very exciting because I don't want to be talking much about the previous matches, because previous matches has been more of a steamroll, right? We've been having like 2-0, 2-0, 2-0, 2-0, 2-0 until today, and maybe this series, this exact one, might be bringing us to game 3 because they are so neck and neck with each other.
And the fact that they're neck and neck with each other using unorthodox heroes all over the team, I feel like that is something that we can really focus on, because it shows that it's very much possible to actually play very, very well with even unorthodox heroes, and it's been shown in this qualifier.
I love it. I love it. I mean, just going in, there were definitely expectations, and this is going to help India, okay?
Yeah.
This is a team that will also be going to the EWC, so all of the little, the lessons that they're learning, the little micro plays, the macro plays, all of these things are going to help them get even stronger as they move on.
Well, as they move on, we have to first check out how the drafts will actually unfold here. We do see Dolia and Liu Bang being locked away, and we did see how much pressure that Ainu and Ashish was generating in the side lane. The split push, the map pressure that they were actually putting against Kazakhstan was exactly what allowed India to pull the game into a late game even here. So removing those two will be a very smart choice here, but for India's side, they did ban away the Arlie and also the Mai Xuanli.
I was actually expecting for Kazakhstan to ban out the Hanshin, but they actually chose to ban the Liu Bang because Liu Bang turns out to be much more of a bigger problem, which he, a lot of times, saving Hanshin from certain eliminations just now. But Zhang Fei and the Renji is a very good hero to go up against maybe HP-based heroes, but it seems like maybe a bit too early for the Renji. If India doesn't take any HP scaling heroes like Baichi or Atta, maybe the Renji is not going to work too well.
I think the main idea coming in for side of Kazakhstan putting Baljul on the Direnjia is to really make sure that he has a strong enough hero to go 50-50 against Ayush on that channel here, because channel has been one of the tournament's favorites for all the farm lane players. We've seen bans on this hero, we've seen priority on this hero, and every time it's been taken up, it has always shined in the late game.
It does so much work, right? It has everything that you want. I mean, like the mobility, the damage, the soaring signals, like you have everything. So it just is such a great hero to prioritize. But on the other side, you're looking at what Kazakhstan are. They're going to pick the Yuhan. This is also a very much a power pick. How much control, how much damage, and that sustain is unreal.
Yeah, but right now with Zhang Fei again in the hands of Kazakhstan, I'm not surprised if India's going to be having problems with the crowd control coming in. I do feel like they have to match the amount of crowd control with this Zhang Fei. They do have the Lapu Lapu with the Raging Sea. Pretty sure they can benefit more from a mid lane crowd control hero.
Well, something to really take note of, maybe something coming in from India, like you mentioned, right? Crowd control, mobility, or something that can actually slow down the approach of Kazakhstan. I think Ladies might be a pretty good choice coming in for India if they really do want something more on the utility side in the mid lane.
A lot of control. I mean, you still have options too, right? I think that if you're looking on the India side, I mean, the Charlotte can definitely do some damage as well. You got the Chano, so you have those kind of those bases covered. The Lapu Lapu with the team fight to kind of deal with the Zhang Fei Umbrella Outburst. You have options. It seems like both going into this last, a couple of picks here, it's got to be key. You need some way to kind of shut down or limit the Yuan as much as possible.
Yeah, I'm not surprised if Lady Jen actually gets picked, but they still do have Angela if they want to.
Oh, yeah.
But Angela might face some issue going up against Yuan because Yuan can easily use the Unending Sorrow to run away, and it looks like it's gonna be Ukyo first.
Wow, that's gonna be a very strong jungle and roam synergy coming in from Team India, and if you can find something in the mid lane that can fast push the wave like a Garuda or Angela, that's definitely gonna be a very strong mid jungle trio coming in for India. It means that their mid lane priority will be really, really powerful.
How are you going to deal with this Ukyo? Like, what is the counter pick? You need your own jungler. You need some way to kind of just outclass him in that jungle lane. What comes to mind here?
I think the answers has already been banned thus far, like Atta, Dun has been removed, some of these strong early game junglers, so you might want something like a Byron, and they went for a different approach here. So they're like, okay, let's not focus on the early game too much. Let's focus on the team fighting here. You see these heroes. We see a Neta jungle, a Dharma, a Zhang Fei. What comes into mind? Straight direct access into the backline for Ayush on that channel.
I mean, to be fair, if they take heroes like Ninja, I think it's a good choice because Ukyo cannot burst Ninja down, and I think this is gonna turn out quite well because it sort of worked against Hanshin just now, so why not do it again? But having Dharma, having a lot more crowd control for Kazakhstan itself, even though they already have Yuhan's mini stun, they also have Zhang Fei and the ultimate coming from the Renji. I think India's gonna face a lot of crowd control non-stop after this.
My only concern right now coming in from Kazakhstan, yes, the image of the team fight is really, really beautiful, but the problem lies that their mid and roam synergy is actually weaker compared to India here. You can't really defend against an invading Ukyo Tachibana with a Yuan and Zhang Fei. It's going to be really difficult in the early game, especially for Kazakhstan. But if they can breathe more, find more farm, and make sure that this Neza gets to scale towards the late game, then maybe Kazakhstan can make this into a quick 2-0.
Could definitely get on top of the Chano and the Princess Frost. You have, options, right? And going into this one, Kazakhstan going in, but before you go, Sagi, which team do you give an edge to?
In the early game, I'll definitely give it over to the side of Team India here. But for the late game, the big team fight moments, it's definitely more rewarding towards Kazakhstan here. But it comes down to execution in this game too. I'm looking to see whether India can pull this into an even footing.
Thank you so much, Sagi. As we go into game number 2 in this epic series thus far, is this going to be enough, Adam? Like, do you agree with Sagi, or is he just kind of, he's not on point?
I agree with him. But the fact that Kazakhstan has already proven once just now that they managed to pull it off up to the mid-game and they turned the game around against India, I think they can do the same thing once more. But India has a mission. Oh, Ainul has been struck down so quickly.
Yeah, just really unfortunate for him. Not a great start. This is not where you want to be, but he's got to be chased, but they don't have any sort of catch, and it looks like they're going to just walk away essentially for free. I don't know.
Yeah, again, I think that India already has only have one mission. All they have to do is just focus on trying to win the game as fast as they can and stop the Team Kazakhstan to try to get too much items so that they can scale their itemization.
Okay. And going into this one, I mean, we haven't seen a game 3 thus far in the Asian Games.
I know you're hoping
right?
for it.
Obviously, I'm hoping for it, but I just feel like, because when you're talking about a best of 3, when you lose that first game, it is incredibly demoralizing. It is so tough to come back, and you got to be really mentally resilient. But I mean, does India have it?
I think they do have it. I'm pretty sure they do have it. But I think what hurts more in the previous game, that situation, is again that they might have been able to win.
Yeah.
They were supposed to win that one. So it's so much more demoralizing rather than a simple, normal, okay, we're going to lose this game from the get-go.
Yeah. I mean, it hurts harder because of the fact that, like, it should have been yours, maybe could have, it wasn't within reach. It wasn't a stomp, right?
It hurts me witnessing it.
It hurt me too, my friend. We're on the same boat on this. We'll get rehab for both of us on this. But, I mean, going into this one, like, look, India have to find a way to kind of just shake that one off. Look at this as just like a best of one. Take one game at a time.
Yep, and as of now, again, exactly like the first game, even though they do lead in terms of the eliminations, the goal difference is not big, Holler. It's just 200-300 goal. It's not much, and there's not going to be too much of jungle invasion going to be done by any side of the team. I think that they respect each other this much that they're waiting for any small single mistake coming from each side.
Yeah. I like it how you say respect. I think you're right in that sense. I was going to say that there was like some negative connotation about just how they were like, you know, they don't like each other, all these things. But there's no drama between the two teams. I think that definitely respect is definitely high on that list. It makes a lot of sense here. But I think that also, you know, it's one thing to kind of push them back, right? But at the same time, it's kind of like India, they're continuing on with the fighting spirit.
But it does seem like there's a good sign here, Holler. India is really trying their best to pressure Bajol, and it seems like they're not really that demoralized. They know that this is a reset, this is a new game, and they really have to try their best and ignore whatever happened in the previous games now.
Yeah. Oh my gosh. I love Honor Kings, because having that opportunity, even when you're behind, this is a golden moment. Like, what kind of team are you? Are you able to bounce back? Are you able to just shrug things off? This is the true test of a player here, and having this opportunity is a blessing.
And it tells us a lot about their region, right? Because we know from their gameplay, from the decision making, it's going to reflect a bit about their characteristics, about the person itself. But it seems like they're really trying to get some damage towards the Roamer. Probably not the best target, but the Tyrant is already up. It's already 4 minutes.
Yeah, the teleport in the mid lane. All teams are going to be gathering around it. The Tyrant is going to be back in his lair. Ainul doing a little bit of a mini stun. Marapat has joined as well. Ashish on the side. And they've got the trap set, though. They're potentially looking to go. Baksho's on the side. He's going to do a little bit of work on that. The Tyrant already at half. Who's going to go for the steal? And it looks like Marapet just easily takes that one down.
Seems like Ainul is not really that confident to try go in and steal just because there's Sunkar with the Unbridled Outburst, which is extremely dangerous. It's a tier S ultimate.
Yeah. Ainul is not willing to risk it all, I guess. I think that it's still very early. To go in and to try to make that play, is this the right moment? Should I be doing that? Like, I think that he was kind of questioning that. Ainul didn't want to risk it.
Yeah, probably has been told by his teammates or his captain not go in at all and just not risk it because they can play the long game. Although, look at the damage coming from him.
Yeah, he does quite a bit on this one. So I know not willing to risk it all and to go for that theft, so to speak, but he has stolen my heart, I would say.
Okay, but they're still diving in, but they're not managing to find anyone for now. Arshin is very low, but he doesn't have his unending sorrow anymore. They're gonna pull back, they're gonna reset just a little bit. But in terms of gold, it's still just 500 gold apart.
Yeah, this is nothing. I mean, it's like next to nothing at this point. Yeah, very minute. No one's going to really kind of be feeling that at now. But again, I think for India, they need to kind of, again, just group up. Maybe you get some sort of gank because, again, the mini-stun on the Sankar, he doesn't want to pop his ult. He will risk it. He is low, but he will be fine.
I'm impressed with the capability of Ainul. He is so fluent with Hanshin. Now he's showing that he's very good with Ukyo. I know Ukyo's skill set is very straightforward, but it's very hard to pull it off because you don't really have much to play around with. Just dash in and dash out all the time, but he knows that he can do better, and he knows he can really scare the enemy off with his skill sets.
Yeah, I know. Just playing those mechanically difficult heroes, and you know, it's a high pressure, high situation. You make one mistake, you just get blown up, right? So I think that he is definitely the guy, and just being able to risk it all and to get on top of him, because you need players that can play these type of heroes.
Yeah, definitely. I agree with that. It's like a gold mine when you have that kind of player in your team. So it gives a smile to the coach as well when they're doing the drafts. But 200 goal difference, and Kazakhstan is leading not too much in front. We're still waiting for that one moment for Ali Khan to go in and smash everyone to the wall, but it's not happening yet because he's not rotating just yet.
Yeah, he's just going to teleport on out of there. He says, okay, let's continue on. Let's put the pressure on elsewhere as they're looking to rotate. The three members are starting to go. Akshan is looking to kind of maybe go for a flank, but Alishan is already there as well. He's going to get mini-stunned. The Rage C is going to be used. The Umbrella Outburst in return. Now they're looking to go. The Stampede is going to be on point, but at what cost? Ainul's been taken down. Ashish is continuing on trying to do his work, but he's going to get grouped up into 5, and a double strike going the way of Arshin.
A very good try coming from the Charlotte, but he did not manage to get anyone for now. Aksha is going to run away. They're going to lose that tier 1 tower down below. Ayush is going to go back, and they're going to lose their blue buff as well. This is the first team fight throughout this entire match that it's actually quite one-sided, right? There's no one that was actually eliminated from Kazakhstan just now.
Yeah, and also they're going to lose their jungle, which is a huge swing in terms of the gold. Like, it's one thing to clear everything, maybe then you go for a fight, but the timing of that, and now they've got him frozen, the Unending Sorrow will keep Arshin alive, but they just lost a huge swing, and now look it's like 3.5k already.
Yeah, out of nowhere, right? And we can see on how Ali Khan is still up here. He's not rotating down or towards the mid lane for now. He's going to be pressuring the top lane as much as possible to keep Ashish busy so that Ashish cannot rotate towards his teammate. Now they have to send Harsh to clear the lane themselves. With 4,000 gold difference, with 5-0 in the KDA, I think this is going to be a very good game for Kazakhstan.
Yeah, and this is what we were worried about, right? From India in terms of the bounce back. How would they do this? Because this is that moment when you're kind of thinking, okay, how would they be able to kind of react after that, you know, game 1 performance where they had moments to win, but, you know, it looks like this Kazakhstan train has continued to roll.
Oh, but this is what I see as a bit of a problem because they're not really controlling the entire map, which is very smart from Ainul. He knows he has a chance and he managed to get the Vanguard. Now, they're not going to have too much of a problem letting the Vanguard push through the minions at every lane.
Yeah, and now India on the defensive again. I think that this is going to be a tough spot. I mean, every third shot from Bakshal will put pressure on this bottom T2, and Kazakhstan using that map control and taking advantage of it.
Yeah, definitely, and they're gonna use the Umbrella Outburst very soon, I'm pretty sure. But the Charlotte, Ashish is just gonna poke around, just gonna see if he's gonna dive in or not. And right now, everything looks quite fine. Ainul is still trying to find a position for him to surprise anyone, but it seems like Ali Khan is keeping the pressure up top. This is gonna force Ashish to have to rotate back to the base and go defend top lane.
Okay, well, Ainul surprised at least me because he's not had as good of a game as he did in game 1. So this is a bit of a surprise because I thought with the Ukyo, I thought he was going to be able to do a little bit of work, but now they're looking to dive in. The leader stance is going to be popped as well. Marapat, though, he's just tanking most of this. He gets mini-stunned, the unbridled outburst, the perfect cover, and they get on out.
Yeah, they managed to disengage, but look in front of them. Ashish is still right there, even though he has half HP, then they can pull back. It's a very good waste of skill from Sunkar. So this is a small win for India, or else I thought that they might have lost that war immediately if they did not force the ultimate coming from Sunkar.
Yeah. Now, this is Kazakhstan's game. I mean, they're in the driver's seat. They've been just putting, again, just controlling the enemy jungle. And then they're scouting things out, right? They gave up the Tyrant last time, and now this is a moment where they're like, okay, we're not giving anything for free. We know we have an advantage.
Yep. At this point, I think India has to do something. Ashish is also nearby. They really need to give the vision for Ainul to actually jump in and do the smite. But look at Ali Khan's position, Howler. It is very dangerous for him to actually go through the mid lane. Very smart.
Yeah, and look, Sunkar doesn't actually have his ult, so this is something to take note of. Oh, Akshash, he's not even able to pop off his ult. He's going to be taken down, and it looks like Ainul on the run. He gets caught off on the other side of Akshal with just enough, and now India on the run. They only have 3 members still standing.
A very clean execution from Kazakhstan. They know that the Tyrant's HP is still a lot, and that sort of forced Ainul to be off position because he's so ready for that smite. They focus on Ainul first, and then all of them collectively turn around to push India back to their place.
Yeah, everybody needs to be in the fight, right? Ainul cannot be, he can definitely be taken down and burned down like that, and so you got to keep him safe. The rest of the guys need to be there, but Adam, please break this down.
Yeah, this is what happened. They all look towards Ainul, right? Because Ainul came too close with his smite, and then they make sure that he never come back. So, which is very good, right? Because the Tyrant was still had a lot of HP, and yeah, it's just a very simple focus fire.
Yeah, and if you wanted to see a game from Kazakhstan, just the way that they've been able to dismantle the India squad here, I mean, they're doing it in style 7-0 in terms of the kills, but they're up about 5.6k. This is a game that is very difficult for India to come back from.
Very different from the previous game. It seems like India lost a bit of their confidence again. Coming back to the topic of the demoralizing after winning or losing that match, but look at Ainul once more. He is very brave to find different positions to flank them from the back.
Yeah, he's potentially going for the flank, but if anything, you got to split push, right? You got to create some space. You're losing this game, but you just got to extend it. Slow the game down, wave clear, all the lanes, of course, split push where you can, and just, again, try to stay alive. You got to use the buddy system as well.
I think the best person to send for split pushing at this point for India is actually to send Charlotte. Ashish needs to be the one who does the work, because Ainul needs to be closer to his team so that he can help them with the objective, try to smite, try to join the war more. But it seems like it's not happening for now. It seems like Ainul has been the one who's been sent to the side lane, try to pressure them, and he might be the collateral once more.
Oh, they got him with the truth. They got him blocked back. He's trying to dash away, but not enough speed. Ainul's getting taken down. Arshin will take that one, but it looks like Kazakhstan are going to take the overlord here.
We can see the amount of effort being made by Ainul to do something, to at least have a breathing space for his teammates. Did not work out too well, but 7,000 gold in front is a huge number for Kazakhstan. They're feeling very comfortable for sure. They're going to try to end the game as quickly as possible.
Yeah, and to your other point, I do agree with you. I think that Ashish, as the Charlotte, needs to be split pushing more. If he dies, it's not the end of the world, but Ainul is their guy. He needs to consistently farm, stay alive more than anything else.
Exactly. Now the Vanguard has arrived at each lane. They're going to try to destroy as much T3 tower as they can, but can India defend this, Howler? That is the question. It seems like Sunkar is not going to use his ultimate just yet.
Just look at how they're just taking the towers, or disengaging, looking to go back in with the Shadow Vanguard at the same time. Just very smart, right? This is the way you want to play. Very structured. You're not overcommitting. You're not looking to dive anything. You're just playing the objectives here. But it looks like the Unending Sorrow just barely keeping Arshan alive.
But we have to remember, anything can happen. This is HOK, Howler.
Oh, the Umbrella Outburst is on point. They find him onto 2 with the truth as well. Ashish is going to be taken down. Ayush is all the way in the back, just trying to stay alive. The Stampede is going to do a little bit of work as they take down 4 members, make it an ace, and they will take game number 2.
Wow, congratulations, Kazakhstan. Managing a 2-0 against India. What a game. I'm actually genuinely shocked, Sagi.
Was it back and forth, and this game too was a statement match coming in from Kazakhstan here. Clean 12-0, suffer no casualties in every single play. From start to finish was planned in mind. Drafting, team fights, execution, very top tier coming in from Kazakhstan.
I think it's a very good show and demonstration coming from Kazakhstan. I was actually quite shocked on how disciplined they were. They did not actually tried to force everything out into the tier 3 tower. They actually tried to destroy what they can, one after one. Really disciplined with the trigger discipline coming from the Zhang Fei, waiting for the Zhang Fei to use his ult. And then once he used it, everyone goes in all together, which is a very clean win.
The positioning, the way that they were able to move across the map, sticking together when they needed to, basically just kind of enough control, always being up in front and not letting India getting any sort of space to farm. When they did, they would pay with their lives, essentially.
Exactly right, and the team fights were really beautiful coming in from Alihan and also the side of Sunkar. Unbridled outburst, like you mentioned, into the straight truth mantra on towards the wall, setting up a very beautiful team fight scenario for the team. Yes, sometimes we do say that, yes, Channel is one of the best picks thus far in the tournament due to the strong laning phase, strong late game carry potential, but if you can't go to late game, how do you play the team fights?
Yeah, if you don't have any farm, if you don't have any space, this is what's going to happen, right? You're just completely just bottled into your base. You're kind of stuck in there, just fighting within your own team for any sort of farm.
Yeah, and I remember how hard it was for Ainul to try to do something for his team, right? He was trying to rotate here and there, trying to create some space, trying to flank him alone. And I was wishing for his teammates to also do something similar. Maybe Charlotte tried to flank them from the side, or maybe keep them busy on the side lane by split pushing, but that did not happen.
I think I know exactly what happened here. Remember the first strike that happened where Alihan roamed all the way to the enemy jungle of Team India and he got the solo kill pickup on towards the side of Ainul. Ainul is like the engine of Team India.
True.
If he falters, the entire team crumbles. So they found out, they punished him, and that exactly went down for Team India. And it was a rather smooth win coming from Team Kazakhstan.
Yeah, they actually found the kryptonite of the team, right? They found Ainul. This is the guy that, again, if they target, they just limit him. So this is also why it's key to find out who are the star players on your team. We saw this against Singapore in the first series of the day, Korea versus Singapore, right? They actually focused on Cayenne, like quite a bit, right? Once he has no space, then that team kind of crumbles.
And it actually quite worked for quite a while, right?
Yeah.
And I think they should be doing the same thing, except that they need to be closer to Ainul, at least to be able to provide him support when he needs one.
I think that's also quite a good discussion that we are having right now is that, okay, we wanted Ainul to go for more aggressive jungle invades, but due to the fact that Alihan in the early game already found Ainul and punished him, his entire jungle tempo slowed down. You want to expect a Ukyo Tachibana to outfarm Marapat on that Nurta, but it just didn't came to fruition because he was always behind, one step slower compared to his jungle opponent.
Yeah, it's so good to see Alihan, Shisuke, if you will, back on the stage again. I mean, he's always been a monster in the Clash lane, and he uses one of his tried and true in the Dharma here, just really showing the world just that he's here, right? And he's here to make an impact with his 11,000 highest net worth on the team.
Honestly, how often do we see a level 1 Dharma trying to get Ukyo and Ukyo actually went down during level 1? This is very rare to see, and I've never seen that happen. Honestly, this is actually quite shocking, and now I know you can actually do that with Dharma.
Yeah, of all things Dharma, right? Yeah. Just out-shoving the Charlotte, finding that 1v1 win in towards the jungle, really setting the pace here coming in from Team Kazakhstan in cleaning this game with a 2-0. You can also put some spotlight over to the side of Kazakhstan jungle and Rome, where you have like a 0-0-10 Nurta, super tanky, full build already at the end of the game, and then you also have Sunkar with that Zhang Fei here, 92% kill team fight participation, which is super duper good on that Zhang Fei. We saw defensive Unbridled outbursts, offensive ones. Every time you need him, he was always there.
I think if you're India, though, as a coach, just perma-ban the Yuan throughout the entire tournament, right? I think that this hero has traumatized them more than any other hero in this Asia Games qualifier thus far. So ensuring that nobody goes up against with that Yuan, because the sustain seems to be too much, the mini stuns, everything that you don't want to see, I think it's just affected India way too much here.
You know what? I don't see anything wrong with banning Yuan. It's been proven quite few times because he's very useful. He's very useful, and it works out many times. And it's very hard to get Yuan to be strike down just because of the Unending Sorrow timing is too sweet.
Yeah, with a patch that we only have 85 heroes on the Asian Games version, Yuan has been one of the standout mid lanes alongside of Angela that has been getting consistent wins in multiple teams. We've seen how harsh on India he was able to steal the Tempest Dragon in the previous game. But okay, they still lost, but it's still a very strong achievement that he actually achieved. But this game alone for Team Kazakhstan, you can see the main damage dealer
from all the room opened up by Alihan, Marapod, and also Sunkars, is actually Arshin. That Yuan did a 71,000 total damage on that pick.
If you're building a roster, though, would you want the like Arshin, where their mid is doing most of the damage, or would you rather have somebody who's just like more of like a support style but has really great with the control?
Actually, it depends on what the other teams, what the other players are playing in the team, right? But if they already have a burst damage, they might just want to go with a support or someone who can poke. But clearly, what they're doing with this Yuhan is really focusing now with full damage with his first skill. That's all I can say.
Yeah, to your question there, Holler, I think flexibility is really important. You definitely need to be able to master both the assassin picks, the utility pick, the control mage picks. That's what makes a pro mid lane player so enticing in Honor of Kings esports here. But to put focus on this goal chart, it's a very steady climb. Every single decision that Kazakhstan actually made, it started ramping up slowly in terms of the goal. That first kill, that first strike, and then it slowly ramped up into team fight wins, objective wins, tower getting destroyed. I would say that is a really well-played game coming from Kazakhstan, super duper clean.
I wish it was kind of like where if I made every good decision I made more money, like that gold graph. But as we go into the highlights here, I mean, we're going to see exactly just how they did it. Kazakhstan just were able to isolate, finding the right pickoffs.
You can see most of these fights start off with a beautiful unbridled outburst coming in from the side of Sonkars that really set the tone for the team. And this is the potential of Arshin that you talk about. You get caught out, you still have the Celestial Melody into the Unending Sorrow to actually refresh your ultimate into better positioning here. And you can see that Aino actually got baited in trying to steal the objective just to get sealed on, and that's a beautiful setup coming from Alihan to really set Aino into stone.
Again, proving our point of Zhangfei having such a high win rate, still pops up question into my mind why Zhangfei is not banned. To be honest, I think Zhangfei's presence is just so scary. Of course, Dharma is quite scary too, right? But Zhangfei, almost every game, he keeps winning.
And Arshin here, MVP. Clearly, he's going to be just kind of taking over this one. I mean, again, the Yuan, just an absolute dominant force. We don't have heals, but he had quite a bit in that department as well. But 604, 35% of the team damage, constantly being that initiator that would just poke him down, made India's life so difficult.
Yeah, 35.3% damage. That's a lot of damage coming in from a mid lane player, let alone on a Yuan. Definitely, if you're India, when you are going into sleep and you open up the sheets, you might be seeing Yuan under there.
Oh, they might hear some tong tong in the nightmare, the music of Yuan guitar.
Yeah. That's the horror movie. Okay, so yeah, when they were watching the movies, going to the cinema, they might have been hearing this music, huh? The horror music.
No, maybe that's an orchestra instead of cinema, right? But yeah, definitely this Yuan has been used very well, and the way he positioned himself, positioning timing with the Unending Sorrow, the Mournful Tempo to actually initiate a mini crowd control towards the Indian team, and they managed to start a fight with just that, having Armada Outburst as a follow-up, having Death Mantra coming in. It's all just right on point.
Yeah, I think if we were to dissect both teams as individually, let's say we put Kazakhstan, right? Yes, maybe mechanically they are not the most outstanding compared to some of the players like Ainul from Team India, but the way they collaborate and connect with each other in terms of spells after spells, CC control, the crowd controls, and how they do the team fighting, I think is actually much better compared to Team India. Whereas Team India, yes, you have 5 strong players, but based on the collaborative effort and how they're able to work with one another, it doesn't seem as effective compared to Team Kazakhstan.
Yeah, it's more about the team play.
Correct.
As opposed to the individual skill of a single, player, right? Yeah. I think that the way that they've been able to kind of take them out, again, the players definitely have played with one another. You're seeing that, but also coaching. Right?
Correct.
Getting everybody on the same page to ensure that, hey, when somebody's going in, we're going in together.
Yeah, and this proves again that team bonding chemistry is very important. Probably another cinema session, you know what I mean?
Many.
I think the story of the day is to really learn about how you can build yourself as an individual and work as a team. But to know how to work as a team, let's check out the interview with Mara and a representative coming in from Kazakhstan.
Team Kazakhstan takes their first win of this tournament, with that being a sweep. Congratulations! Now we're gonna go back to game number 1. That was one of the closest games we've seen so far, and the longest for today at over 25 minutes. Even though your opponent got the first Tempest, your team managed to stay patient, control the game, and even got the second Tempest to close it out. Now, how difficult was it in such a long game, like 25 minutes, to stay patient and wait for the right opportunity to strike?
那么呢，其实是在第一局的时候呢，这个游戏呢是进行了长达25分钟的时间。那么呢，是什么东西让你们在第一局的时候呢？这第一局会有多困难？对你们来说？
第一局对我们来说很困难，就是有一个不服心的心态吧，自己能稳赢那种感觉。
So the first game they feel like it's very difficult, and then they will feel like so. They will keep fighting on the first game, and then they believe that they will win the first game. So, and then they make it.
And you know what? The first game was different from the second. The second one, you closed it out a lot faster at almost 14 minutes. What allowed Kazakhstan to close it out very quickly and accelerate the game much faster?
那么呢，第二局的情况下呢，相比之下和第一局比起来呢，那个时间呢是缩短了很多，也快速了很多。那是什么技巧让你们可以更快速的去结束这个第二局的这个比赛呢？
对，主要就是第一局比较紧张，第二局就开始放松了，然后就发挥了自己的实力。
So for the first game, they will be a bit nervous, and then for the second game, they will feel like a bit relaxed, and then after that, they win the game.
Now that you have your first win for this tournament, for sure it's going to get easier in terms of releasing the nervousness from here on out. And for sure, your region, Kazakhstan, is so happy with that sweep. What would you like to say to them?
那你有什么话想要对观众说的呢？特别是你的人民、你的国家的观众。
希望有更多的观众支持我们。
So they hope that all the Kazakhstan people can support them and hope them they will win this game.
Once again, congratulations. Great job. Let's talk about that a little bit more. Let's hear from the casters. Lead the gorge.
Thank you so much, Mara, for the fantastic interview as always. Here you can see they did explain on what exactly went down in that game one. It was a 25-minute game, double Tempest Dragon, but they still managed to make it out in I think less of a sweat. But then after in game two, that's where they started to loosen up. They're less, I would say, worried, and they're less like nervous. That's the word. And they start to play even better. Every step is more calculated. Every team fight was more complete, which led to Kazakhstan finding a clean victory with a 12-0 score. Cleanly, yeah.
Yeah, I think that you're kind of seeing that throughout. I mean, if you're looking at the Indonesian squad as well as the Philippine squad, these guys are very comfortable on stage. They're not afraid of the bright lights, right? They're going to come out firing from minute one. Right, some of the other teams might not have had that experience and that advantage, so to speak, so they're playing a little bit more timidly. They're kind of at like a feel-out process, if you will.
Especially when they actually managed to win that first game, right? Because they actually pulled off a very intense gameplay where India at first should have win, but it didn't happen that way. And I think that proves something that, oh, you know what? We can do this. This is not as scary as we thought. So the stage fright goes away and they just focus on the gameplay.
Which is true, right? Especially after that game one, it was such a long game, and winning that definitely feels super good, and it serves as a confidence boost, which really allowed Kazakhstan to boast through this BO2. And so far, gentlemen, we have yet to have a 2-1 or 1-2 series. Every single series has been a 2-0 fashion.
True, but we got to see Tempest Dragons. That's what I wanted to see. That was definitely on the list of things, the bucket list, if you will. But
true.
I mean, we did ask for a 3. Unfortunately, we only got 2 this series. But, this is still a great game. I think they're going to go back to that one. There's so much to watch on that one. That was one of the most entertaining games of today.
I agree. Because the game is very refreshing. Because it's very competitive. It's very close. The fact that the Tempest got stolen, and not by a Smite, but by a Yuhuan and whatnot, it's just something very refreshing, and we need to see more of that.
And to your point, right, I think more of these days, it has been the mages who have stole the Tempest Dragon. What? Yesterday was Abdulaziz coming in with the Angela steal. Today it was Harsh coming in from Team India with the Yuhuan steal. So maybe the junglers have to work on their spike coming in for the majority of the games.
Any jungler you would like to call out?
No. Just majority, just majority as a whole.
The stage is yours. Go ahead.
Whichever one you like. Obviously, junglers, you got to do a better job of smiting, huh?
Yeah, that's definitely true. But you know how to smite even better? You need a good device. And talking about device here, we're definitely talking about the official game gaming format of the 2026 Asian Games Esports Qualifier for Honor of Kings is proudly sponsored by iQOO 15. Our Nita device, check out iQOO 15.
Smooth, man. That was
Smooth as
smooth. I liked it. I liked it.
It's like the phone.
Yeah, I mean, like maybe this is why I never hit my smites, right? I never hit it the right timing because, again, I just need an iQOO.
Oh, I see, I see.
But
But
also, not
also,
by age?
Huh?
It's not. You sure it's not because of age?
Oh gosh, how
whoa,
dare you?
why
How
do you
dare
have to go there? Why do you have to go there?
No one knows. He's 20. 25.
Okay. But it seems like we're gonna go to break.
Oh yeah, you know, we need a short break after that fantastic series here. So if you're main, grab some snacks, grab some drinks. We'll see you later.
Who will be the next to shine on the Asian Games stage? Contestants fight for the honor of their regions while we cheer them on from the stands. This is a challenge, but it is also an opportunity. The tide is turned.
Fastness in front. They're going to use it. Golden tight zones. Tatsumi.
And we pulled it off together. We share the same voice, the same radiance. This moment of brilliance belongs to all of us. Together, we shine.
Welcome to the 2026 Asian Games Esports Qualifiers, Honor of Kings. 20 regions, one stage, and only the strongest 9 teams will earn the right to shine above the rest. Taking place in Malaysia, June 13th to 21st, 2026. Coming to Malaysia, this is the battleground where teams fight for the right to qualify for the Asian Games. 20 teams enter, but only 9 teams will move on. Apart from the 20 regions, there are 3 regions that have direct qualification. Here is the 2026 Asian Games Esports Qualifiers Honor of Kings format. First, the 20 teams will split into 4 groups of 5. In each group, every team faces every other team once in a single round robin, with every match played in a best-of-3 format. That means every match matters. Every game matters. Every single point matters. The point system is simple. Win the match, earn 1 point. Lose the match, earn none. At the end of the group stage, teams are ranked by the total points they've collected. And from there, the road begins to shine. The top 2 teams from each group qualify directly to the Asian Games main event. That gives us 8 teams advancing straight out of groups. But for those not through yet, the light isn't out. The teams that finish 3rd in each group still have one more shot. They move into the last chance stage. There, they battle through one final BO3 single elimination bracket until 2 teams remain. The 2 teams will then face off in a BO3 match to claim the one final qualification slot. So in total, 9 teams will make it through, 8 from the group stage and 1 through the last chance stage. That is the rule. Now it is time to see who can rise through it. From across the world, regions gather here in Malaysia. 20 teams, and only 9 will qualify. The path is set. The stakes are clear. Together, we shine. Stay tuned, and we'll see you at the stage.
Ultimate not ready yet. You have slain an enemy.
My magic murmurs in ecstasy.
Amazing!
There is no escape for you.
Killing spree. Double kill. Triple kill. Spectacular! Kill.
Don't worry. I'll be back for your life soon.
Double kill.
Shall I compare thee to a summer's day?
Slain. Don't engage. Slain. Don't crush us like insects. Slain an enemy. Defend our base. Our high ground tower under attack. Amazing. Unbelievable. Triple
Ah, the fragrance of romance.
ally has been slain. Rampage. Double kill. Triple kill. Spectacular. Pentakill.
Lady Fortune is on my side.
Itu kan track kita. Relax lah, bro. Phone aku! Jom kembara. Mountain Dew! Angkatkan pengembaraan! Kau boleh! Kat mana pula ni? Water Trust!
Kasih boost.
Adventure! Dapat pun. Steady, bro!
Lancarkan kepala gengmu.
They tried.
The new Spriteling skill, Dig It, is a passive skill, which will automatically trigger at fixed times each match, up to a maximum of 10 times. The skill grants guaranteed standard rewards like gold, XP, shield, health recovery, and more. There's also a small chance to uncover mysterious grand prize effects during the match. Dig It may also produce tradable high-value treasures. Detailed information about acquired treasures will be shown after the match ends. Each treasure has its own rarity and storage size, and obtained treasures will be automatically stored in your warehouse. If you want more high-quality treasures, make good use of the Treasure Fusion feature. You can also copy and share your code so friends can help speed things up. Treasures in your warehouse can be sold for event currency, which can be used to redeem skins, items, and other rewards on the event page. You'll even have a chance to win physical prizes like smartphones and cash. You can also spend event currency to bid on high-value rewards. The auction uses a hidden bidding system, where you can submit 2 bids for the same reward. The highest bidder wins, giving you even more ways to obtain rewards.
If you've ever wondered how to go from HOK player to HOK top influencer, this one is for you. HOK welcomes all creators. First things first. When you start as a HOK player, your in-game highlight can become your content. This is the first step of building your own social media presence. If you keep on creating and reach 100 plus followers, you will be invited to HOK Studio and become a HOK Studio creator, starting to earn various incentives as you grow. You'll get token and cash incentives for your creativity. Stay in the loop with the latest game updates and get exposure on HOK's official media and website. When you keep pushing and reach 10,000 plus followers, you will become a HOK advanced creator. Here's what comes with it: fixed quarterly contracts, steady cash coming in. We will also offer you exclusive creative guidance to level up your content, regular traffic boosts, plus exposure inside the game and across every HOK social platform. And when you hit 100,000 plus followers milestone, congrats. You are a HOK top influencer now. At this level, you'll unlock custom game resources, exclusive emotes, your own pop-up banners, early access to the latest game events, skins, and even more. The next HOK top influencer could be you. Join us now.
Listen, and the wind will whisper secrets in your ear.
The Overlord and Tyrant have been enhanced. Cannons moving out. Legendary. Fabulous.
This is my storm domain.
Our crystal is under attack. Legendary. Double kill. Triple kill. Quadra kill. Pentakill.
A sorceress never gives up easily.
I, Devara, permit you to leave the field! Let thunder quell this domain! Your very existence disturbs this land.
Devara harnesses the power of thunder to fight his enemies. This is his passive skill. Basic attacks stock energy, and when fully charged, he gains an extra use of a basic skill. Each basic skill also grants an enhanced basic attack. Skill 1 is his primary movement skill. It allows him to quickly dash ahead, deal damage to enemies in his path, and gain a shield. Skill 2 is a crowd control skill that knocks back enemies and deals damage. The closer the enemy is to him, the farther they'll be knocked back. His ultimate provides enhancing effects. When activated, he randomly attacks nearby enemies, ignores terrain, and gains crowd control immunity and increased movement speed. After landing, his basic attack is enhanced, and each basic attack grants additional energy.
The new Honor of Kings version is here. Let's take a look at the two major areas of updates: hero control adjustments and battlefield balancing improvements. Basic attack targeting rules have been updated. If a player is crowd controlled for too long while using a basic attack, the attack command will now automatically be cancelled, preventing heroes from continuing to chase enemies after the crowd control ends. The movement wheel's dead zone has also been adjusted. After the improvements, there's no longer a dead zone in the center, helping prevent input interruption issues.
After quick 4 matches that has been concluded in day 2 of the 2026 Asian Games Esports event for the Honor of Kings, we have come down to the final one. This one is Indonesia going up against Uzbekistan. My name is Sagi here, and back with me again on the English broadcast is definitely your boy, your man, Holler, and also Adam here. Welcome back.
I'm the boy.
Really? Okay. Yeah. I think he was going to say, like, yo boy, and then I was going to be in on this one. But I guess I'll let you
I'm
take
the boy.
credit.
He said the boy and the man. So
The boy and the man? Okay. All right.
So he got it first.
Let's cool it down a little bit. I think the insults have been slinging left and right. I think that...
Just kidding. I'm
actually super excited about this one because, again, I was unable to cast the Indonesian series yesterday, but I do expect them to continue with that prowess. It seems like they are in a dominant form here.
Oh yeah, during that game, Bal was scary with his Guan Yu. So the Guan Yu is very, very extremely efficient. I'm not surprised if Uzbekistan is gonna ban out the Guan Yu if they want to.
I think it's definitely one of the picks that has been continuously banned thus far. Judging to the fact that Asian Games version only has 85 heroes, of course there's gonna be lesser heroes to limit such a strong pick like the Guan Yu. So banning it out makes sufficient sense because it has been tearing up a storm in teamfights, setting up beautiful ones as we saw back from back in the Korea versus Singapore game 1.
Yeah. So as we go into this one, we're going to kind of see exactly just like how are the teams really ready, right? Are they really prepared and getting into this one? But I think that the biggest piece to all of this is that we like to play also fun events, especially in the Honor of Kings one. It's going to be the Super Flow Brawl. The official version will launch on June 17th. Unfortunately, it's not 6-7, but still, we're getting close. I'm just trying to, lower my age by doing that. I'm cool now. But tons of wacky talents and random map events are being added as we go into this. Oh, sorry, it's 627. I just wanted to say 6-7 so badly that I got the date incorrect.
So 627, there's 267, so you can do it twice. Oh god.
How many can I do it? I'll just keep it doing it. Okay, I want to stop before I hurt myself.
Confused.
All right, let's go.
I'm very confused with my friends right here, but this is what I have to go through, my friends. But yeah, definitely you guys should check it out. The Super Flow Brawl mode has been around for quite a while, and we do know that it's gonna make a huge comeback, and you guys can buy new talents and actually buy them with the in-game cards. You can buy them, which is very fun. So let's check it out.
I mean, if you're a brawler of rank, you can always try a fun mode, right? But now it's not the time for fun. It's the time for combat here, because can Uzbekistan stop Indonesia's experienced lineup? Because Uzbekistan, we have very limited information on the squad, And once again, with very limited information and experience, it's going to be really difficult for them to actually stand against Indonesia, but all hopes are still available. If they can triumph through Indonesia, there is still that big place in second or first in making it through to the main event.
You have an opportunity. This is a chance to shock the world, right? Uzbekistan, I think that, again, we don't really know. We're going to find out if they're able to do it. But of course, let's intro the teams coming up right here.
A roster filled with elite talent, experienced players, and some of the region's finest coaching minds. Their fast coordination and high-level understanding of the game have made them one of the teams everyone is watching. Please welcome Indonesia!
A hungry challenger stepping onto the international stage with ambition in their hearts. They may have less experience, but their adaptability, determination, and desire to upset the established order make them a dangerous opponent. Entering the arena, Uzbekistan!
You can definitely feel the hype coming in from the two teams, and lovely commentation as well coming in for the team announcement as usual, coming in for both our lovely casters here. But today, Indonesia and Uzbekistan. Indonesia's goal is to make it to a 2-0 in front of the group that they're in, and for the side of Uzbekistan is to see whether they can triumph and overcome Indonesia as a challenge for them.
And this is going to be very interesting with this lineup. Iqbal, Drensen, Emmanuel, Agong, and Naufal. I actually met Iqbal this morning, and you know, he actually take the chicken rendang. That's what I was talking about. He was trying out in Malaysia. That's the beauty of all of this Asian Game qualifiers. It's going to be fun.
And it seems like they are doing a substitution here. Yesterday, we saw Neville in the jungle, and today they're subbing in Drensen to test out the team synergy overall in a game that they're against Uzbekistan here.
I think that this is going to be great for Drensen, right? Just getting that opportunity. Neville has been the standard, jungle player from Indonesia, but having, Drensen just rise up to the challenge, but he's got big shoes to fill. Let's be very honest here.
True. He has to go up on the stage and replace the position of Neville. Definitely a very worthy experience for him to have.
Yeah, and as we go into their opponents here, it's going to be Uzbekistan. Makmik, Farouk, Mijan, Ismalbek, and Akbar here as we kind of round out this squad. Again, we don't know as much, but they have the potential to play spoiler going up against this titan that is the Indonesian squad here.
I love an underdog story, like every time you expect someone to win and the one that is least expected to win comes out and triumphs the lobby. That's exactly what I want to see in this upcoming match here.
Yeah, I'm not surprised if that happens too, because the secret picks being mysterious and all, that's the surprise factor that's gonna play a huge thing in this drafting, especially in the drafting, because we don't know what's the hero that they're very good at.
Yeah, very true. But Sagi, real quick, you're talking about the underdog story and you're liking it and everything, but in the underdog story, is the protagonist usually the younger guy or the older guy?
It's you.
Right answer, my friend. As we go into this one, it looks like Indonesia are going to be choosing blue. They're going to be going first in terms of the meta pick. Uzbekistan will be red, so they're going to be able to counter pick as we get underway.
I like how he just set the pieces right in front of you and you just take it all up, smash through.
We've been working for quite a while now.
Them up,
it's
right?
almost been a year,
It's
so
literally like an alley-oop. I'm helping Sagi out. Slam, just dunking him down, man.
Yeah, he's like, if without his help, I can't really alley-oop because I'm pretty short in size.
I never said that, okay? I never said it, but all I know is that you're able to, we'll get you a stool at the end of the day, Okay, we're fine.
Trampoline will be much better. But coming back towards this series here, we did see that Indonesia is going on towards the blue side with Uzbekistan going on towards the red side, if I'm not mistaken here. So for blue side,
yeah,
there's so many strong picks that we've seen thus far. We've seen the likes of the Guan Yu, we've seen the likes of the Maestro Nui first pick that Emmanuel had great success with, and also the likes of a Dolia that has yet to be ventured in too much.
Yeah, this is going to be very important for them because we are saying again and again that the Guan Yu coming from Bal is going to be very dangerous as well. And we have seen Guan Yu being taken out, which is a very good decision making by the Uzbekistan coach. And they also took out Mai in the process.
Yeah, doing a little research, right? It's one thing to showcase some of those heroes, and it's another to be like, okay, yeah, we saw this. We are not walking into this trap that is going to be there. But it looks like the Yukio, which has been almost in every single series, there's been a lot of Yukio today.
Yeah, I agree that the amount of Yukio is a lot, and they have been performing with Yukio very well as well. And also Dharma has been a very strong pick for this qualifier, especially alongside with Lapu Lapu. The Raging Sea is gonna smash everyone up, having Dharma punching everyone towards the wall.
I like this draft coming in from Uzbekistan here. It's very straightforward. Like, yes, maybe they don't have the experience to actually out-macro Indonesia in terms of map movement, in terms of objective fights, so they bring it to a different level. We can't outpace them, let's outfight them.
And look at how D-Renche get instantly picked with the Byron. You're just saying, okay, we're just gonna smash into you. We're gonna just take advantage of the laning ones. Like, this is a clash of Byron. Iqbal is very good on this hero.
Yeah, definitely. And we are seeing only one tanky hero from Indonesia so far. It's gonna be Byron. I'm expecting to see a tank roam, unless if they're going with something like Dia, something like with a support roam, it might be a little bit of an issue for them to tank the incoming damage. But we can still see on how Dolia is completely being ignored, unless they're gonna remove Dolia right now from the slot of Uzbekistan.
Well, I mean, it's still available for Indonesia. It kind of doesn't. I mean, we know that the Dolia just like synergizes with like any roster, but this is not the greatest one. I think that if you have a like some sort of control, maybe like Zhang Fei is still available. Yeah, it is. Like you have, you know, Mozi as well to kind of just help with the countering as well, because you have a lot of the damage dealers. All you need right now is just lockdown.
Perfectly agreed, right? Because even if you do land in like a Dolia here coming in from Team Indonesia, there's not really like a crucial ultimate that you could refresh or benefit from. Hence, I think something like a Liam Paul coming in from Team Indonesia, or a Mozi, or even a Quay that we've seen having a lot of good performance thus far in the past one day and today might be a good option here coming in from Team Indonesia.
Yeah, as of now, you're still trying to see who's going to be picked out by Uzbekistan. And I'm hoping to see a Dolia Shangguan. Who knows? Who knows?
Oh, that could work. That could actually work here coming in from Team Indonesia.
Yeah, but that's just what I'm hoping for, but not necessarily the best for them to do right now, because they need some tankiness to help with the Direnji, to be able to have some more space for him to just attack anyone in front of him. Still waiting for the Uzbekistan to pick their mid lane and also their champion.
Sachiao is going to be the one, just a lot of control damage as well. So the potential burst, like Uzbekistan right now, they've got team fight galore, right? A lot of CC, a lot of AoE ones, just a lot of control, but they need damage. So this last one will be obviously a jungler damage dealer, maybe some sort of assassin style. Yeah, has to be at this point.
Yeah, it's been looking pretty good so far coming from Uzbekistan's draft. They've been covering a lot of angles here, like the team fight you talk about, strong laning phase, strong mid control. I'm pretty, I would say, satisfied with their team composition up until the 4th pick.
I agree, and I'm gonna see if it's gonna be Dolia Shangguan or not. I don't think it's gonna be that one, though. It's still a very strong pick coming off with Kyo, and we do have Ganenmo plus Lian Po. A lot of tankiness and a lot of burst damage coming from them.
Just more control. Those blades are definitely going to be a problem if he's able to snipe them out. Because if you're looking at the other side, I mean, Lapu Lapu is probably the tankiest of the bunch, but they're all kind of susceptible to these blades.
Yeah, it's like, it's a cat and mouse game.
Yeah.
The Ganemo wants to be able to look into the direction of potentially the Chano or the Xiao Qiao, but then you look at the other two picks, the Macho Mans there. That Lapu Lapu, that Dharma, they want to be able to jump on the backline of Team Indonesia's, especially Emmanuel on that mid lane.
For sure, for sure. And we want to see an assassin, maybe somewhat of a damage dealer coming from Uzbekistan. And they're going with Nakoruru. This is a very good hero to actually dive to the backline as well, causing problems towards Zirenji and Ganemo, exactly like what Howler said. They need a damage dealer jungler.
Yeah, and the potential to jump on Emmanuel, it's going to be all eyes on him, because if the Ganemo survives, the Blades are going to be constant. A lot of sustaining damage, but the Nakoruru is going to make his life difficult, so the positioning will be key come team fights.
I am really, really excited to see what Uzbekistan has in store for this upcoming Game 1. Their draft looks immensely beautiful here. It comes down to execution and how they're able to skirmish against Drenson in that jungle, because this Ukutachibana, they need an answer.
I mean, let's see if they have that answer as we go into the final series of the day. This is the 5th one, game number 1. Thank you so much, Sagi, as we get underway. But Adam, your thoughts, which of these two teams has an edge based on draft alone?
Based on drafting alone, it feels like Uzbekistan actually has the edge because it's a very well-balanced team comp. We have a lot of crowd control, we have an assassin to actually snipe out anyone, and we also have Xiao Chao to actually burst down anyone in the front line. I think it's complete. To me, it looks much more solid than Indonesian's comp.
Interesting, interesting. I do agree with you in the sense that, like, on paper, you're looking at those heroes and you're thinking, wow, okay, they don't have too many gaps. They fill in a lot of what they need to do, and it's just all about execution, not to take away from Indonesia. We know these guys, right? All of them, to a certain degree, have played, from the IKL. There's a lot of experience on this team.
Yeah, and the fact that they're playing here means a lot to them as well. And we do know that the hero picks from Indonesia is very scary as well. We do know that Gamo is going to be able to burst down with the help of Naufal, tanking the damage in front, trying to bait them more towards the Indonesian side, providing a lot of space for Emmanuel to provide a lot of damage.
I think, Farouk and Ismobek are the two guys that you're going to be looking to go, right? Ismobek is just, on the channel, we've seen him time and time again just really excel on this hero. And as he burst in, Agung actually just on the run to start. And Uzbekistan, you push them away, you don't have to get the kill. As long as they're low, now they play a little bit more timidly.
Yes, it's the whole point of doing presence control as well, but it looks like Drenson is going to be flying through mid lane.
Yeah, a little bit of damage on that one. Just a honey sweet breeze, just saying, hey, I'm here. Gotta respect it. Make sure that you're spaced out more than anything else.
And we really love to see on how Agung is being left alone, and the team is confident that he will survive no matter what. He will be very safe, allowing Naufal to do a lot more aggressive rotations with their mid lane or with Drenson. This is very important so that Drenson can actually benefit a lot from the resources from his own jungle, or potentially try to steal from the enemy side of the jungle.
Yeah, actually, for me, you gotta check out Drenson, right? We don't know as much as we know from, like, Neville, right?
Yeah.
So having Drenson here is like, again, is he able to kind of fill the shoes? Is he able to kind of outpace Farouk? And especially on the Yukio, right? You pick this first. You're saying, hey, you're gonna have the best game possible because we're picking this one, again, for you.
And they built all the heroes around him, revolving around his presence too, which that is actually quite important. Look at how Emmanuel is trying to get that hit towards their jungler, and that's very scary, right? When you hear the alchemy of Ganmo activating, you just want to run away.
Yeah. And actually, like, talking to the team from Indonesia, like, a lot of people have been saying that Emmanuel is the guy, right? Senku from Kagendra, just for the viewers that don't know at home. But this is a guy that has just so much strategic play. He's been very experienced, has a great idea of how the game is supposed to be played, and he's a great leader for this team here.
He also does the shot call, which is a very important role, by the way. Mid lane needs a lot of vision, needs a lot of communications with the team, but it seems like they're trying to trap Mahmoud at the top lane.
Yeah, it's all about kind of setting things up, right? And look at Farouk. This is what you want to do as well, right? How do you counter somebody? You got to be aggressive. You got to look to take things away, because right now you're starting to fall a little behind as you're down about all K.
Yeah, 1,500 gold is actually quite a lot with 0 eliminations, definitely. I think this is going to be a bit of a problem for them.
Yeah, it will definitely be. And this is what you don't want to see if you're a fan of Uzbekistan, because Indonesia, they're great. They play phenomenally with the lead. If you're able to take the early game away, you might be able to do something. But with the tire taken out, Akbar has to run away. Farouk can't even take it as his own Azur Golem.
A very quick move coming from the Indonesian side. They really move around now, File. Also, no one can penetrate their formation at all. A very nice pentagon-shaped formation just now from Indonesian team. They're really trying to get this guy.
Oh my gosh.
He's gonna go down with just one triple smash, all for him.
No fall, making the play. He's all by himself, and he says, hey, you're the farm laner? Like, I'm just gonna just solo you. He just takes him down, gets the tremor smash on top of him. Just incredible work by Indonesia's Nafal.
Yeah, it feels like they need to send someone to help Ismail back, or else he's gonna be suffering alone down there. Yeah, they need someone to take care of him, like maybe Akbar. Akbar would be a good choice.
Yeah.
Or else he's gonna be continuing suffering and not being able to farm well.
So Akbar either needs to be doing part of the gold sharing rotation, sticking with Farouk, getting that value, or babysitting Ismailbek as much as possible. Right now, he's kind of in between at times. If you're just seeing, like, he's just kind of counter-rotating based on what Indonesian are throwing at them. As they go in, the Storm Strike is going to be on point. The flash away, Ujida is trying to turn things around, has a decent amount of work, but with those blades, it's not going to be enough. Uzbekistan survived the attempted assault by Indonesia.
Yeah, a couple of blades actually missed Umi John just by inches, and he almost hit them. But let's see how they're going to try to get this tier 1 tower. Are they going to manage to do so? Yeah, the presence control coming from the entire team of Indonesia is extremely scary that they cannot defend that mid tower at all.
Yeah, nothing at all. And this is also why, when you're talking about the mid laner, you want somebody with a little bit of wave clear.
Yeah.
It helps out because it just stops those sorts of assaults. If you can't even get close to them, they're able to just whittle it down because they have the Siege Catapult, which again, if you had the wave clear, would not have been a problem.
Maybe it would have been a lot easier for them to play if they had a Garuda, but they're dealing with a Xiao Qiao right now, so they have to make the best out of what they have for sure because they're weird in the game. Akbar, damage coming from Emmanuel is so high.
Yeah, so good on this one, and Akbar is now going to be looking to join at this point, but the way he was able to snipe it out, again, Emmanuel, we knew he was going to make some plays, but with those blades on point.
That's where experience come in play. They might start a new one, and they're gonna come back just a little bit now. Fal still ready for it with that tribal smash. Emmanuel is always ready to throw out the couple blades, and it seems like Mahmoud might be the new target.
Yeah, and he needs to be the target. It's not going to be easy finding Emmanuel in a bad spot. His positioning is always usually very good. Yumijiran, though, does get taken down as well. They've taken the mid T2 as well. They're looking to just end this game as quickly as they did even in game or in day one. But here comes the Raging Sea. Farouk has already been taken down. Nice little three-man stun, but what can they get? Akbar getting a little bit low. The Tremor Smash is on the side. They find him, and it looks like 4 members down. Ismailbek is the last man standing.
A perfect initiation coming from Downfile, using Tremor Smash, going in, and Ismailbek managed to survive. Just a sliver of health left. They're gonna try to destroy the tier 3 tower in the mid lane. Tremor Smash is not online. It's still on cooldown. They have to try their best to destroy the towers immediately.
So clean at this point. I mean, mid T3 already down, top T3 as well. They're continuing their dominance from yesterday. Indonesia not skipping a beat whatsoever.
Yep, 9,000 goals in front. This is gonna be an easy breeze for Indonesia for sure, but this is what happened just now. The Raging Sea actually started a good fight, but Tremor Smash has been used and hitting all 3 at first, but the last one hits Ismailbek. They did not manage to get him, but at least they managed to open a huge amount of space for them to destroy 2 of the high ground towers.
It seemed like Yumijan, I mean, he was already down. The rest of Uzbekistan are looking to take a fight 4 versus 5 to protect the tower. In hindsight, not a good decision, right? You need to fight when you have the man advantage. Maybe you have the tower. It's considered almost like a 6th man. It might have given you that edge. Not possible for them, but they get the Tremor Smash onto Akbar, who's going to be left for dead.
Yeah, right now 2 of the towers is still gone. They're trying to defend as fast as they can, but with only 4 people without their tank, can they pull it off with just a Mahmoud? Mahmoud can do something actually if he can find that one golden moment.
But Indonesia are so good. They understand how to kind of take the fight. They're not grouping up together so that it's be easy for him to just go in with the flash truth. So it's again to the Indonesia is very aware of the counterplay by Uzbekistan.
Yep, and Emmanuel, damage dealt by him is already 42,000 right now. A lot of damage has been pulled out from him alone for his entire team.
Yeah, we knew he was going to do quite a bit. Looking to perform on this one. Nice two-man stun on this one. Farouk is going to be taken down yet again, all the way isolated. Akbar, no man's land. 3 men still standing from Uzbekistan, but they're going to lose the bottom T3.
All of them cannot go out just because Iqbal is controlling that side. They're going to try to end the game right now.
Yeah, they're looking to go. Mahmoud is down. Tremor Smash is going to be used as well. The Crystal's going to be taken. And Indonesia sticking it to the business and taking a quick game number 1.
Congratulations, Indonesia, for getting the first point. And they have proven once more why they deserve to be here.
A very clean first point of all things here. Very consequential. It's like early game plays.
Yeah.
It was like 0-0, but they still were miles ahead with a 2,000-3,000 goal lead. And when the first takedown actually happened in that bottom lane by the Liam post soloing the Chano, everything started to crumble for Uzbekistan here. Slowly but surely, it converted to teamfight victories, leading to more of a goal lead coming from Indonesia to really decimate this game cleanly.
Seems like there is no answer for the Garemo, right? Because he's standing all the way to the back and he has a lot of teammates protecting him here and there. There's no way for anyone to actually punch through the formation just to touch Emmanuel. It's almost impossible.
Yeah, no initiator, no real way to find that right angle. Plus Emmanuel's like vision, like his like spider sense is so good, right?
Yeah.
He knows when roughly they're going to be coming, so he's always positioning in the right spot. So just a really well played game by Emmanuel as well as the rest of the Indonesians.
I think it's really a whole team's effort, right?
Yeah.
Where they move as one, where we saw like, okay, Uzbekistan's draft is really teamfight reliant. They need to find those perfect golden moments, as Adam mentioned, but Indonesia just didn't give them the chance. Every single movement, Tyrant leading to a zero goal invade, pickoffs into the bottom lane, and then leading to more invades happening in their own jungle of Uzbekistan, and the game just started to fall out of their hands. It was like, okay, maybe we are not inflicting any takedowns, not suffering any casualties, but in the end, it started being this map movement advantage that Indonesia has over Uzbekistan.
Yeah.
Yeah, and definitely they really have to try their best as well, because we can see on how Dharma cannot go in because the positioning of the Indonesian players are very well spread out. They are anticipating this Dharma is gonna be coming in at any time, try to change the game, but it did not happen. The space and chance is not given by Indonesia.
It's because Emmanuel is so far up, right? Using those blades, that's the vision, right? You get sliced by those blades, you're just pretty much dead, right? So there's like maybe he gets a jump in, but it's just like you're running into that, but the blades find you first.
Yeah.
The blades do find you first, and the combination coming in from Naufel and also Emmanuel, every time that Naufel goes in to find a key target, you best believe that Emmanuel will come in with those freshly forged daggers landing on the crucial targets. But let's check out some of the itemization and also the scoreboard coming in for this dominant game 1 from Indonesia. Here, Emmanuel with a 505 KDA, only utilizing 7,000 gold, but doing so much on the map.
Yeah, definitely. With his itemization as well. Venomous Staff and Ardent's and Seven's Wrath. These are a very early defensive item coming from him, which is with the Ardent. He wants to make sure that he has 0 eliminations whatsoever. And he managed to get 5 strikes, which is very effective coming from him, thanks to his teammates, to be honest.
Yeah, I mean, this is also a situation where you're kind of like, Emmanuel, he's almost soloing himself, right? I think that we'll see that when we see the stats in terms of the actual damage that was given out. But Emmanuel did most of the heavy lifting. Like Drenson was kind of on the side, just like farming the big neutrals and just ensuring that they're not like losing out on jungle efficiency. But Emmanuel was the guy here.
Yeah, Emmanuel was the guy, and the sidekick coming in that also shined really well was Naufel on that Liam pole here. Sure. Every single engage, every single invade, the initiation came from this rock solid roamer. Every time that something was happening on the map, it was Emmanuel and Naufel. And check out that damage dealt on that gun and move.
50,000 damage. That's probably around 35% of the entirety of his team, which is very, very high. And of course, thanks to his teammates as well. But I am not surprised if the next game, Uzbekistan really focused down on Emmanuel, not banning his gun anymore, but maybe try to build a team comp that allows at least one person to jump all the way to the back to at least find this Emmanuel.
Yeah, actually, I'm very impressed by your fast math, right? Like the 35% that you were saying with Emmanuel. I was just like, no, that actually, I think you're about right. You know, really? I didn't have my abacus, so I can't confirm or deny if this is correct, but I do think that was very quickly done. But just really turning it up, and the 91% team fight rate, that's another big piece of this, right? Because you know that the action will happen when Emmanuel is looking to, initiate here.
And he was one-shotting a lot of the targets, especially coming from Uzbekistan Uzbekistan's Ismolbek. Like Ismolbek didn't had a good time at all. Like he was like, oh, those are some spears landing towards me. Poof, I'm gone.
Yeah, it's that quick. Also, with the space created by his tank, which is now filed, keep on diving into the towers and trying to get the kills early on, just to make sure that Emmanuel gets his assist and eliminations for his stacks, which is very useful.
Yeah, and if we're also looking at the other piece, we were like, hey, Uzbekistan needs to ensure that, you know, Isbulj is able to kind of be supported by Farouk from the jungle, right? And Farouk had like 8,000 damage, which is really low, right? And he was looking to farm more than actually team fight. He never really got his groove going because he didn't get enough of that farm. But I think in this one, they got to look to fight more. They got to get those two guys involved, especially in this game here.
I have to agree, right? Especially, we actually saw a few good trades coming from Uzbekistan, not in terms of like the takedowns, more on the health bars in the early game. I think that the early game that the Xiao Xiao coming in from the hands of the Uzbekistan mid lane, which is Azad, he did actually pretty well, right? He actually found the two-man knockout with the Honey Sweet Breeze, which was pretty decent here. And this was the solo kill coming in from the side of Naufel all the way into the middle of Tier 3 and Tier 2 tower for that first strike. And yeah, that's definitely going to be a nightmare if you were farming mid.
Yeah, it's a lot of damage. The accuracy has to be pointed out. It's a lot of accuracy that he's been practicing a lot for sure. With the experience of a man of his caliber, Emmanuel really pushed through, allowing his team to really just go in and stampede and finish him.
Yeah, just completely control it, right? Like Farouk got taken out very early in all of the team fights. So again, this is kind of why his damage was a little bit lacking in this game. But that sets it up. Once you're down and you're trying to fight a man down, 4 versus 5, the toughest situation, and of course your MVP, he's going to shush us all by taking this one 5-0 and 5 by Emmanuel.
Hey, almost 35% damage though, just like what Adam did just now. His match is definitely on point here.
He's
Emmanuel,
disappointing me.
yeah, and just like shushing you. It's like, hey, you're right.
So 33.5 and the damage taken 8.5. Still a lot of damage. 8.5 damage taken, which means no one can touch him.
No one can touch him.
I'm not surprised if the next game Uzbekistan is going to try to get heroes that can jump all the way to the back. Maybe Lam, or maybe someone could just dive in.
They had like the perfect setup as well, right? They had like Dharma, Lapu Lapu, and they wanted to jump towards the backline, but it's just so darn difficult when you have like two macho bodyguards coming in from Byron, from Iqbal, and then Naufel on the Liam pole, constantly pushing up the vision for Emmanuel to play these Warple Swords.
Yeah, just completely just stay back, right? I think the blades were just more than enough. You don't need your Iqbal and Naufel to kind of pack you up when you're just having the blades and just taking them down, soloing everybody by yourself. You're essentially the raid boss, and they had zero answers to really get on top of him.
Yeah, I agree. And the damage that he's been pulling out one after another really stacks up with the stacks passive coming from Gun and Mo. They really understand how Gun and Mo works.
Yep. And for that to actually be fruitful coming in for the side of Uzbekistan, they definitely need to find somewhere, somehow, to find a loophole in the draft of Indonesia. Because so far, Indonesia has been undefeatable in Group A alongside the Philippines, and has been a sign that the group leaders, Philippines and Indonesia thus far. But before we go into the subsequent game, we need to thank our official venue sponsor and hotel partner here coming in as Petaling Marriott here. Petaling Jaya Marriott here. They has provided a lot of good space, good venue, good food, good stay for our players and talents here to better enjoy this place. So once again, thank you Petaling Jaya Marriott Hotel.
Thank you so much. As we go into this one, I think that if anything, Indonesia will be taking advantage of the Marriott Petaling Jaya's nice little beds. They're going to be very comfortable thus far. Obviously, the work is not done as they got game 2 ahead of them. But I think that right now, things are going all their way.
I agree, and they are going to have a very good time up on the stage one more time, I'm sure. And we do know that the Indonesian team is not backing down. They're going to play as fast as they can. Now the question is, can Uzbekistan find at least an answer to improve the gameplay, or at least reduce the damage that they're getting way too early on in the game?
I think they are trying their absolute best. As we can see, they are pretty stressed out currently. The entire vibe is so different compared to the Indonesia squad just now that we saw on camera. And if we were to look at the lower third, red side is Indonesia and blue side has been chosen coming in by the Uzbekistan squad. So maybe something like the Guan Yu, if they can get their hands on and force strong team fights along with picks like the Lian Po, Zhang Fei, that could be something they can turn around for this game too.
Yeah, the vibes are real. from Indonesia, right? I think that they're very comfortable. On the other side, I mean, not to say that things are grim, but, you know, this is, of course, the first time they've shown up, right?
Yeah.
And it is a little tough situation. You're playing on the stage against a team that's, you know, got the better of you.
True.
Let's be very honest. And to somehow bounce back, it's going to be not an easy task here.
I'm pretty sure they expected this too, that it's gonna be a very hard game against Indonesia, but at the same time, it's very refreshing to see that they are still trying their best. They are not backing down. They're not gonna just, you know what, we might lose, or we're just gonna play, just play for the sake of playing. But they're still showing up and playing very, very well as best as they can. They are actually giving a good fight towards Indonesia just now.
I think it's the spirit of esports and the spirit of carrying your region or nation's flag.
Yeah.
So it's really respectable coming in from Uzbekistan. As we step into Game 2, Uzbekistan has banned away the Maestro Nui and Arlie from Indonesia. Indonesia has locked away the Dia, signaling for potentially a assassin or a mobile pick coming in for the jungle or farm lane.
Guan Yu going to be picked up by Uzbekistan. Just kind of, again, they're looking to prioritize, right? The blue side, I'm not a huge fan of that, especially in a best of 3. I feel like the counter picking is just way more valuable, especially when, you know, they're going to pick like a meta hero like this.
Yep, I feel that it's better if they take it instead of leaving it in the hands of Bal, right?
Yeah.
If Bal has the Guan Yu, it's going to be a big problem for Uzbekistan. But with Okyo and Atta, it's going to be a very good start. Very early game eccentric for Indonesia right now. Seems like they want to end the game early, but at the same time, going through a June and a Guan Yu might be challenging.
I have to agree as well. So this upcoming third pick from Indonesia might be something that is more late game centric or has more consistent DPS in trying to take down some tanky targets like Mahmoud on the Guan Yu or Farouk on that Dun here. And so far, I am a fan of this Ukyu Tachibana plus the Ata pick. I love the Clash jungle synergy between these two picks. Strong early game, able to invade constantly with the strong body and the great health coming in from Iqbal's Ata pick here. And then it allows Drenson to really push forward on this Ukyu Tachibana.
Okay. Just trying to spread a little bit of positivity on the Uzbekistan side, right? Because they are, you know, they need to win this one, right? And going up against Indonesia, which you know execution is not going to be a problem. But, I mean, the go ship from Atta largely mitigates when you have an unruly blade. You're able to kind of just get on out of this one. The Guan Yu is a bit of a problem because they want to go for that giant Razor Cavalry, but they got to be careful of that ghost ship, like locking him down on the wrong side. So there are ways to go around this. Uzbekistan, though, need damage dealers. They need to find a way to kind of whittle through the armor of Atta as well as getting on top of the Chano.
Yeah, I agree. So I do think that they still have a very good chance over here for sure. Lapu-Lapu is going to be taken out, and Uzbekistan will be probably playing just a support roamer because they already have a Dune as the jungler, assuming there's Dune jungler for sure. And I don't think that they need another tank, but they can still take out another mid lane if they want. But Zhang Fei is gonna be their pick to be taken out, while actually they can use that hero themselves.
But check out the bans here coming in for both teams. A lot of the Romans has been removed from the pool. Dia, Dolia, Zhang Fei, Lapu-Lapu. So that leaves you with very limited options here. Potentially, you can go over to the Mozi, you can go for the Kui. These are still the available hot options here for both teams.
Yeah, Liam Poe is definitely on that list as well. I think that you still kind of have that same idea, but as you called it, the Moats is always going to set things up. Going to be annoying because you want to be spread out more than anything else, and having that cannon blast when the Dune is looking to jump in on anybody, if you're able to lock him down, you're going to have a great time.
Who's to say that this Moza is not a mid lane Moza? It might be a mid lane Moza for all we know, but at the same time, I sort of miss my Kui, our Kui, that we've been seeing throughout this entire day. We want to see more of that, but it seems like Angela and the Ampu is going to be picked out by Uzbekistan. The last hero is going to be from Indonesia. I think it's a very strong pick from Uzbekistan for now.
We might be even seeing another Ganemo coming in from the side of Emmanuel's mid lane here that could synergize really well with the Mozi and also simultaneously outrange both the Direnji and also the Angela here. So time is almost running up. I'm interested to see what sort of hero is Coach Gerald going to be picking coming in for the side of the mid lane.
What is the last one?
Yuan maybe?
Huh?
Maybe
Yuan? Yeah, actually Yuan makes a lot of sense as well. But it's when you see the Angela and then, you know, going in with that Chaos Cinder, potentially going for a gank.
Yes.
with the KS Ender. Like then the Dune will come in. Like you kind of see it, but it looks like they're going to do the old tried and true. Emmanuel had a phenomenal game on the Ganon Mall. They're going to pick it again.
But I'm quite worried actually, because right now I was questioning just now, right? Uzbekistan really need to find a hero that they need to find the backline of Indonesia, and their answer is Guan Yu. But now, using Gunmo against Guan Yu is not gonna be the best thing. It's very hard to fight against Guan Yu. Maybe if he times it very right with the Guard Her Grave, he can throw the horse away. But I'm not sure if that's gonna be okay if this Guan Yu can actually really play well.
Well, it comes down to where Iqbal can actually man-mark Makwu in all these situations here, because Ata is a prime counter into a Guan Yu, breaking the charge bar, walling him up with the ghost shape here. But to your question here, let's check out how they actually play this out in game number 2.
As we go into game number 2, this is the final series of the day to see exactly, how does Uzbekistan somehow figure out a way to kind of dismantle this Indonesian squad. And it looks like they're going to do a little bit of work onto Akbar, who gets pushed back. But, is this draft good enough by Uzbekistan, Adam?
I think, honestly, it's good enough. It's good enough because they have a lot of burst damage, they have tankiness, they have a lot of crowd controls, and all they have to do is literally protect these two presidents, Umijan and Ismail Bek. It seems like Ismail Bek almost lost all of his HP in the hands of Emmanuel just now, but it seems like Iqbal is still trying to pull them using Flash.
Oh, the Flash away, but he takes up Blades as well, but it's not going to be enough. Emmanuel, an absolute maestro with these Blades, and yet again, Mahmoud is going to go down as well. Indonesia taking them down.
That's the first time I've ever saw any Ata use the passive to pull people while flashing away and actually pulls them almost like a Kui. But yeah, it works, I guess, and they managed to get 2 eliminations over there. We do know that Uzbekistan is still in this fight. It's not too far off, and look at how naughty this guy is. He's really trying to disturb them as much as they can.
Smart. I mean, you want to be disruptive, and you're constantly providing that vision of, like, you spotted them out. Like, you know what's going to be coming, so your team can kind of adjust accordingly. So this is, again, a very smart play by Indonesia. It's all about that vision, and it comes back to their experience as they almost get them, and they are not able to find his Mobek at the last shot, but it looks like Akbar is going to be the next target as they try to take him down. The Wolves are getting in on the action, and the burst ram just says, all right, that's enough.
He still is very aggressive even though he's being pressured, but we can see Indonesian are sending a couple of heroes towards the jungle side of Uzbekistan. Uzbekistan is not gonna try to fight them yet for now, but they're still waiting for the blue buff, and the Guan Yu is ready.
Oh, the Razor Cavalry completely dodged out by Iqbal. The ghost ship is gonna be used to kind of potentially push up to the side, but on the side, Akbar, he's gonna get kind of stunned around. He needs to be a little bit careful. The Tremor Smash is looking to be loaded up. He does get on out.
Yeah, he managed to use it just to run away 2,000 gold in front, but Farouk managed to secure the Azure Golem, which is very good, and this is gonna be helping them to try to get other objectives as well. We do know 2,000 gold in front is a huge number within 2 minutes. They're gonna have to struggle a little bit more to find ways to get more resources.
9,000 net worth at like less than 3 minutes. Actually pretty crazy if you think about it. This is just like complete dominance in that sense. But Indonesia, they've just been, very efficiently moving across the map, contesting things left and right, and, leaving Uzbekistan with like next to nothing in the coffers.
Yeah, also at the same time, we do know Uzbekistan really need to play around Guan Yu after this, because Guan Yu needs to find a position, a right position to flank the Emmanuel to push him towards the Uzbekistan's team. And I think that it's gonna take a while before the towers goes down to have more space to play around as Guan Yu's playground.
I think that that's definitely what they want to do, right? But Uzbekistan is not able to do it because Indonesia's positioning. The way that, again, whenever you have a lead, this is exactly how you want to close it out. You have your guys up front, so you can see any sort of rotation. Nobody gets caught off guard because you know where everyone is. You're like basically CCTV everywhere.
The vision is always open, I agree with you. With the help of the Roma and the Clash Lane from the Indonesian side for sure, and Mose is still opening up the brush after brush, and they might dive into this tower right here.
Yeah, the flash away. The box is going to be a little bit on the, embarrassing side. He misses that one out, but the flash away, and now the Tremor Smash. Oh, Emmanuel flashes that one aside as he dodges that one, and it looks like Mahmoud will survive. They don't want to dive the tower, but Emmanuel with the play just to stay alive. Do they get some sort of revenge? And they do. Farouk is going to be taken down, and Indonesia dives
dodge a bullet, and they do it in style.
That was a sexy flash.
It was sexy.
That flash, the timing is so on point. And at the same time, he almost managed to get Mahmoud along the way, but he did not manage to finish out because damage is not enough. For now, 5,000 damage, 5,000 gold in front of Uzbekistan, and it's going to be a very huge advantage coming for Indonesia. Iqbal is going to be still focusing down on the bottom lane. It seems like Mahmoud is not going to mirror the positioning of Iqbal. I think he needs to rotate a lot quicker.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, I think that would definitely help here. But the wave clear, like Umejan, something that they kind of lacked in the last game. The Angela will definitely shore up some of those weaknesses. You want to kind of push things out and potentially go for some sort of play here because they haven't found Indonesia in a bad spot ever.
Yeah, and right now they're giving full focus towards the Crimson Golem. I like how the Liampo Akbar is trying to open up some vision, but it seems like the Gamo is really trying his best to steal the Crimson Golem. The ultimate coming from Liampo is a bit wasted here.
Yeah, he did get the stun, and I think that, I mean, it was just so far out that, you know, Nafal had kind of almost baited him out. He has that extra mobility by the moats. But the Razor Cavalry on the pushback, he almost tried to take him out of the tower. He finds at least one, but it's really not enough. The follow-up has not been great, and the Ghost Ship will kind of just end things here.
Actually, the positioning of Mahmoud was so good just now. He managed to take Gamo if he waited just a little bit more. But look at the damage Brilliant has been used trying to take Iqbal, and Iqbal runs away with no problem whatsoever. We do know Atta is quite annoying with his first kill because he can CC immune while jumping around, while dealing damage, while doing his rejuvenation. He's going to restore his health every time he hits someone.
Yeah, and now Farouk here. This is a little bit better for him. I mean, yeah, he's died already, but this is one where he's gotten a little bit more farm. He's a little bit behind Drenson here.
Yep.
But again, you just got to kind of just put your head down, find whatever farm you can to get yourself tanky enough to survive and to be able to turn a team fight.
We're still waiting for Ismail back to get his Doomsday. Definitely will help team to melt down this tankiness coming from Atta, and I think they really need to give him a lot more space to get his itemization at the bottom lane. But it seems like the mid tower is also very important. Also very important for them to have a lot of vision of what's left.
Well, you gotta choose, right? The bottom T1 T2 seems to be under attack. The mid T1 is definitely vulnerable as well. The minions aren't there. That's the only thing slowing them down. So Uzbekistan, again, it's about the wave clear. It's been very helpful. They need more skills like that, again, because you're trying to slow this game down.
Yeah, we can see Emmanuel might try to steal this now, and they managed to get it away from the Uzbekistan. 5,000 gold in front is a huge number. Again, I would say that Uzbekistan really has tried to do something here. They try to have a shutdown, try to get a lot of resources away from Indonesia, or maybe send someone to do split push if they cannot commit into a war, because they're sort of right in between right now, and it's wasting time.
Yeah. Definitely wasting time. And that's a little bit more time for Drenson to get online, right? He's about 1.4k away, the flash away by Akbar, keeping himself alive. But this is, again, we were going to see exactly how would Drenson react. Being the sub, being able to play in against Uzbekistan here, it seems like he's shown up. He's gotten the better of Farouk thus far.
Well, it seems like Ismail back is the one who's going to be sent to do the split pushing at the bottom lane, which is at least they're doing something to get a breathing space. But at the same time, they are not protecting the top tower enough. And we're still waiting for that one moment for the Guan Yu to actually flank them all the way from the back.
Yeah, a little cannon blast onto Akbar. The Wolves are just gonna like nip at his heels. But I mean, you were saying Ismailbek is pushing the bottom T1, but they traded away the T2 top. I think that Indonesia are gonna be very happy with that as Ismailbek gets taken down here by Drenson.
At least it's a good try though, but it seems like they're trying to use this combo between Monza and Gunmo. And it seems like they did not manage to get anyone yet for now. They're still trying to keep a huge pressure down to the T2 mid lane.
Yeah, Iqbal just trying to just kind of clear them out, space them away, taking the mid T1. Indonesia starting to hit that stride. I mean, everything has gone their way. Now they're looking to take the Tyrant and the Crimson Golden away at the same time.
They're really maximizing whatever they have. The benefit that they do have, Tremor Smash has not been used just yet. Cannon Blast just missed its mark. They're trying to do their best to give a lot of space for Emmanuel, but Emmanuel has to be aware of the positioning of Mahmoud. Mahmoud will try his best to flank.
Yeah, Umajan just taking some of those blades, and he's going to limp away. I mean, he will be fine, but the Emmanuel, look at how much damage. Again, continuing on from game one, he was the MVP for a reason.
Yeah, it's almost 50,000 at this point, and I'm not surprised if he gets MVP again, but it all depends on how his team's gonna be helping him out to create more space for him to collect his assists, collect his eliminations. But look at this stun.
Yeah, they're looking to just go in for this. I mean, they're gonna Unruly Blade on back. Iqbal looking for the right angle, finds at least one. The Ghost Ship is gonna be used on the side. He tried to flash away. Yuminja is gonna just smash into that one. A couple shots on. The Tremor Smash is gonna be committed, but Indonesia pushing them back. They only have 4 members from Uzbekistan to somehow hold here.
He's very trying his best to aim with high accuracy. Farouk missed his stun, but they're still gonna try to give a lot of space for Emmanuel. Emmanuel, with only 30% HP, he's still brave enough to stand in front of all of them, believing in his teammates that they will protect him with their life.
Yeah, Emmanuel like kind of risky in a way. I'm definitely not comfortable if I was in his shoes, but Emmanuel is a much better player than I am on this one. But his positioning is far greater than the both of us, let's be very honest.
Sure.
They're going to take the Overlord and the Tyrant at the same time, though.
I agree. Taking both of this with Primal Bond right now, Tyrant's gonna take quite a while, but they're not gonna do any steal for now. At the same time, Emmanuel has Blue Buff. He will be able to spam all of his Copper Blades alongside Freshly Forged.
Yeah, just taking more away. I mean, Farouk, without any sort of buffs on your jungler, you know, 10 minutes into the game, it's a feels bad, man. Again, just taking them away, it's just such a problem right now.
Yeah, Ismail Beck has done his Deep Frost Siege. That's going to be a very good itemization for him. He's going to be able to slow anyone in front of him. So maybe Iqbal is not going to be able to tank the damage coming from Ismail Beck anymore after this with that Doomsday and that Sparkforge Dagger. All of these, the trinity of the item.
Oh, the leader stance is going to be popped, pushing Akbar away. Has to use a Tremor Smash defensively. The Chaos Center to just deal with the Vanguard, it's not going to do enough. The bottom T3 down. They get the charge on back. And now with this Ghost Ship, Ismailbek is in a bad spot as he will fall. They've opened it up. The mid T3 is definitely vulnerable, but I think Indonesia looking to close this one out.
They really want the Vanguard to go in, but can they stop Mahmoud from stopping the Vanguard from going in? But it seems like he's really disciplined down here, trying to put Dragon out, making sure that they can stay as long as possible.
Yeah, they got Farouk on this one. He was just stucking around. He got a 2-man stun, but he trades his life away. Not a great trade. Cannon Blast is going to be off the mark, but the Crystal is what they want. The Razor Cavalry going in, a nice heroic charge, but can they get anything else? They don't really have the numbers to fight here. Mahmoud is down. They take the Crystal. Indonesia cleaning house.
Congratulations, Indonesia, for getting their second point of the series. Great game from them.
Clean, disciplined, well executed here. That's the Team Indonesia in this series against Uzbekistan here. It was valiant effort coming in from Uzbekistan, trying to find that loophole, trying to find that team fight that you're mentioning about, but the discipline coming in from Indonesia, the consistency, the gameplay that they delivered just didn't allow any sort of chance for Uzbekistan to find that comeback.
I agree, and I think that Indonesia really know what they're doing, and Uzbekistan also are very well aware that it's going to be a very tough challenge for them. And honestly, I would say that the game has been going on very well for them in a way that they tried their best. And I do think that with the Guan Yu pick, they almost managed to find Emmanuel, but just not in the right position and the right time.
Nobody can find Emmanuel. I think that's the biggest piece, right? He was continuing on from game one. Absolutely dominant performance by, you know, not only Emmanuel, but the rest of the Indonesian squads. They're proving why they were, you know, slated to be one of the strongest teams at the Asian Games qualifier today.
Well, so far in Group A, you gotta give props towards Indonesia and also Philippines. They are and have been dominating thus far. We're interested to see how far these two teams can actually go, but right now, let's break down this upcoming game, which is this exact one that we have already finished. My oh my, Indonesia, 0 casualties, 0 objectives suffered throughout the entire 2 games, aside from that one bottom tower.
Yeah, I think they really know what they're doing, and they focus down one by one from lane to lane. They never let Emmanuel go alone somewhere. They always rotate together, which is probably what makes them win very easily.
Yeah, and this is why they're so strong, right? Because the team play and the way that they're able to synergize. Mind you, most of these guys are not like teammates on the pro teams, right? They're like a hodgepodge of teams, but they're some of the best in Indonesia that they wanted to bring in terms of all-star. And this is why you're seeing them, you're seeing the synergy, you're like, wow, this team's next level.
Next level, and the way they just gel together with like only a few weeks of training felt like they've been playing together for like forever. And I'm really excited to see how this Indonesia squad fares up against the full stack of Blackest International representing the Cebu Philippines team.
Oh, it's going to be very interesting indeed, huh? Knowing that the Philippine teams have a better chemistry, knowing that they're together for a longer period of time, versus a team of, what do you say? Hot fudge? What do you say?
Yeah, hodgepodge.
Hodgepodge. Yeah, a mixture of this and that.
Yeah.
I think it's gonna be very interesting to watch.
Yeah. Basically, the Philippine squad are just a team that just love to go watch movies together. The other one is just like watch the occasional movie together.
But I think aside from talking about Team Indonesia, though, I do think that Uzbekistan, like, yes, they didn't get any sort of takedowns or score coming into this game alone, but their ability to try in these team fights, the ability to find those few moments has been pretty impressive thus far. I would say that they were actually actively looking for ways to make a comeback, but due to the fact that their opponent was too strong, which is Indonesia, they just didn't give them any sort of inch to actually break through.
Yeah, and to be honest, based on their draft, it's already good. And the draft that came out from Uzbekistan is actually a proper one trying to fight against Indonesia. It's just that to execute it properly enough, going up against a team full of experience, full of leagues coming up between the 2 years, I think it's fair that this is happening.
Yeah, I think that you're just seeing experience, outclass, even draft, any sort of edge that you might have gotten with like the heroes and things like that. I think that just Indonesia just too strong, too dominant, just understanding what they need to do, like their roles and the way that they were able to dismantle that. It's a flawless game when you didn't die a single time.
Exactly. You can see Emmanuel, like we talk about it during the pre-game draft, right? It's like, okay, who's going to be pairing up with this monster coming from Melfeld?
Yeah.
And then like you see towards the left side, it's like, Diorangia, pretty short range marksman. Oh, and Angela, when you ult on Angela, you're standing still. So it points us to a direction. What's a perfect mid laner here to really pair up for these situations here? Ganemo. Perfectly played 90,000 damage. Look at that chart. Beating through everybody else for 92% kill participation, highest amongst the team.
Wow. The fact that he has the highest means that he's the one who sort of initiate all the fight and try to finish everyone as much as possible. That's probably around 25% throughout the entire team's damage, which is quite a lot. And to be honest, John actually managed to deal a lot of damage as well. It's just that they cannot handle Emmanuel at all. And I'm not surprised if any other team going up against Indonesia after this is gonna ban Gun and Mo, because he is untouchable.
So I just got sent a stat here. Indonesians KDA from yesterday and today, in just 2 series, they're 52-0 and 133. So I feel like whoever dies first on the team should just be subbed out. Like, that's enough, right?
Is that why the bill is on here?
52-0 right now.
52-0, not a single death. They've been playing flawlessly here. If you're ever wondering, is Indonesia ready to play? Yes, they are.
Yes, they are, and they're waiting for their one true opponent in that group, which may be Philippines right now. But definitely crazy game thus far from yesterday and today. Very well disciplined, I would say. Like, if you never tell me that, if you're telling audiences or me that this team is from a mix and match all-star, people will be thinking like, hey, isn't this like a very well-out team that's been playing forever together?
We'll never know.
We'll never know.
Never know. That's the thing. I think they are so professional enough in any esports scenes that they can just, you know what, this is my responsibility, the responsibility to my region, and I want to make the people at home proud. All of them came together and worked together very, very well. Probably thanks to the coach.
I wonder if, like, again, this is very forward thinking, right?
Yes.
Next level. If when Indonesia plays Philippines, and if they're able to continue this momentum, and they 2-0 that team, are there questions for like, hey, maybe we kind of bring this team into the IKL separately? Obviously, contracts and all that stuff is going to make it difficult, but they could be like the next dominant team, no?
That's true. Like the all-star.
Yeah.
No, probably that's going to happen. Maybe some other team that's not in the league yet, they want to make a new team. They just buy off out of each places.
Well, that's going to be really expensive knowing that contract and stuff there. But back towards this game right now, we see a 12.6 goal lead all the way at 12-minute mark. Really smooth sailing here. And that's the combo that you talk about here, Adam, in the game itself. The enhanced basic attack coming in from Spell to Ata. You auto-attack the player on the enemy team and then you immediately flash backwards to pull them further.
I never knew. This is the first time I see it. There's so many things that you can combo with Flash in this game. It's insane. But look at how what you actually tried, by the way, very, very well, I might add, to pull them out from the tower. And it almost worked out. It's just that the support coming from the team is not enough to deal the damage towards them.
It seemed like almost every single highlight started when a skill was missed by Uzbekistan. Like Indonesia sidesteps it, then they go in, gets the right pickoff, and again, not dying. That is absolutely amazing in the 4 games that they've played.
Perfectly played, right? Coming in from Team Indonesia. 4 games, 0 casualties suffered, 0 deaths thus far. And let's check out the MVP coming in for this second game. It's the man himself, hushing everyone. It's Emmanuel coming in from Indonesia with that Ganemo once again.
All right, normally I'm not a big Photoshop guy or anything like that, but maybe we can get it so that Emmanuel, every MVP, he just raises the finger, right? So he should have like what? I think
two now.
Two right now, so he should have 2 fingers up, shushing us with as many fingers, and then by the end, he might be like up to 10.
Every time. So that's the counter. Oh, that makes sense.
So how many Emmanuel MVPs does he have? 1, 2, 3, 4.
And then they're going out.
I would love to see that from the production team. They can pull it off. The damage taken is 12.8. The total goal is 19.2. But again, Emmanuel with his positioning, making sure that he's untouchable, also leaves take away the headache from the roamer of Indonesian team.
Well, I would say that he's also a captain role coming in from Team Indonesia here.
Right.
Emmanuel has been in the IKL scene for quite a while now, since I think 2024. He's been at it for as long as I can remember. A wonderful player, very nice player too. And I'm pretty happy for him that he's actually being able to achieve further heights. And right now he's carrying the Indonesian flag along with 5 different players, including Sub, to actually venture into the main event.
Yeah, I mean, the 12% damage taken in that game too, that was 4% higher than game 1, where he was like at 8%, right? So like, you know, like having that sort of, you know, flawless mobility where you're not being touched, and people know that you're the guy, and they're trying to hone in on you, and they can only do like 4% more, that speaks volumes about his play.
And we have to remember that this hero is Gun and Mo, and it's not Maishane with insane amount of mobility, right? It's Gun and Mo who's not even walking, sort of just floating very slowly in a very tall fashion. I think his positioning is just so good and he understands where everyone else is. Also, thank you again to his teammates, always providing vision. Like you were saying about just now, Holler. They consistently provide vision for the entire team. That keeps Emmanuel safe.
I think it's more of like a team effort, right? Because we did see that 5 players played amazingly to make sure that that game was a clean sweep, clean everything, right? 0 casualties suffered, 0 takedowns coming in from the enemies here. But of course, we want to check out who's going to be on the interview stage with Mara, knowing for the fact that the victory was so sweet, so smooth. So Mara, if you may, please show us the interview.
Team Indonesia has done it again. Another sweep. That's 2 days in a row. Congratulations, MVP Game 1 and Game 2, Emmanuel.
Thank you, thank you.
You know, Indonesia has been incredibly disciplined, rotating quickly, constantly clearing out the waves and putting pressure on the map. How does the team know exactly when to focus on the objectives and when to capitalize on the opportunities for picks?
I think because we already prepare our game style, so we won't get confused in the game, so we can communicate well and our execution also good.
And you know, speaking of execution, it's been so phenomenal. Their stats for the first 2 days is 52, 0, 133. Your opponent has not been able to take down a single hero from Team Indonesia. What kind of statement do you think you're making in this competition?
Yeah, just be prepared so we won't underestimate the other country.
So you won't be underestimated by other countries. Oh, for sure. They know how strong you are. How happy are you with how Indonesia's been performing so far?
Yeah, of course happy lah. 10-10.
52, 0, 133. What do you think about that?
Yeah, I mean the score is doesn't matter. The matter is we win.
Oh, you're so humble. And you know what? That's what we love about Team Indonesia. And for sure, Indonesia's loving your performance, and the rest of the region, they have their eye on you. What would you like to say to everybody?
In bahasa?
Sure.
Ya, thank you semua yang udah support kita. Jangan lupa support kita lagi juga. Masih ada 2 match lagi di grup stage ini. Semoga kita bisa memenangkan semua pertandingan yang tersisa. Thank you.
And let's help out everybody. How do you say that in English?
I say thank you everyone for supporting us and keep supporting us for the next match. We still have 2 matches against other country, so keep supporting us.
And for sure, you're going to do well. They need one more to get that ticket. We're going to be talking about that a little bit more. So we're going to head back to our casters. Lead the gorge.
Thank you, Mara, and also Emmanuel for that fantastic interview there. You can definitely see that they are hungry for the victory. Stats to them don't matter as long as at the end of the day, they can back that W.
Yeah, actually, for me, though, stats do matter, right? And I think that it's very interesting seeing just how flawless this team has been. They've been very impressive. They are like all gas, no brakes, everything going 100%, closing games out, and the way that they do it is immaculate. They have been the best team at the Asian Games Qualifier.
Emmanuel. Okay. Sorry. I'm sorry, man.
Fairly fragilistic,
I'm sorry.
But yeah, definitely they played flawlessly with 0 death for sure. I think this is gonna be a very good one. And going out against Philippines, imagine if they can do the same with still maintaining that stats. That's gonna be insane.
Of course, I think definitely out of these 2 teams in Group A, we know for a fact since the draw immense back in like I think 2-3 weeks ago when I was like commenting the draw with like our respected like guests. These 2 president of the MESF, right? These 2 teams definitely has a long history in like the history of HOK esports, and they are waiting to fight each other. Definitely, 100%.
Oh wow.
Yeah, no, but it's just so much fun.
Yeah.
I think that there's always been that rivalry between the 2. So I think that, continuing on with that, in every single event is always fun to watch here. But let's check out the standings here.
All right, since day 2, all the matches has been completed. Group A is none of Indonesia, Philippines, 2-0-2-0, yet to suffer any small game loss, with Pakistan, Uzbekistan tied for 3rd and 4th, and Mongolia still sadly looking for their first W here. Group B, Myanmar has debuted today and has had an amazing match. Nepal has played yesterday and they are currently tied for 2nd place. Jordan will be playing their first official match tomorrow. Kyrgyzstan and UAE are tied for 4th and 5th. Now coming to Group C, Kazakhstan surprised us by defeating India in the 2-0 fashion, one in a Tempest game and one in a flawless match victory. And Vietnam has had a very successful run both against India again yesterday. So for Laos and Saudi Arabia, they will be stirring up a storm tomorrow to see how Group C will be shaping out. And coming to Group D, we had our first game at 12 p.m. UTC +8, where Republic of Korea defeated Singapore in an easy fashion. And Syria and Sri Lanka was that Tempest game yesterday with Abdul Aziz stealing the Tempest Dragon. And finally, Hong Kong China will be playing as well tomorrow as their debut match.
Yeah, I think it's gonna be a very fun match to watch, and definitely my highlight of the day of today would be the match between India and Kazakhstan for sure.
Oh, beautiful, yeah.
With the Tempest, with everything. I was actually contemplating between the Kui and the Tempest, but yeah, the Tempest was much more.
But that was a dominant performance, right? I think that the other one was much more of a competitive game, and that's kind of what we're going into. But, these are the tomorrow's matches.
Yeah, tomorrow's matches, we will be featuring Group A once again, just like just now. Uzbekistan taking on Pakistan, and then afterwards, Jordan will be going up against Kyrgyzstan, and then the 3rd match, Nepal will be going up against UAE, and finally, Vietnam will be going against KSA, and Laos will debut in their first match of Group C against Kazakhstan. So that's definitely going to be a lot of exciting matches coming in, especially I am pointing over to the final match, Laos and Kazakhstan.
Yeah, Laos and Kazakhstan is going to be quite close, and especially we've seen on how Kazakhstan's played today, and I'm not surprised if Laos really have to step up their game to match the energy from Kazakhstan.
I kind of want to just see like some of the teams like Vietnam. Are they the real deal? Like, I mean, they kind of beat out India, but can they continue on with that momentum? Are they, again, the favorites in that group? C, are they able to overcome some of these things? And again, a lot of the other teams we haven't seen too much, but again, it could be anybody's game in this one.
Oh yeah, and definitely, right? And as you can see, these games, right, it's more concentrated towards Group B and Group C. So we won't be seeing Indonesia or the likes of Hong Kong, China, Singapore coming in tomorrow, or even Philippines, right? So it's definitely going to be shuffling between regions and also countries to take their turns battling out against each other here. But after tomorrow here, I think we'll be starting to see a arrangement on how Group A will look like, because Group A has been playing a lot of games here, and if we see after tomorrow, maybe we can start to see who belongs on top 1 and top 2, because top 1, top 2 immediately goes in for the main event, and top 3 has the shot going into the LCQ, which will be happening on the last day of this event.
Yeah. So I think that, you know, setting it up, understanding the storyline of just like where Group A is going to be, the top 2 teams right now, it's looking like it's Indonesia and the Philippines. We still have games yet to play. But for me, I think the biggest drama is going to be in Hong Kong, China, right? We were looking at Group D as like one of these teams is like, hey, this is one of the favorites as well, but are they the real deal? We won't know. I mean, they haven't played any games. It's going to be day 3, even to tomorrow. They haven't played a single one. So to see exactly if they are of that level of being, again, one of the favorites in Group D.
Actually, I do feel that they might be on top of the charts as well in the Group D. That's why I'm expecting them to be. But I do know that they are a team full of experience as well, going up against the rest of the group. Compared to the rest of the group, I think they're going to be doing very good.
Yeah, I fully agree with you here. And we also have to remind everyone that if you are interested in a good gaming phone with good specs, good FPS, good cooling, good everything, right? You can always check out our tournament official phone sponsor, which is iQOO 15R. If you ever need a good phone for our Honor of Kings with very good specs and it doesn't like overheat, check out this exact phone. It's really affordable and you can get it at a decent price.
Yeah, actually, I'm waiting for my phone to come somehow fall into my lap at some point here at the Marriott Petaling Jaya. I'll let you know my address so that you can just, just mail it to me and, slide it under my door, if you will. So while that's still happening, of course, we just had 5 series today. I think that they were all like amazing games in terms of just like overall, like how these teams are really going to be at the Asian Games qualifier.
Yeah, also I would like to remind everyone out there that also on the 17th of June, we're going to see a comprehensive improvement for the lobby interface, and in-match controls are arriving during this time. So it's going to be a huge update alongside with the new heroes, and as well as a lot of other things. There's treasures, there's so many things for me to explain.
Yeah, I mean, let's make a few examples, right? Like 4 new heroes, and then like comprehensive updates on the interface. If you did check out like some of the teaser videos, they have like on the lobby,
the UI,
a more improved UI, and afterwards there's also like the feedback received by the dev team on some heroes being delayed, like buttons not registering when after you press it. So they have improved everything since then. So this way could be a very big patch because there's so much lined up on June 17th. So don't forget to actually log in during then.
Is the patch actually going to help my gameplay where I can start winning games?
The phone will.
The phone and the update will.
Okay, because I need all the help I can get at this point.
Maybe like a 2%.
Well, he's really trying his very best. So if he wonders, at this point, I could really need to contact Holler. He's been saying it so much, but I think I would love to someday play like the pro players, be out on the stage, play with the iQOO. Yeah, I would love that.
It's definitely gonna be a very refreshing experience. But hey, we'll save that for the next time here. My name is Sagi, your desk host for today, and with me are the casters of the Gorge, Holler, and also Adam. We will be signing out. Good night.
Ever changing, some chameleon, blood, sweat, and tears. We'll never make it if we fall to everything that brings us down. With a comeback is now. Blood, sweat, and tears. Fight for what we want. Doesn't matter the cost. Every day, put in work. Blood, sweat, and tears. Nothing comes overnight. Strength in numbers start to line. We don't bow to fear. Blood, sweat, and tears. Blood, sweat, and tears.